got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my,
Yeah. Rhythmic. get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, over cut the my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out out. Need the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิดด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you're fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
Ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Ay, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Don't lose it all.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away.
We have another glorious week of VCT EMEA here in Berlin. A lot of action to unfold over the next 3 days, but we're going to be kicking it off right, having a lot of fun in the arena, because joining me is the deft duo of Billy and Tom.
The what duo?
Deft, D-E-F-T.
Can you define it for me?
I definitely can. Quick, skillful, and clever. Virtuoso in another sense.
Ah, okay. So that was a lie. Anyway, moving swiftly on.
Well, look, yeah, it is going to be a little bit of fun. You guys were on panel together last week. What's changing up is I'm going to be your host for this week. My name's Nat T. We're going to be talking everything there is about Valorant, because as we're nearing the other ends of what is going to be stage 1 here, we also have to talk about what's in stake and what's in store for our teams. Who's going to make it to playoffs? Who's going to be able to keep the dream alive for themselves, even though maybe there's a couple of 0-3 teams sitting down there at the bottom, 1 and 2 teams like NAVI and Vitality.
It's pretty rough to get to the 4th week of the stage and not have found a win just yet. Obviously, KC and Pacific looking to still be able to find their first. And of course, we have Foot and Fnatic that have already locked in playoffs, which is a really nice spot to be in for both teams.
For Foot, it's even better because they're secured in that upper bracket. So now every time you're coming onto the stage, it's actually just making it that 1 step closer to London's. You already know that, yeah, we're in a good position. We have a second life in playoffs, but it could just be that 1 best of 3 away, you know, a little bit closer for us.
Yeah, I'd say week 4 as well is normally like the sort of like meat and potatoes of our stage, because it's where you get the majority of the teams qualifying or not qualifying in some other teams' cases.
Analogy.
But I think that like a lot of the time you might get 1 or 2 earlier, or like week 5 you might have 1 really important game, but this is the week where everything comes together and you'll get the majority of teams qualifying, hopefully.
Yeah, because we've talked about those teams that have already made them for themselves into the playoffs, whether it's the upper or the lower with Fnatic and Foot. We do have to look at the ones that can keep the dream alive a little bit more for themselves in this first matchup. That's what's really important, and it's very straightforward, it feels, for both of them. Eternal Fire, get that win, they're locked in. Pacific, they lose and they're out. So for Pacific, you want this win. You need to be able to keep that dream alive.
They want any win.
Okay, that's also true. I'm sure
at this
about
point,
that too.
they will take what they can get. Like, it has been not just a rough stage, it's been a rough year so far. I think even if they don't make it, at least getting that win so that you look towards stage 2 and you can go like, okay, we're not just sat there like, oh, I need to finally get a win on the board, and that's in your head the entire time.
And I think as well, like, we have to consider obviously this being a new roster coming into the stage, and I think coming into kickoff, I actually spoke to Alaranti in kickoff, and he had literally said we just need that first win. Like, sometimes it is a case of just being able to get that first win under your belt to actually be able to pick up a bit of momentum and progression. And yeah, they're really needing the win, otherwise they're out of contention for playoffs if they lose today.
Don't want to play spoilers, but that is a similar thing that we talked about when I got to speak with him as well. But we can talk about them more as a broader, yeah, you're talking about a newer roster, but what do you think are some of the shortcomings? It's not like they've been 0-2'd every series. It has been some close ones, and even then with the scoreline, the maps have been close too.
It's kind of interesting because I was thinking back to the keys to victory that we set out for Pacific coming into stage 1, and one of those things was let Cupert cook. And what we meant by that was we wanted to see creativity and diversity within their compositions for them to really just run wild, which I think coming in as an underdog team is important because then you can catch your opponents off guard. However, there was a bit of parking the bus last week that we saw, Tom, where maybe they did let the creativity go a little bit wild.
By the way, what does parking the bus even actually mean?
I'll let you take
I truly, genuinely don't know it. It was mentioned like 20 times.
In football, the term parking the bus is where you sit all the way back with basically your whole team, and then maybe you get 1 counter-attack and you win. So I would take that as defensively, you've got to be incredible, and maybe the attack
like
you just need a few. Exactly, you're holding back, they're coming to you. I don't know if we can bring up the Lotus comp that was actually used in that game. It was made to be that sort of like double Senti style thing that had Sage in there. They lost 10 rounds in a row immediately in the first half while on the defense. So it was like, yeah, we memed it quite a lot, because if you say you're going to park the bus and then you barely get a defensive round, you've not done it very well. It's a very small minibus. They parked the minibus and the other team walked around it.
I wonder if it's even really a bust at that point, but they had to walk around it. They got a win for themselves. Pacific, though, they're still hunting for that one. And someone that would mean a little extra to is Alarante, who I spoke to earlier today. I've been able to catch the rare and elusive Valorante here to have a chat before their matchup. This one's pretty high stakes for you, so I want to know, like, how, or is there someone in the team that's keeping things pretty calm, trying to not put that extra pressure on everyone?
I mean, I think since we all live together all the time, I think we're all just helping each other, supporting each other. Obviously, the main guy is Cupid. He's a little bit our team therapist. He's over there. And yeah, I mean, he's keeping us all accountable in check and just making sure everyone's feeling comfortable and that we're all happy. And just, it's the same for us. The stakes are high, but we all feel the same like every game day. So it's just another day in the office for us.
Yeah, how would you say you handle that pressure as a player, like as an individual?
I mean, I just do my routines. Routines are the most important thing for pro players. So every day is basically the same, and you wake up on the same time, you do the same things. So no matter what day it is, it's basically just a copy of the day before, which releases a lot of pressure. So, I mean, pressure is a good thing for me, but I'll obviously try and do some breathing exercises, try and go for walks, for fresh air, just to keep my head clear and just have fun, enjoy the moment and enjoy being here overall.
Yeah, and that is one thing, right? You are German, you're kind of on home soil in a way here, so how much extra would winning on this stage mean for you?
I mean, I definitely want to reward ourselves as a team because we've been showing good maps against every team so far. So I think for us as an icebreaker it would help a lot. But for me personally, obviously, like I want to represent DACH and Germany as best as possible, and just make the home fans proud, make Berlin have a German player win a game. That
would definitely be really nice, but of course there's a lot of factors that go into it. How are you guys preparing for your series today against Eternal Fire, seeing the hot run they're on at the moment?
I mean, we've prepared for them the same way we prepare for every team. We have a game plan, we know how they play, we know our strengths, so we're not looking too much into them, but obviously we have to adapt a little bit compared to Fnatic. Fnatic is a complete different enemy. But yeah, it's the same approach, we just do our thing, and we have our own way of doing it, which I can't obviously reveal. But
you beat me to it.
Yeah, I mean, we are prepared, let's say it like this.
All right, well then I'm very excited to see what you have prepared there. I'm not going to ask more about it, but Valorante, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to get information out of these players sometimes, but at least he was really forthcoming about that stress, about that pressure, and how exactly they're trying to deal and cope with it. It feels like the general gist is have a lot of fun. That routine that they're talking about, keep it quite lighthearted. I'm hoping that that is going to be that momentum to come up against what feels like right now an unstoppable and total fire.
I think he just out-mogging the rest of his team there, so I had to bring it up. No, I think Eternal Fire, like, obviously, they're... You did not just stop flexing. Oh my god, I've lost my train of thought.
I'm so sorry. Eternal Fire. Just how good they're looking right now.
Obviously, really excited to see them come out today because I think they were probably one of the underdogs coming into this stage 100%. And they have completely blown everyone out of the water, I think it's fair to say.
I think as well, just even looking back at how their route to get here was. Like, they started off week 1 Fnatic, you've got BBO and then Vitality. I think there's a very real world where you came into this going, this team is 0-3 and now they're going to bounce back. Like, I still expected them to probably be the team that made playoffs over maybe GX and Pacific, but I was thinking now is where they'll get the chance to actually play someone a little bit more their caliber. Well, they beat BBL and they beat Vitality, so now they're looking to qualify off what should be the easiest game in the group.
You're missing what I feel is key part of it, is that Fnatic series is so close. They end up losing it on a map 3 and then it comes up against what should be equally tough opponents, and they're 2-0ing them there.
Yeah.
We're just like, where is this really coming from? It feels like a whole different sort of Eternal Fire, but they always had the confidence for themselves, and some of that comes from Neki. Well, if you missed a week of VCT, then you also would have missed the fact that Neki and Eternal Fire ended up pulling out the Vice on Bind. Where did that come from?
We are not changing the comfortable roles. Echo is good on Viper, Fabian is good on Sky. Also, I should play the Vice.
Just one of those things where you're like, sign me up, I could play anything you wanted.
Yeah, I can play everything. I have too much experience on every agent I played before. The Wolf and Eternal Fire, I can adapt every role.
Well, that makes it easy then for your team, but I do wonder, like, where does the creativity come from? How do you make metas work for you and new comps work for you?
We can adapt to every comp. It's not harder for us. We can adapt to every comp easily.
All right, things are just way too easy for you guys, especially last week. Do you think today's going to be just as easy?
Yeah, I think so.
A 2-0 sort of easy?
Yeah.
I love the confidence. I do want to follow up, though, with you talking about that everything's quite easy for you. Do you take inspiration from other regions when you look at compositions?
Yeah, we are watching the every region's matches and taking some tactics or agent positions or something. And we are watching the other regions.
All of them?
Not all of them.
I was going to say, that's impressive. There's only...
Pacific, just 2.
Okay, well, you say NA, and I wanted to know, like, if you think you inspire any other teams in other regions running new things.
No.
You know? Did you not see G2 ran a similar comp on Bind to you guys 3 days after you did it?
Yeah, I see.
You did
I watch, sorry. Yeah.
Were you like, that was us? We inspired them? Or was that something you think they already knew knowledge of?
I think they are playing this comp, but not playing the Bind. And we practice together, I think. Then they didn't take for us.
Okay, all right. But you can each have, you know, your own stars there. But Neki, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you too.
Very humble about the Vise on Bind there, but I think what's exciting about what Neki was speaking about there was the fact that they're able to play different styles of compositions, the fact that he's so confident in being able to jump onto whatever agent his team requires of him. I think the Vise on the Bind was probably a big surprise factor for us last week, Tom, and I think for me, if anything, that's just exciting that they're able to add these extra elements to their already really great identity and playstyle that they have.
Well, I think that the cool thing is we put them in a box. We went double duelist, flare, hyper aggressive, running it down, maybe not the smartest Valorant, and then they come out with that, obliterate Vitality, and we go, well, Vitality were running the double duelist, really aggressive, stupid comp, and they beat them. So, I don't know. I think they've already shown levels to their game. This team is one of the most exciting to watch in our region.
That's what makes me a little bit worried, because talking to Valorant, he's like, yeah, we're definitely prepared for it. They're a different team than Fnatic, like their last week that they were preparing for, but now I wonder, can you even actually prepare for Eternal Fire? Because they're willing to go against the grain of the box that we so
They weren't that prepared for Fnatic. Okay. Like, if I don't want to be mean, but they can't have been that prepared.
Yeah, I think it's tough. But like I say, like I think for Eternal Fire it's exciting, right? The fact that they can just switch up a composition from week to week like that, I think as well. The fact that they're playing the Vise as well gets me excited because I wanted to see more teams in EMEA actually be able to lean into that in the run-up to Masters London.
Well, look, whether you side with Tom that maybe there wasn't that much preparation for Fnatic, you're hoping there's a lot more, right? If you're a Pacific fan out there, they need this win for themselves to keep alive in that playoffs. And we're going to see just exactly how it starts off because a skirmish, well, that's going to decide exactly where our chips fall with the maps.
Hello, expert. Okay. He's fast. Bro, don't die there. Okay, no, he bought an up. Oh, hey, 146? Oh. Hello, expert. Okay, sit down, bro. Oh, hello. Well played.
Well, I felt like we had been talking to Cupid a little bit too much after his skirmish losses, so I decided to bring aside a teammate. How disappointed in him are you?
Not at all, actually. I think he put up a great performance. You know, he's my teammate no matter what happens. I love that guy, bro.
I like it. Even when I'm trying to pull him down, you're building him up there. What other sort of words have you guys been putting around the team right now to bring the energy up into this high-stakes series?
Honestly, it's full Haramval. Like, we come here, we play our game, and we just do our best, honestly.
All right, I'm looking forward towards your best. Let's see if it's going to be enough up against Eternal Fire in this series right now.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me? All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Eternal Fire.
We got our teams out on stage, and like I've been saying, it really is high stakes. The pressure has to be there, but I'm loving how Pacific are combating all of this there. They know at the end of the day, they're a team that enjoys each other's company. There's a team that's going to be able to move on, and there are still many more weeks for them to prove themselves, even if they don't make it to that playoffs. But it's still well and truly alive.
Big split again.
Veto here.
Oh, like don't get me wrong, I understand it. They do seem like they did well versus Fnatic, but Fnatic's strongest map has never really been split. I feel like Eternal Fire, even going back to when they were playing with 2 stand-ins under Ulf, we're still smashing teams on split. I think this is a hell of a bold choice when you've lost it 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I mean, 3 weeks of playing split for Pacific, 3 weeks of making it to double digits, 3 weeks of not being able to close it out,
and
still
0-5 this year.
choosing to go towards split. It's definitely a bold choice. I do think they're memeing us a little bit with this constant haram ball reference, but you know, as long as they're having fun, that seems to be the vibe at the moment.
There's Fracture that they could win. Eternal Fire is not picked.
That's the interesting thing, is it coming out from Eternal Fire? I think it was a week or 2 ago, they were actually banning it. So
yeah, the first week,
I think early on they were saying like, oh, we have like this many maps. I think they're now looking to complete the set with Fracture in the mix as well.
Well, the thing is, they did leave that Fracture open against BBL, but obviously because they tooled them, we didn't actually get to see their
they
Fracture.
Were too good.
But Pacific, they've also been leaving it open. Every other team has been banning it against them, so hopefully both are prepared for it.
Yeah, that's the preparation that they're talking about, right? You prepare before the day. You get here on the day. You get to sit down there in their Razor chairs and look towards what is going to be this first map. And if there is going to be that potential that we see something new and unique from Eternal Fire, hearing that they're looking at those other regions too, is there really that much wiggle room in what they could pull out here? Knowing that, again, they want to be looking in playoffs. There is an element of you that wants to play it safe if you're Eternal Fire, but what's been working so well for you is that you're an underdog team. People aren't expecting anything.
Yeah, true. I think going into this series, obviously that does change, where they're quite heavy favorites, but I also think that, firstly, they probably knew split was coming. Even though the opponent is 0-5, they've been happy to play it every single week. And then they're very comfortable on that map in general, especially the defense. Of course, in case you didn't already know, for Eternal Fire, a victory in this series will take them into the playoffs, something I think is already an impressive trait. And obviously on the other side of things, for Pacific, this is it.
It's do or die for Pacific, yeah. And as much as we have been, you know, laughing and enjoying the vibes coming up for them, this is a high stakes moment for them. If they lose today, they will not make it to playoffs, which means that they then have to reconsider and revisit what their stage 2 is going to look like realistically. They need to be thinking of the long term rather than just the short term here.
Well, we're going to look way more short term because there is still that dream and that hope alive beginning on split for themselves. And an agent selecting exactly where it will end up for both sides here.
I don't think we're going to see anything particularly surprising. I do, obviously, I think going into Eternal Fire, I could talk about, oh, Favi and Izzy, like, we know what we're going to get. I actually want to highlight CNED. I think last week versus Fnatic on this map, he was really impressive. If he can get off to that sort of lights out start again, this is where they'll have a chance. But they have to be able to close. That's the biggest thing for them. Again, if we see 10+ rounds on this map, I'm not surprised. If they win, I'm surprised because they never close the game.
This is the issue that we're highlighting here. Always making it to double digits on this map, always picking this map, but never quite being able to close. I want to pick up on the CNED point. I think he's really grown into this Neon pick as well. When we think back to kickoff and how it's been throughout stage 1, it's definitely looked a lot more comfortable for him. So I want to see how him and Seven perform here, especially starting on this attack, how they're going to synergize with this double duelist composition, and again, how they're going to be able to deal with Eternal Fire's double duelist composition on the other side.
Yeah, I was seeing if we were going to get any last-minute changes there before I looked in, but Tom, right again, you know, you can never, ever go against this man.
Is the Omen different? Is the Omen for Ordaz different? Was he on Astra last time? It's a very...
No, he was on the Astra.
So it's a
last
slight
time.
change,
Correct.
like you're going to have maybe slightly less delay and you're going to be able to pick up the pace. Paranoia is great for those fast-paced executes over the stuns and everything. I'll be honest though, I think that's just a comfort pick. I think it's just
a personal choice.
He would rather play Omen, so they've gone, yeah, that's kind of what we do.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's a wider strategic choice, or especially coming up against Pacific. I don't think they've gone, oh, we could really use an Omen instead of an Astra here. Like, it is probably just leaning into the strength of them being such an explosive team, and having an explosive agent of the Omen versus Astra matches that.
Well, let's see if there's some other opinions on what they would rather, Omen or Astra.
Other opinions?
I know, right? That's from our casters. Let's see. Is it Omen, Astra? Which one would you guys prefer to play or see on this map?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, look, it's a great question. Honestly, when it comes to agents, I think Pacific will want to lean into comfort, right? Look, this is a map they've played multiple times, but something has to change if they want to win it. Ascended clubs taking to the server in a game which is stage-defining for them both. The opportunity to lock playoffs with a week to spare is the stuff of dreams for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, but it's been an absolute nightmare for Pacific so far in VCT EMEA. They need to wake up. They need to find themselves a win. If not for this stage, at least for the next, and break that curse. But as we get things kicked off, as it seems for most series with Pacific, we start on split.
That we do. As it's important to remind, a loss today would eliminate them, but for Eternal Fire, that chance to lock playoffs as the self-proclaimed best team in EMEA at the moment from that post-match we had just the other day with Ordaz and Echo. Reasons to believe that with confidence at an all-time high, this should be a standard procedure for them.
Fingers crossed, right? That's what you would expect. Cooper, is he pointing to himself here? I've never seen a man who fancies himself as one of the best players, you know? He's got a lot of confidence.
No, he absolutely does, and I think, look, you've got to mirror that on the Eternal Fire. As speaking of standard procedure, it looks like there is a short pause before we get into the first map here, unfortunately. And from the interview that Nat was giving as well, you know, he is the emotional leader of this team, the therapist, as Seven and Alorante was saying. So I think it's just important to reiterate that he's the one that they're going to be looking at in those times of need. And when it comes to split, an average of 2.5 rounds lost between them and winning one of these maps, I mean, that is the difference. It's those fine margins.
It is those fine margins, and you thought last week was probably their best chance to get that win, right? I felt as if Ninja has really stepped up into this stage, alongside Cooper, who I thought had a decent game, and those were two real highlights for me, because thinking about Tier 2, thinking about last year, that Team Liquid Academy roster, I think Cooper should get his flowers for his... that's interesting, just found out Pansy's in the building.
Really?
Yeah. But the point being is that Cooper was a real highlight in terms of that IGL, and Ninja was a real highlight in terms of how good he was in terms of getting the information and playing for his team.
Well, just confirming to you all here at home, it's not Pansy's fault. There is an audio issue which has been reported. And with ready checks on the way, we should be in soon. But I completely agree with you. And if we want to talk of the story connected to that Liquid Academy roster, it was qualifying to some of those bigger events, the Challengers events in EMEA specifically, but then not making it out of the group stages and going and kicking on at that next level. So back to the build-up for this one. Finally, we do get a chance to see what split looks like for Pacific. You've got to remember, it was a really strong start against Fnatic, which they had on their attack side, no less. Can they build on it here?
Already setting up for that A-take where Eternal Fire are strong. The bullets and damage go Pacific's way, as well as the entries coming through. Echo now looking to try and hold things down, and successfully doing so. A clean double kill, Izzy here to support, and Pacific stopped the door.
Echo finding even another one, and the floodgates are open yet again. Izzy tries to follow it up, but Necky's there, as the rotation was already in progress. Eternal Fire handling Pacific well.
Yeah, and that's what you expect. And when we talk about Team Liquid Academy in reference to Pacific, we should also talk about Eternal Fire, their core, and what they did in Tier 2 last year.
Exactly, it was the ULF team that ended up promoted, of course. And when you look at their statistics on the map, it's 5 from 5 times played this year, converted into a win. Speaking of the core specifically, the fact that they have changed away from the breach here now too, onto the Neon.
Yeah.
If they can find results with this lineup, then it just continues to make them that much more prominent.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the thing about Eternal Fire, that they're a team that will come from nowhere and surprise you. And that's something that they're going to continue to do. Although Pacific here might grab our attention, as we can see right now. Ordaz stuck in the corner. That's a couple of upgrades.
Yeah, quick kills from Alorante. Bulldog in play on 7. He's on full HP, but Fabian over the top's already found one back, and CNET is lucky to get away with his life.
Yeah, that he is. Shotgun in hand at close range. That's where you would want it. But Alorante's Bulldog doing the damage. A 4K for Pacific, and straight back in the conversation. decision.
Exactly the round that Pacific were looking for. An immediate response from the pistol. And it all comes through a couple of kills from VALORANT. Nice utility here on the way through. Fade reveal backside from Ninja. Also on 3 kills of his own hit out the opening couple. And I think these are the 2 players that we are really looking towards starring on this attack side.
That we are.
There.
Think this next hold, this next play right here in A main, you can see a lot of bodies getting ready to be flung forward. Pacific expecting this.
They're just playing passively. There are 4 players here, so easily digested on the Pacific side. And I think this is something that we've got to be looking out for, them containing that aggression that we know Eternal Fire have been plying match to match. It's something that Fnatic needed to get to grips with, something which, Vitality couldn't handle. Nice shots from Neki, but still doesn't really look like enough to fully dilute this.
Does now, just respecting it. I mean, VALORANT is low, but for the most part, you're expecting this 2v1, especially with CNED up in heaven.
Well, look, one more kill here from Ordaz would have been huge damage, but unfortunately, VALORANT does get away with his life, and so Pacific have an early lead.
They do. Seems as if like Split for the most part is certainly a map that Pacific can be happy with. Sure, they never won it last week, but they definitely gave Fnatic a little bit of a headache. Can they do the same to Eternal Fire? That's the question I'm wondering now. With a nice double up, that economy now looking sweet on the attack side. A couple of ultimates in play here. Pacific looking to have a good start, but it's never about the starts we question Pacific. It's all about how they finish.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'd be happy to counter that point, but we'll get back to it in just a moment because CNED's on the offensive here, and already starting as he means to go on. A quick double through ramp, and with the spike left behind in spawn and Pacific still holding this default, Eternal Fire forced to react. Is he re-clearing through main, and he will sever 7 from the situation, and so CNED forced to regroup.
Yeah, 7 performance-wise has really dropped off comparably with the rest of Pacific, but he's still doing a good job. The rest of Pacific starting to match his performances. Echo now trying to fight mid.
And he's going to win the first duel cleanly. VALORANT, swivel of the head eventually does pick him up, and now they're back into the lens of the operator. Is he repositioning from tower and actually still gambling on this? Not quite sure where Pacific want to finish. And finally, with those steps heard, it's a foot race towards the A site.
Yeah, as he is here in time, but that fast lane stopping any line of sight. CNED already on site, and is he now doubting himself?
Yeah, tasked with getting that operator plant in, but we get to listen in now and hear how the retake goes.
Görmedim, City geldim,
City geldim. Bu arada.
Main'e cross koyayım.
Smoke at.
Main'e bakıyorum.
Biri side, biri heaven. Light'taki time'ına bakıyorum.
So from this position now, 2-on-2, CNED not looking the right way, or actually no, he has the sight control, sorry. VALORANT over the shouldering support. And Pacific add the final details.
Not impressed.
Doubling up on their advantage now, and Eternal Fire not quite able to match them for pace so far.
No, they're not. That's the thing. Eternal Fire, that was the comms you heard there, just in case. And yeah, I think that's the thing. Pacific have this really explosive style, and you'd think a team like Eternal Fire would be able to deal with that on the defensive side, but they're completely getting taken away, and you can see that think he's getting fired up.
As are the players in the server as well. For Pacific, this is do or die. Eternal Fire, life left in him yet, and with this aggressive maneuver, plenty of reveals outside of B. Is he trying to chase it down? And Fabian not far behind with the paint shells, but Pacific again do a brilliant job at weathering the storm.
And that's what they need to do against Eternal Fire. We know that this is their play style. They know that they can take players off guard, but hopefully this will be a lesson learned at the very least, should they continue on like this, that there needs to be an adjustment.
Ordaz has walked up in Garage, but CNED will catch him with the Outlaw, so right now, this tempered default from Pacific, dealing with all of the threats accordingly, mitigating Eternal Fire's pushes. And at what point do you think that we maybe see a timeout and a bit of a shuffle, because you can't just keep playing this one style if Pacific read it.
It's got to be after this round. Neki, though, I mean, trying to be, again, that hero factor. We know it's 2v5, but it's fights like this that could potentially cost you rounds.
Sure. I mean, in a completely different situation.
No,
I do.
It's been. The point I'm trying to make is that I feel as if Eternal Fire are keen to try and do that. Oh, hello.
Yeah, Echo's just trying to bait Aloe into this one with the judge. Not sure if he's quite spotted it out yet, but it will be dealt with accordingly. And in-zone flawless as Pacific continue to go from strength to strength here. As you can see on this round, I mean, it was a push from down mid, Garage as well. But still, holding the hard line against them.
Nice, baby. Come on, easy. Come on, baby. Yeah.
And much as we suspected, Cairo, there is an immediate timeout to follow this up.
Yeah, there is, right? You've got to sit down, talk about it. If you're Afro on Fire, thinking about exactly what's going wrong. And I think this is the first time that we've really seen Eternal Fire really get challenged in that aspect of like having to adjust their playstyle. Maybe you could argue Fnatic, right, in that game that they played. I think this is the next thing, and it's crazy that it's coming in the Pacific game, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. I think if you look back at the Fnatic game, Eternal Fire were able to generate a lot of early momentum. Pacific in a similar way, and the reason why that's important is because I feel like Pacific, the point I wanted to counter earlier of yours actually was about the slow starts, because Cupid said in the interview the previous week that they weren't starting quick enough, and that's where they ended up losing, or what they felt like was where they were losing out. Starting well against Fnatic, they've managed to do the same thing here. For me, it's more just about carrying that on into these follow-up rounds where you know Eternal Fire have checked back in with the coaching staff.
Well, into the next one, right? After a timeout, Eternal Fire have a bye. You've got Izzy back on the operator, what we expect him to be on, but it's Pacific's full flush of ultimates that they can use to, I guess, now break the bye of Eternal Fire as they come straight back and up through mid. CNED caught off guard, and it's Echo once again to hold things down.
Izzy just about hanging in there. Ninja spots him and actually takes through the edge of the smoke in middle. 3 engagements already there, and Pacific, you can see, now looking to re-clear this space where Fabian has posted back up with that saved operator.
Neki is beginning to push A. So right now, Pacific, the map is starting to close in on them. Need to start to make decisions because Eternal Fire, they have all the information that they need.
For that reason exactly, no reason for Fabian to push up. He needs to hold this passive line and stop the threat of a split push onto B.
He has been an absolute hero for Eternal Fire, especially thinking back to last week. It continues to be that case in this round at least. So it's an Valorant 1 versus 4. He's good for his 1vx's, but this feels a bit out of his boathouse. It will be the case. Eternal Fire to answer straight back in.
And that's exactly the kind of response that you feared from the Pacific side, because Eternal Fire do have the quality. Felt more like a structural issue, at least in these first few rounds. A question of whether they perhaps woke up a little bit sleepy, hadn't quite smelled the coffee, but as soon as they're on the same page, you start to see why they are so acclaimed already within this stage.
Yeah, that's after Ninja using the Nightfall as well, but looks like Pacific straight back to what was working for them. They're going to go for a quick exit. Fabian pushed back. As he forced back as well, but it's the showstopper to respond. Seven trying to use his, but can't get the blast packs to work. And now still has that rocket, won't even get to fire it off. As Eternal Fire are very quickly shutting down Pacific after the ultimates they threw into the mixer. So it has to be a clutch from Ninja, which he can't even really get started. We're within 1.
Rounds again like this where Pacific then try something different. They go for a much quicker look towards the A site, and Fabian is immediately there to answer all judgment. The rotation's pretty quick so far, because when Pacific have been all in, it's 4 or 5 bodies through the same avenue.
And yeah, it just looks like that, right? Like, you use big key pieces and rounds like that can decide your fate. Where does Pacific go next? They're going to change up straight away once again. Back to this 1-3-1 default, 3 players towards mid. This Echo to hold this part of the map down. He was successful in doing so last time, but not successful here.
7 immediately cuts that out, and this is precious real estate for Pacific. Couple of times now, they've been stopped from making it to vents, merging that push with either of those players on the extremities we spoke about earlier. For now, it's just Valorant outside of A on a very deep line because the rest are interested with this B tower position, and Eternal Fire have invested utility to challenge it.
Yeah, this is a fake that they did last week so many times, and well, that Nightfall might cut them out for pushing any further forwards.
Catches 3 players, now working their way, backtracking in fact, into main where Necky's already set up to knock them down. 2 quick kills out of him, and Izzy even missing the leg shot onto 7. But eventually corrects himself, and with Valorant dropping the spike in behind, it's a no-scope from Izzy to follow up. Eternal Fire just moments away from tying the scoreline from the timeout.
30 seconds.
Unless Cooper has anything to say for it, but he doesn't. Lips sealed shut, and Fire back on form.
You can see another timeout coming out after that last round. Very quick from 7, but overall that Nightfall having so much impact. And Pacific floundered when they were trying to get onto the site, when the decision actually should have been just to hit that site.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? The Nightfall there is a real punch across the jawline. Pacific from experimenting between going for these direct rounds and now what looks to be another all-in, but with a slightly slower pace.
Yeah.
Molly's already dropped towards the site. It's only Ordas here watching B.
Yeah, he's only had 1 kill so far to identify this site would be huge.
Wow.
That's his second. And what? Echo somehow managed to get a Molly into place. Ninja spray working out as well. 3v2. This Nightfall to try and play in the tower players, but it's not hit anyone.
No, it's just allowed Fabian to get out back on the site itself, whereas Izzy is holding things down in rotation again.
No.
As the Neon player, he's here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, but it's just, look at this. Cooper to fake out towards A all by himself. The spike slowly makes its way on towards B, but Ninja needs to get a move on because there is a Neon in play, and that rotates much quicker than you expect.
But it's the gap that they've now got to cross with middle, an uncertainty that makes this an issue. Looking at Pacific here, their post-plant at 56%, but another issue highlighted by the captain. The ex-academy graduates now in play for this 2-on-2. And with Fabian creeping closer, it's Ninja, 1 off the ace. Izzy up in the heavens, already spotted. Cupid will finish it off, and Pacific retake their lead.
It's a huge round to win out. 5-4 Pacific regaining that lead, as you said, but in the post-plant, Cooper had used all his stars. Should they have lost one fight or Ninja up close, it would have been a dodgy one. Nice spray down to bring it into a winnable position.
Who are they picking, bro? Come on!
Come on, man.
They know the game plan, though, and I think that's the most important detail that we have to stress. Eternal Fire are going to give them these fights because they've been winning them all stage. So with CNED set up on utility here, Fabian just waits for a moment to bait out those peaks. When he re-clears, it's a swift double.
I agree, but it is Ordas to hold down the site. Couldn't do it last time, only got 1 kill up close in the corner. And you can see Pacific once again doubting themselves.
Smoke timings, everything here. Ordas nailed to the wall by Valorant. And again, CNED knows those tricks too well. The first Turkish champion on a global stage knows exactly the DNA that runs in the blood of these teams, and with Izzy in the 1v3, he knows a stage or two himself. Might just be looking to save the operator here.
Or not. Full battle utility could give it a go.
But with this gun, feels unlikely. He sent the utility in, so still looks to be entertaining the idea that someone would swing him, but Past that, it is just the save as we expect and the towel thrown in. Pacific adapting to what Eternal Fire have been doing here and actually getting some rounds back for themselves.
Yeah, but it's come through, right? Identifying where the Omen's playing and really hitting that site. Because the big question that the desk asked us on the toss over to us has always, would you prefer Astra or do you prefer Omen? And the reason why Astra is preferred to Omen is because there's so much more stall potential. That paranoia no longer has the effect that it once did. And right now, Audaz just isn't hitting the shots that he normally would.
It's a conversation we've had many times over the years in Valorant with utility and what kind of safeguards an agent will give you when you're not performing. I think the best example I can think of was back in the day, right? Phoenix over Reyna. That's an old one for you.
Jeez,
just the fact that you have the ult, right? If you didn't have anything else, if you can't play off it, and I guess here, it's what you're saying, a bit more of a stockpile. Again, preference, the biggest thing. And if you do just want to engage quickly, then Omen does have the tools for it. But the only antagonist right now I can see is Echo. And he's taken all of the mid space with Alorante arriving late.
It's up to Halo to clear this out. In fact, you see right now Echo's going elsewhere. Eternal Fire are interested towards the A side. This is looking like a brilliant fake.
Yeah, for whatever reason, they seem to think it was the other side, but is he finally on high alert? And when he comes back into the site, comes crashing down on the heads of two Pacific players. Movement not good enough in the end to bail him out of the situation, and Neki, with a hopeless death in the heavens, means that Echo has so much heavy lifting to do, and that mid-walk down we were waiting for comes in far too soon. Pacific ready for every last peek, and with Fabian only on a shotgun at that range, 7, the one to put it to a close. Pacific with their 7th.
Yeah, now 1 away from an 8-4 half, which is more than respectable. And Eternal Fire have been completely adjusted to, right? I think that's a big thing. Pacific haven't needed to time out, and what could be a very important second half, having 2 timeouts in the pocket.
Yo! Come on! Come on, baby!
And you can feel the confidence from the players as well.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think you mentioned closing out earlier. It's at that point later on in the series where you start to question it of them, because right now it's been the perfect start. Last chance to get another here up against the full buy, and with 7 already closing the distance on this site with the rocket, he is going to finish off what was started in main. Full assault of the A site here. And with those only Izzy left, he has to play in with the operator. Finds the first.
Has the ulti as well. This could be somewhat doable, but with 7 hiding away in the pit and plate, I think this should be over and done with.
It's on a timer. Izzy running out of opportunities at this point. Right back into the open arms of 7. And there you go. Pacific with 8 on their attack side of Split. It's been their pick all year long, yet to win it a single time, whereas Eternal Fire in this core remain undefeated. Could this be the shake-up that makes the difference? Find out after this.
Look how sad they are, bro. Look how sad they are.
So into the second half of Split we go, and as it stands, a fairly commanding lead from Pacific. Some of the rounds themselves looking like a whitewash for both sides. I have to say, impressed with how they've handled Eternal Fire's aggression so far. And the main player I want to talk about on the Pacific side is Ninja, someone who looks like he's really come into his own over these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you can see the difference, right? ACS, not much of a change, but the fact his KD has, the fact that he is more in these rounds, there's more chance for him to have his utility belt. I think that's the big difference.
Yeah, for me, I would say impact on Ninja is more being felt through the eye test more than anything else.
Yeah.
Like, if you just look at the statistics there, in some of them, he's gone backwards since kickoff. But yeah, it's a couple of the rounds he had against Fnatic the other week as well. Looking a lot more assured on the stage too, where coming into this, you know, moving to a foreign country, away from home for the first time as a pro player, adds a lot of pressures that we don't always talk about. And he has definitely grown into the role, but still work to be done here for Pacific on that road to a first win in the VCT. And already, Eternal Fire letting their presence be felt in Garage. A bit of a fake and an AWP collected as they head towards A.
Oh, Alo having to try and dodge round. Izzy is the one that ends up getting stunned there. Elsewhere, Neki opens up the B side. Pacific are walking down mid as well. There's a lot of moving parts to this round. Are Pacific in the right position to catch off this rotate?
I think Seven's just heard the steps here of Ordaz.
Yeah, he's coming through, coming round, and Ninja catches him off guard. Advantage Pacific. Echo making this even, though, as we go back and forth in the spike plant being attempted. There's still players in Garage for Pacific. You can see on multiple fronts, people are taking fights, and it's Eternal Fire for the moment. They seem to be coming out on top, and certainly will be. Big pistol round to win.
It's another one of those rounds where Pacific on paper have the right setup from a macro perspective, and then Eternal Fire just send another left hook. The micro between some of the individuals on this team just looking top notch at times. Able to play out of a bad situation, stuck on site, receptive to that main push that came in very late on. And Echo winning his duels in heaven is what ultimately makes the biggest of differences.
Yeah, it literally comes down to individual duels and hitting your shots, because, say for instance, those main players break out and get a couple of kills there, the round's in their favour. This time it's not like last time, in the sense that Pacific were being quick, being proactive. It's Eternal Fire waiting for something, the defence to make the first move.
Yeah, and look at this. Echo is already all the way out on A. He's been known to do this over the last year or so as we've become more familiar with his character. Usually the player on the Ghost in these rounds, taking as many liberties as possible. And with VALORANT, the only player to guard the A site from vent right now. That's how far back they are. It'll be an easy plant.
Well, it will be 5v5 retake. You're probably expecting Pacific to wait for the spike to explode. So overall, yeah, I think you look at the post-plant success rate has kind of sets you to favour Eternal Fire. So they go hunting for these orbs.
And look at the positions that they're holding right now. We saw this a lot against Vitality, the high line where they really want to stop the defenders having any comfort setting up for their retake, right? If you've got any scripted bits, any set pieces, you can't take up the position that you'd want to. VALORANT does get the one freebie on Echo. But I think from that point, any residual is just saved.
I like that from Pacific, right? Give nothing away. Neki playing towards trying to get at least one of these orbs. Will get it in the end. And Seven's even found Neki there as well. So at least 3 rifles kept into the next one.
Yeah, looks like Ninja's already halfway to a Nightfall early on, but the reason why Neki's taking those fights is because he's now won off his own Nightfall. And what a tool that will be for Eternal Fire heading into this bonus round. We spoke a couple of times already about Pacific being able to close out maps and it only being the difference of a couple. Well, Eternal Fire have won both pistols, where they failed to get the anti-eco before they have done now. A bonus on top makes all of the difference.
I'll find you.
Once again, Eternal Fire go for a slow roll, trying to play with the conditioning that everybody would expect for them to just hit you in the face as hard as possible and let you adapt. Pacific this time, though, are being forced all the way, slow and surely. Eternal Fire showing us a new face to their game.
Yeah, the A site is left hanging for them right now, as Heaven Control has already been steadily established, with Pacific now cut off through the Toxin. There was just a moment where it looked like Izzy could get found out, and Echo will have been heard dropping into this close corner.
Yeah, I think the barrel just got seen as well. Neki now going to activate on the flank, and I can't quite win out the duel, but it does create a little bit of delay in the retake.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's taking so long for Pacific to complete this rotation that actually even CNED is going back to reinvestigate. The Heaven space only now repealed, and with that, Neki also arriving late in main, but focus on the site as Ordaz is cornered, Util dropping up to his ankles. Seven has offed CNED with his own nade, and as Echo's able to stand his ground, the follow-up should be there. Or so you'd think. Valorant in a position of distress, and quite simply can't do enough to cope.
For a minute, though, I thought Neki would have put Pacific in an advantageous position, right? It's 4v5 on site, and on top of that, I know it's only a pistol, but numbers really matter in these situations. Pacific unluckily forcing CNED to get caught out there. And yeah, I mean, it's a big round to win out the bonus round, completely break the defensive bye, and Eternal Fire has shown us something different.
Setting up for this round, it's another Garage default by the looks of it. Eternal Fire have been able to collect this orb pretty easily so far, but there is fight back from Pacific this time. Yeah, that push and pull as the utility will capture Cooper in the end.
Yeah, man, I think that from that point on, it should be easy enough. And that's it, right? I think that this is the next evolution for Eternal Fire, I guess, to think about going towards those playoffs. Is a nice kill from Neki to unlock the site, as they can't continuously be playing with this high-octane kind of fast-action play, because a team like Fnatic, for instance, they'll adapt to that. They'll have a game plan to come in to face that.
Yeah, there are teams towards the upper end, I think, that have the ability to be unperturbed by the style that Eternal Fire are playing, as this is an in-zone flawless for them, not for the first time so far in the map. But I think we also probably lack enough of those teams in EMEA, those cerebral teams that can actually crank the pace all the way down and stop what they're doing compared to other regions perhaps, or regions that play even heavier into it if you talk about Pacific, for example.
Yeah, agreed.
And right now, Pacific are looking for a solution themselves. This is half so far unanswered to the attack side.
Yeah, and I think that answer should come through CNED's operator. We know what he can be like once that comes online.
Oh no. Echo has missed the mid lineup. Fortunately enough for him, it shouldn't bear too much weight, considering the fact that this operator is posted towards A. That's what we've got to be looking at.
Yeah, it's now force the players to try and get active through mid a little bit quicker than expected. Nightfall and Showstopper invested as a couple of kills go elsewhere. Actually goes Pacific's way of all. And now the spike being down shows you exactly what can be done in the snap in an instance.
Yeah. I'm impressed by Pacific with that hold, but the question is, how repeatable will that be? One of the answers to these fast rounds that we see is countering it with some of your own more aggressive play. Cheeky angle from Seven, for example. The lineup there missing because I think the jump was a little too early, perhaps, but there you go.
Think you're surprised, I guess, maybe? I don't know what was going on, but listen, you're happy if you get the round. That's the main thing here. Is once again Eternal Fire, go towards mid, do the same attacking lineup.
Speaking of lineups, looks like the Viper Orbs moved elsewhere. Over on A, where CNED will be inhibited here a little bit.
Valoranti's changed his orb as well towards Heaven to stop anybody trying to hit towards the B site, and they try and play forward in towards Ordaz, who's not had the best of series, and given the advantage towards the defense.
Yeah, nice reclear called by Cooper, and actually a gap in the backline now opens up for Seven.
Trying to work it is Favian now, all the way in towards Defender's spawn.
Did he get spotted?
Alo seeing it now. So that makes it an even bigger advantage for this defense. C-Red now identifying the players trying to come up rope, and Eternal Fire really stalling out here.
Up on the line though, and numbers to stop the cross.
Denied at the minute. 30 seconds remaining to get this spike down, but it's stuck in heaven. Echo now trying to be another angle in which this attack can try and get on towards the site. But at the same time, Pacific begin to close on in. Not even going to get a chance. Is this a flawless round, perhaps, for Pacific? The answer is no, but it's just as good. 4 players alive, doubling up the rounds and getting double digits for Pacific.
Exactly what they needed to respond, not just once, but 2 times over here, and it will force Eternal Fire to react with a timeout of their own. Brilliant shot from CNED there in transition. And you can see what the protocols look like for this Pacific side. The reclear in B main now, something which they're starting to bank on a little bit more, understanding it's early ground that Eternal Fire want to try and take.
Yeah, you have to agree, right? Eternal Fire, if they've been going a lot for taking mid, going a lot for prioritising this part of the map, whereas Pacific then go, right, okay, we'll take the extremities, we'll hold that down. CNED holding down from ramp, right, with the operator. I think unlucky not to get a pick early doors with that. So how do you change this up if you're Eternal Fire? What would the adjustments that you would make here?
Well, I mean, first of all, we'd seen them play with attack side op in the past, but in this situation, they don't have the money for it. So if you're talking about just holding down a line and trying to punish, then that doesn't really look like an option.
Oh.
I think playing through Echo and some of these lurks that he's already had, definitely a possibility. You saw the gaps that were opening up for them in the previous round, but just not quite getting the timing on it.
Yeah, I could give you another adjustment, Hazza. It's just hit A, it seems like.
Exactly, like just keep it direct, keep it straightforward. Neki is the spike bearer, so he's pretty far back on this to haunt them up ramp early on. The double duelist starting to dive in.
They're trying to play off their own wall and the conditioning that could possibly set, but with the toxins gone and 7 also off the board, this makes this a lot more doable. The Viper's pick seems to be wasted as well, so that's a great entry for CNED.
Yeah, brilliant shot from him. And now heading back into the retake. Ninja just 1 off of the Nightfall. CNED his own ult, and of course Cupid with the Cosmic Divide at this point in time. It's an all-in for Pacific if they go for it.
Just keep your eye on Favian for the moment as well, as he's towards main, maybe looking to try and get up ramp. Pacific try and decipher exactly what they want to do. It seems like a reclear towards ramp would be a good decision, but you're heading into what has been the most on-form player for Eternal Fire, and he's not going to miss a chance. So all 4 now look to bunker down on site, while the remaining 3 of Pacific have to try and get here, but time is running out.
I mean, Eternal Fire quickly identify the retakes coming from main, so they've adjusted brilliantly.
Yeah, that they have, and Eternal Fire have to fight their way out, which they'll do successfully. Only Alorante left alive with a rifle in his hands, and Eternal Fire are back within 1.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of a fumble there from Pacific in terms of what the call was on the retake. They understood that they wanted to take away the main control, but from that point on, it's a really slow follow-up from the players behind Cupid here. Fabian finds this kill, and then it all just staggers completely. I don't know if the plan was to use his ult at all, because it's so situational, right? Especially on that site. The best example I can give probably is if you were retaking from screens and then you wanted to cut off where the spike was planted, but plenty of them still available here.
And that's what Pacific will be banking on. Remember, they also have 2 timeouts to use if they want to. Eternal Fire with none. But as they go down mid, Favian is the player caught off guard. A refight from Shops gets Neki his own. So we're still resting what I thought was a 4 versus 4. But it's not. It's Eternal Fire got 1 more. CNED just jumping in towards site. Didn't realise there was a player below him. That was Echo. As it continues to be 1-on-1 consistently all around the map. And it seems as if we're going to even out 3v3.
You've seen it still hanging around here, though.
Yeah, next fight against Echo. Can't quite get the kill. Showstopper is good, though. And so is Seven. And it's just Echo within his pit that gets caught off guard. Big round for Pacific.
Perfect response. It feels like, how many times have we said that so far in this map where Eternal Fire do a lot of the right things and then Pacific seem to have the right adaptation afterwards, which I couldn't necessarily say was the story against Fnatic. The improvements are there, and with a little bit of headroom now, 11 rounds up, as has been their average for the 3 times that they've played it so far. Do they have those last couple of rounds in them? Look at this. It's a big swing round in the sense that if Eternal Fire lose, they're broke.
Yeah, and they're going to use the ultimates to back it up. Echo through mid. You can feel the danger lurking through as he comes from behind. Pacific's retake, though, is getting underway as Echo comes through at the right time. But is it too late?
Oh!
The answer is yes! As Pacific's retake is successful, they'll go on to map point.
At such a critical juncture in the game, Pacific start to show the sort of mettle that we've been waiting for them for weeks. That mental blockade that had been stopping them from unlocking true potential, now finally unshackled perhaps. It gets so chaotic. But who's there at the end of the tunnel? The light that can finally shine out of the dark, it's Cupid.
Yeah, but here we go. Just a straight up execute to deny Pacific their first map here on Split, their first win. It's ended up going Cupid's way here. And Ninja as well. Pacific have got a brilliant start to this round.
I mean, Eternal Fire have absolutely nothing going for them at this point. There is no reason to take an extra duel.
Oh, it looks like they want to, though. Is VALORANT within this? Oh! Looks to put Eternal Fire to the sword! Pacific finally shows a map win!
And not just that, better than any that we'd seen from them up until this point. Very convincing from Pacific as they're able to win Split for the first time this year.
Just joining with Cupid once he comes over. Cupid, can I grab you? Hello, congratulations! You won Split after 4 weeks of picking it. How do you feel right now?
I mean, I don't think we picked it every time, no?
The past 4 weeks, you picked Split first every single time.
Not good then. If it's the first win, it's kind of tough. But I think our split is looking good. I think today we came in like not sure what to pick. We came in with the confident pick of Split because every time it was really close. I think every time we lost it either by 1 pistol round or 2 bad post punts. Like it was really close.
Literally double digits every single time. But you've been able to close it out now. Good luck on the next map. And we're going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere.
Guys, I just want to say one thing. This game is full mental, okay? These guys are going to go in. They're going to try to peek us. I want to make sure that we're just shooting them back. They're not that good. They have overperformed for the last 3 games in a row. No matter what happens on first map, we can win the second map, we can win the third map. I need you to play with full confidence. I don't want you to feel like any round or any map is like must win for us. We don't have to win anything, okay?
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tick tick boom 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose.
이곳엔 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷장점 부대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세 와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 judge you can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
Nice, baby! Come on!
Come on!
Nice!
Who are they picking, bro?
Bro, look at them, bro. There's no that, man.
We thought maybe it might have been a little bit of copium floating around there in the Pacific camp with how joyous they were coming into such a high-stakes series, but they end up winning their map pick, the first one here for Split. You already mentioned it when you talked to Cuba, but finally going their way, Billy. They get the win. We thought it was like, what is it, the definition of stupidity or whatever it is like doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Honestly,
insanity.
Yeah, the definition of insanity.
No, but I think it's crazy, right, that they were able to close this one out. I think especially as well when you consider Eternal Fire being able to pick up both pistols, right? Obviously, Pacific being able to come in with a thrifty on that second round, which was really impressive in itself. And I think that kudos to them for doubling down and continuing to pick a map that they're finally able to close out.
Something that Tom was like, 10 rounds is great, double digits, cool, but closing out, that's what's going to be impressive. But he's still not impressed.
I'd say it's a gamble and a half. Like, when it works, it's cool, but like, it still was a massive risk to go into it.
Okay.
I want to see more from them, though. Like, realistically, this was a map they always went close on. This was a map that we talked about that, like, they never able to finish out the deal, which was nice to see them finally do that. I think one of my other biggest critiques from last week was that we never see more than one player really popping off at a time. We did in this game. We got Ninja at the start, we got VALORANT all the way through, Seven had a good game. Like, when we see all of these individuals actually performing, it looks like a pretty solid team, but we don't normally get that.
Yeah, I think VALORANT in particular is someone that we kind of had hoped would be able to step up, right? He is so great individually. I think he was my rookie choice coming into this year as well, someone to keep an eye on. Don't want to flex or anything, but you have to get it in there. Yeah, so I think like for him, this is the kind of performance that I expect him to put up. Obviously, had waited so long to get his chance in Tier 1, and the way that he was able to play throughout this first map, I want to see consistency now, going into the second, going into the third if it has to get to that point. I think that he's such a character that we have in our league, and to be able to perform like that is just great for him.
Yeah, it was nice to get to talk to him, and then you see in the server, you're right, everyone really showing up at different points. VALORANT just doing that sort of next level thing for themselves. You do wonder, it was their map pick though, how exactly is it going to turn out for them when they go into Eternal Fire's pick for Fracture, and that's something only a coach can answer for us.
Win on split, Fracture and S. Will you be parking the bus or going to Marcelo Bielsa? No, Marcelo, please, no.
No Marcelo. I mean,
it's not park the bus.
Yeah, it's not park the bus. I mean,
it's probably the most aggro comp, but
yeah, it's not tiki-taka, it's not parking the bus, it's not Haram Val.
It's first time that we play like balanced comp, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
You will see the comp that is.
Yeah, I think it's the most normal. Well, not that much. We don't want to give spoilers, so yeah. And we finally got the W1 split. Let's go.
It's the first comp that we gave the full comfort to the players. Like they were asking and begging for playing this comp, and we give it to them. You will see on Fracture. Hopefully we win and we don't need to show.
Hopefully we deliver, yeah.
We don't need to show the Park the Bus on Lotus.
It's always a fine line riding. Are you getting over eager? Will you jinx yourself? Or is it the confidence that your team really needs to say when we win this? Because that's what they need for themselves coming into Fraction now. They didn't play any spoilers, but maybe either of you two can give spoilers as to where you think it would potentially go with Pacific here, now going up against Eternal Fire on that Fracture.
I actually have no idea. I think especially because the coach just said, like, we gave the players, like, control. Like, we let them, you know, pick with what comforts they want on this map, and that they said it's probably the most normal map that they have.
Okay, so maybe we're not getting veto again.
Yeah, so potentially not veto. Hopefully not
I'm
veto.
guessing it's probably like Neon, Raze, Fade. Like that for me is like the standard. Controller of choice, I'd probably go Omen. And then it's that 5th slot that I'm kind of looking at, because I feel like a lot of teams, like maybe you could run the veto in that scenario, maybe you could run a Cypher. If you want an additional Sentinel, maybe you throw in another Initiator. So I think the 5th slot is where I'm most intrigued. I would assume they're going to stick to the double duelist, and I know a lot of teams were querying...
Do we get CNED Chamber?
Maybe. That could be a good choice. Yeah. I think a lot of teams were querying whether or not they still want to run Breach, because in the past, Breach was a huge factor on this map, but most people kind of moved away from that agent.
We can also talk about the other side of the coin, right? Eternal Fire, it is one map down, and whilst for Pacific it was on the verge of elimination if they lose the series, Eternal Fire are just outside of looking playoffs. So whilst it isn't necessarily do or die for them, it's something that you want to be able to get for yourself. And so now their map pick, Fracture popping up. They've got a lot of their agents being picked here with the Teo Sky, Cypher, Neon, and Brimstone.
Both teams going into the double initiator instead. So it's like, as I said, controller of choice, not too surprising. The Sky obviously gives you a little bit more information in terms of those deep flashes on either side. So you can kind of gamble, because this is an unorthodox map. You don't just have to gamble a side, you have to gamble north or south on the direction that you're going. So I think that having that extra information is going to be good. I think Teo's ult as well and the salvos are super strong for clearing certain angles. It does seem like they're going to go for the veto though with Valorante, and I'll be honest, every veto I've seen so far, I think in the whole tournament I haven't enjoyed.
I have not been impressed by any of the vetoes that we've seen so far, Tom, especially in EMEA, and that is going to be locked. So I'm intrigued to see how that's going to be utilised, especially when we've kind of framed Valorante as being such a great site anchor. How he's actually going to be able to utilise this veto is going to be something I'm keeping my eye on. I think as well, I want to lean into this double initiator chat across both teams. Obviously having the same reads by picking up that Tejo and Sky I think is really interesting. And on the other Sentinel side as well, to just touch on Echo being on the Cypher, I think the Sentinel head-to-head could be the key difference maker here in this matchup.
I could see it. I definitely favor the Echo Cypher. I've been a big fan of his for a while, and I think that I prefer the agent.
You just prefer the agent. Sometimes it's just like that, right? And you do wonder, is comfort letting the players pick going to be that hindsight that lets down Pacific? Either way, we'll see. They're with that one map up. They have the confidence for them right now. But we can head on over to two more confident men. It's Cairo and Hazza.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much, Desk. Listen, Hazza, we have gone to the unthinkable, right? Pacific have won a map. Can they go one step further? Can they win this series against an opponent like Eternal Fire?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most important detail. A team like Eternal Fire, a team in form that right now was feeling infallible coming into this game, because Pacific have won maps before. We've seen them push teams, but a team of this perceived quality at this stage, in the stage, when it is do or die, when everything's on the line, is a completely different conversation. And now it will be Eternal Fire's map pick. So if there was any home ground to rally on, it would be Fracture. But at the same time, Cairo, it's the first time we've ever seen this map played from them.
Yeah, it's an incredible thing to think about, right?
The Ulf Core didn't even play this once in their history because it wasn't in the pool the entire Ascension run. So the expectations really non-existent. Can those scrims translate into an official? It's not started off the best, and Eternal Fire fighting back through here, actually. do get the better of it. Cupid's got to come up with the goods. He's empty-handed. Ordaz on the swivel. Makes it 4 to finish another pistol. Eternal Fire winning everyone so far.
Fired up and angry, as you said, have won every single pistol, but when Pacific were on the attack of Split, they were able to immediately bounce back. Can they do the same here? That's the big question we've got to be thinking about.
It is. And if we're talking map theory and what it is that Fracture really requires of you, as a defender, it's getting aggressive, it's taking space. What are Eternal Fire good at? Exactly those things. So already we can sit here and hypothesize. Oh my God, what a word. Hypothesize a little bit about why it might be good for them. Cheeky so-and-so. But you're starting to see that put into play.
Yeah, I'm liking this from the attack, right? They realise what they need to do. They're going for the orbs. Echo's trying to deny this with the judge, so expecting him to get a couple here, and oh, it's not going the way you'd expect. This is exactly how that round in Split started, gaining a judge.
And no less, it is the Sentinel players left. Ordaz out to dry here!
This is doable! The spike goes down, and with a rifle in hand, Ninja has the Phantom.
Surely not 2 maps in a row. I mean, Pacific have the arcade control here. That's going to be huge. Ninja with a drone late.
Oh.
He's offline now.
Yeah, and that Phantom goes offline, as well as any utility that was left in pocket already. The pool gone. This is looking like a successful retake for Eternal Fire. That judge coming through.
Yeah.
Couple of rifles, getting the kills. It's up to CNED. His Phantom looking decent. Doesn't have the slide. Has to try and hit his shots now as Fabian tries to bait him out. Bullets are getting low here. He needs to hit his shots, and he's not doing it. His time goes away. Oh, no! Pacific answer straight back. It's exactly like Split.
You know, they say it takes 2 to tango. I don't know what kind of a wide peak we just saw to end it, but it's a Red Bull clutch that goes in favor of Pacific. And so 2 maps in a row, they found an immediate equalizer. You and me on a Friday night, mate.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, dancing shoes on.
Right, okay. Straight back in. Pacific take advantage in terms of economy. And it seems like Eternal Fire want to play this on the front foot.
If you don't want to go dancing again, man, that's fine. You just tell me. Cupid has had enough of the silly business. 3 quick kills, lays down the law. And Valorant doing the same on the other extremity. I mean, look, gotta sound like a broken record talking about Eternal Fire and some of the rounds we've seen from them. Obviously, this is an eco. The expectations are lifted off, but into the gun rounds, gotta see a little bit more from how they're playing, because it's been so risky.
Yeah, and I agree, right? But the thing is, though, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's the kind of the play style.
It's like Echo with a judge solo in a smoke there in arcade on that second round. Just scary stuff, you know. You don't want to give the shotgun to the players there if there's no possibility at a trade, as Pacific keep a lot of their guns here in Zone Flawless.
Yeah, they do, all of them. And I think, I agree, but that just sums up Eternal Fire. They want to play forward, play on the ones. You know the individuals are good. And with a 42% win rate in EMEA as a whole, could Pacific add to that?
I mean, it's interesting, actually, that's what the statistic is, because I can't remember a memorable veto performance, I think, in this region. So Pacific, obviously one of the teams, maybe the only team that have lent into it here. Izzy is able to find exactly that. Valorant early on in B main, rest of the pressure being created from arcade side, but Pacific pumped the brakes for a moment.
Yeah, looking to try and respond and scale up with the utilities. Fabian, who was MVP of Split, tries to be MVP of this map, but takes a step too far.
They just continue that progression, and it's the peak with no utility tower back into the shotgun, which you didn't necessarily know was going to be there, but Eternal Fire kind of making decisions on their lonesome right now. Is he still propping up the other end of the map? But the spike's got a long way to go.
Oh, it does. Cupert's gone investigating in this time, maybe for a full wrap, who knows? Eternal Fire maybe beginning to doubt themselves with a Cosmic Divide going in. You can hear the steps starting to go away. So when do Pacific make their move? It seems like now, as the players make their way out of tower, the Stars going in. This is the Eternal Presence that you can see, but it's the Eternal Fire that continues to burn Pacific.
Great kills. Now the remaining players in through tower again. I mean, Seven just needs to create space.
It does. Plan open is not what you want to do. As Cupert now basically goes into a death match. With time so low, he needs to get the spike. It is done, and it's Echo to finish out. 2-2, a great chance for Pacific, but just a little bit overcooked.
Perhaps. I think, honestly, the fake there from Cupert was perfect. I don't think it was confirmed that either of those rotations happened just because of the distance on the audio. Making their way back through spawn. But then here, there's just no solid ground to stand on. Eternal Fire feeling good about themselves as Izzy's Ock finds value again.
Looks like Echo is going for some kill trips towards that B site. And Pacific leaving the Veto all alone towards the bridge side, while the rest begin to work their way towards that B main.
You can see there the Interceptor trying to shut down some of that utility as Valorant is on the spawn side for the attack right now as, again, they take Arcade and scale onto the site.
Oh, and Echo's caught. Oh my god, the kill's just going Pacific's way every time. Evolution gone off the board, and now Echo trying to brawl his way through. We'll give information to Izzy. This operator in a 1 versus 4, I do not fancy this hazard.
No, it does have the ult to fall back on and a full utility belt, but it's such a costly maneuver to make when you look at the money on the Fire side. Better to just save it off.
Surely, right? Like, that's the key win here. Is as he holds at least a line to make it expensive for Pacific.
Yeah, he's looking for an exit. He's going to get one. I want to come back to this conversation about the Veto, though. I think of all the teams that I remember seeing running it, the only one that springs to mind immediately would have been Global Esports in Pacific during kickoff.
Yeah.
I think it was Udatan piloting it there. And actually, it was Seven playing the Veto for Pacific in their own kickoff run. And where you get the most value out of the kit is where you're taking this forward space using the chokehold, the trip. A lot of teams love to play this agent like it's a killjoy and just put the alarm bot down. But when you have a global piece of utility that can actually challenge a lane, it works really nice on Fracture. So I want to see the further development of this. Of course, the evolution doesn't get any value here. But Eternal Fire sweating a bit, perhaps. It's a timeout called in response.
I think this was a big component towards that split as well. There was Eternal Fire who pushed the button first on getting the timeouts in, because when we got to that later stage of that second half, they had none left. You could no longer see Afro coming in and speaking to his team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I find it interesting with Eternal Fire allowing Split into the Veto at the start. Not really looking too dangerous, because Izzy made a little bit of a slip up, I think, in one of the post matches the other day when he said that they'd been preparing specifically for the maps that they were expecting to come up, right? I think you look at Bind against Vitality, for example, that Vice pick feeling like a bit of ante into how they want to try and entry some of the sites at times, especially it only being Necky's 8th appearance in his career on a Sentinel. So where does the target come here, you know? Is it Fracture just being the element of surprise, or is there more to it?
I mean, that is the question, right? Like, again, Eternal Fire may be thinking, oh, listen, we can get some official practice on this map that we've not played.
I mean, sure, look, Pacific are for many people, the dead weight in the group, right? The one win that you're expecting to get. You write it off, but you can't write off a single team in this league, or you will pay maximum punishment, and that's exactly what it's looked like so far.
Yeah, I think like Pacific are not like teams of the past, right? Like Apex or Koi or anybody else that we've seen towards the bottom part. As we can see already, Pacific are looking to scale their way in towards the site. Echo's Judge blinded up, not going to get what he was looking for, and neither is Audaz. Right now, it's looking good as Eternal Fire drip feed into the site, and Pacific will eat good.
Happy to just invest that one ultimate to make sure they've got a clean point of entry on CNED. Is he already heading for the hills? And As time drags on, you should expect Pacific to chase this.
Cine does at least. His rifle not going to connect though. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, kill back in their favor, but it doesn't really matter a whole bunch.
I actually kind of like it that they delayed the plant a little bit as well there, just to see if maybe they could keep the attention of Izzy. But it's only Fabian saving now, and to build on what you were saying about ascended teams in the past, I don't think you could probably put two teams together that were more opposite when they had ascended, right? Because you look at Ulf here and, the previous Ulf core, right now Eternal Fire, as an organization, they'd only been able to keep one player, Izzy, the whole time, and that was it. They've absorbed the core of a previous team, whereas Pacific, they've had to fully rebuild themselves from what was that BBL Golden generation to now something different. But contrasting to what we have seen in the past, I think Pacific are actually very similar to an Apex in the sense that maybe, you know, they haven't won that first series yet. They've got close a lot of times with some off-meta picks like the Veto, and we saw the Deadlock with Apex in the past. So,
but the question that I've got for you though, like Apex ascended with their core intact, right? You think of the Moseys, like, you know, the only player they lost was Kayak. So in that way, they have more in common with Eternal Fire than what they do Pacific.
Yeah, and Soulcast, of course. I think that was a big one too. But no, I completely agree with you, right? It's a process, and one which takes time to build around, but now we're starting to see the fruits of Pacific's labor coming into the full purchase for both. This is a real opportunity to put Eternal Fire to the sword. Huge exchange between the ops, and as the first shot fires off, CNED knows all too well what Izzy's up to.
It's a big entry point, but in terms of kills, not in terms of map taken, as we can see double drones being used up by Eternal Fire here. As there's a pause, and Eternal Fire starting to doubt themselves. You can see maybe interested, are they going back towards A? I don't even think Pacific know what they're doing just yet.
Hypok was saying it last week, but CNED in this side would be the easy target, right? But I have to say, the commitment Pacific have made to him here, and just some of the rounds, how they're setting him up, is already looking way better on his rise back in the VCT, where he'd struggled before. Ult coming in here to just suppress the players towards Gen, but you've already seen a sidestep from Neki. He's playing in and around the smoke as the spike is getting ready to be planted. A counter ult prepared on the Eternal Fire side to just delay this. But crossing the 25-second mark, Pacific really, again, not in such a comfortable position for this post-plant.
Yeah, but they've not, Eternal Fire don't really have utility to retake, so it's just straight up fights.
And that's where it starts to benefit Ninja in the open air. That operator has changed hands, and now, with him bestowing it, it's easy enough to find the first. The trade, not so much. Plenty of utility to fall back on in this situation. Cupid almost with a full belt of stars as they're dropped to the side. The fight's taken on the front foot. The Fire can't do it. And so Pacific with 5 now, and another buy broken.
Operator saves straight back up. As you said, I think Pacific do so well to bleed the utility dry and leave Ninja in such a strong position with that operator. Nice trade of the dogs, but overall, I mean, it's the ultimates that get used in that last round that don't find the value.
The first pick and just hitting the pause button is huge for me too. Speaking of setup and CNED, that is a brilliant example of how they've just been enabling him at his strengths compared to, you know, when he was on Omen in Stage 2 last time. Is he still with this operator, which feels like it's managed to survive like a zombie round to round? I mean, it's actually a full investment here. They've spent every last credit to get it online. Not leaving too much behind in its wake. Fabian really going to dry peek this?
Looks like it.
I mean, he spotted the corner, but they've not seen CNED yet.
Well, the drone was about to confirm it. This, for the most part, eco round, as you said, like operator in play for Izzy, but he's towards Arcade and easily dealt with in the end.
I think he's probably going to be considering just walking away and trying to keep that in the next, yeah. It's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, Echo's invested into a Judge. Do you try and fling that forward?
I mean, it's like the most exposed site there possibly is. If you're not retaking from Arcade, you have no chance. Already spotted out. The spam will clear him. With Izzy's op yet to be revealed, Pacific, those cogs start to turn and you start to realize, hang on a second.
Yeah.
There is a snake in the grass, and that will confirm it.
Well, Izzy already has his ultimate, so if you fling bodies at him, it's not really that much of a problem, especially with the economy that Pacific have. But it looks like they're happy with the round, happy with getting up towards 6. And the question I have, Hazza, if you're Eternal Fire, when do you think about pressing that second timeout?
I mean, we've seen them in the past actually go for a pretty early double timeout. I think it might have been in that Vitality game where they were trailing at a scoreline similar to this on Lotus, which would be our decider if we go to it. So Afro has shown that he knows exactly where that button is and isn't afraid of going for it if he thinks it's required.
One enemy remaining.
But Fracture sometimes can feel like a map where if you're all in on a certain area and there is no answer back, freaky Valorante, then you don't know if your setup is bad or not, right? It's like, are they going to play into us? And actually, looks like he has the antidote here.
Seems to be the case, but it is just a drone sent forward instead. You can see right now, Eternal Fire considering a crunch, but I thought the players on the A main would have taken a step further, instead scared as the drone sent towards the B portion. And Pacific again slow scale and completely bleed Eternal Fire dry.
Eternal Fire also playing, you know, pretty passive in this position, all things considered. Izzy, with the absence of a breach, is the connective tissue between the two sites. The first responder with that operator. He's been called into action towards A, but I mean, there's very little pressure there. It's only now this dog starting to come through, which draws your attention.
Alo needs to be careful because he's going up against the operator and gives himself up. So advantage towards the defense. The first time I've seen that in a while.
Nice use of the salvos here. Should clear Fabian out.
Seems to be the case. Is CNED towards Arcade all by himself towards the site. Pacific need to get a move on now, guys, because the time is getting too low.
Oh. Full rotation with 30 seconds. This could be an absolute blinder if Pacific are able to pull this off, but still a lot of ground to cover and still that Cypher util up.
Yeah, big if, big question. And it is Audaz to hold it down himself. Didn't have the best first map, could make up for it here if he shows us the good. Supported by the Cypher utility. All he needs to do is deny the spike plant. But Izzy's already here to help with that, as he's got 3 on the round. And it's just left all alone to Ninja. Does he have the time? The answer is no. And it will end up being an Eternal Fire round.
Yeah.
What?
It's a, I don't know what. It's a frustrating one for Pacific, I think, because if Valorante had stayed alive in main here and not got caught by Izzy, then they would have had a platform to actually make this A take happen later on into the round. But it's all left a little bit too soon at that point in time. So Eternal Fire have got there first.
This goes here.
Vamos.
First in 5, that is. And this is where we see the change up.
Launching missile.
Just straightforward. Starting now to ask questions of the A side as they look towards Sand, actually, is the entry, and it's Echo to be involved. And continues to be, actually. Big information to come through in terms of the retake is still, you can see Pacific trying to scale in. 3-on-3. Fabian tries something special, but it's Delight and Neki, one of his own. 1v3 Valorant, what have you got for us? Can't quite connect the heads. Known for his sharp shooting. Can he show it here? The answer is no. Okay, 2 rounds now in a row for Eternal Fire.
And the distance starting to close. It's this stage in the game where we really test the character of Pacific and see if they have what it takes to stay in this division. Because, of course, with 2027 on the horizon, we have no idea what this team looks like at that point. But for now, every single one of those players wants to prove themselves because other than CNED, it's their debut at this level. And I think you look at that round, it's just the spike getting caught in sand, really. It ends up being a little bit awkward on that side of the push.
100%.
Not too far away, honestly, from making this a devastating half.
Yeah, and I think as well, if Pacific win this match, the kind of bottom of the table, that last team to qualify from this group. It now gets so interesting, right? Because we have BBL versus Vitality, a game that I never thought would be bottom of the group decider. But then Pacific get to play against Vitality for playoff life. That's an incredible situation to be in.
Yeah, Eternal Fire's final game is also against GX, who play tomorrow against Fnatic. But with them picking up a win themselves, I mean, this group, it just could devolve into absolute chaos. So I think right now, the natural order is the only thing holding it together. If Eternal Fire aren't able to win this one, even as one of the new standouts within the region, then how cooked are we, you know? Who knows?
For sure, mate, for sure. Right, now we're straight back in. Last 2 rounds after a break. Both teams get to try it once again. Pacific identifying that the B side was definitely a massive weakness, so they've put the Operator and the Cypher towards here, and nobody's given Izzy anything. And Pacific go one step further in towards the spawn, and the site anchors are questioning themselves, where is everybody going?
Oh, it's a brilliant change-up, straight from the strat book. Izzy being watched over here by VALORANT, who is expecting that kind of a push to come through. Timing for Echo. Oh, catches it delightfully.
Yeah, that is it. So VALORANT gets put into a joker position, and 7 caught on the site. Has to play from within, supported by Cooper. Spike not committed. It's a dangerous one if Echo plays beyond the Cosmic Divide. And a ping just for the players to come out. VALORANT is there on time, and Pacific up to 7. Similar scoreline to that last map.
Yeah, one more round win, and Pacific will have an 8th for 2 maps in a row, despite the fact they haven't won a single pistol yet. And that was, again, an area of focus from Cooper. This is a brilliant change-up. And while you said VALORANT had that lurch positioning, in the end, it's just him fighting at the front of the Astral Wall that wins the round for them. They had to be aggressive there because they didn't have the safety net of main.
You can see already this is a set piece for Pacific to try and flush players out of main.
A bit of a gamble on someone being aggressive here. It doesn't look like Eternal Fire had really done this too many times so far.
No, out through sand, 7 catches Odaz, so it's Echo all alone towards the top of site, playing amongst his cages. Can the players try and identify the dog? Should, as he's now a little bit hot under the collar. That's exactly the case. A couple of trades either way, leaves it Pacific in the advantage, but is it to clutch up in a 1v2?
No reason to get flustered here. Taken over peak, it's a 2v1. Big chance for Pacific.
7 still with the flash. That's a big info piece if he wants to use it, but would rather rely on his rifle. And ends up, going up against Izzy, who misses his shot and gives Pacific a massive gap between their opponents.
Oh, I got so antsy there as well. 7 shuffling his hands in his pockets, not knowing whether he wanted to take the peak or not. Ended up getting very, very close, but what a round and what it could mean here for Pacific. Unless Eternal Fire fight back, we're going to be heading over for an interview with one of their co-streamers, Diamond.
Yeah, we're only a couple of doors down from them, but the tension right now, Eternal Fire, what's happened, man? You're in the building, you're bringing them some bad luck?
It's okay. It's all on me. Yeah, it kind of hurt for me, but I think everything's going to be fine.
Look, these guys ultimately have been the underdogs for so long. Turkish VALORANT, in a sense, has just been this sort of enigma for a lot of people where it's plays look great, but are we seeing them show up internationally? They're one step away from making playoffs. Do you think this is a team that can not only make playoffs, but make it to that international showing?
Yeah, I'm full trusting the team about the Masters because like this momentum is going great, and boys are great. Like they are confident, so I think it's going to be okay. There's sometimes some shakiness is okay.
Yeah.
And it will be fine for sure.
Well, that's the thing. You have a pretty big history right now in VALORANT, being with a lot of other teams beforehand. You've been team managers, right? But if we were to put you in a coach position for Eternal Fire right now, how are you bringing the boys' spirits back up to win this?
I mean, they shouldn't be scared to fight together. They did best, I think, about that. And today is important for Pacific. Like they will going to eliminate if they lose, so they also focus more to this game. And just we do our game, and that will be sure. Okay.
Well, look, Eternal Fire, maybe they are able to show a little bit of mercy for them there. They're saying, Pacific, it's not your time just yet. You guys can have this series. We'll see exactly if they can close it out, though. We'll head on back to our casters for map number 2.
Thank you so much, Nat, there with Diamond. And I brought up a brilliant point, right, about Turkish teams that we've seen at international events. Izzy, of course, part of that supermassive roster from Berlin in 2021. The most recent, BBL in Santiago. Diamond used to be part of that org, I think, actually. So, you know, maybe go to him for investment in Vice. He knows, he buys in at the trough, and then, what is it, up at the peak, is it?
Yeah, something like that, mate, something. I don't know. Peaks and troughs, every team has them, and right now, Pacific could be at the peak of their powers. Could this be the perfect time for them to find form at the end of this group and perhaps snatch away a win that nobody thought possible?
Well, they'll need a pistol round to have the best possible odds, and it is a fantastic start. Echo takes one to the dome as he'll scale away across the zip line into the site. It's absolute chaos, but Pacific starting to find the shots. That's when Neki notches one back. A 3-on-2 with both players retaking bridge.
Yeah, they're going to be there fairly late, to be honest, and with no utility. Echo, that's a clean fight.
That was the low player. Little utility left, like you say, but it's this cute reposition from Neki that could be so pivotal. Frenzy in hand. If he walks off the angle, he perhaps leaves Ordaz a little bit exposed inside the site. But again, his reprisal is bang on. And with Ordaz nailing the shot onto Cupid, that's 4 from 4 for the Fire.
Yeah, 4 from 4 pistols, but not a single map won. And that's the important part here.
Yeah. And 2 anti-ecos lost as well.
Yes.
Let's see how much better that can get, right? They picked up the bonus on split. If I'm correct, they were able to tie up the scoreline and, you know, take the lead away from Pacific before we really saw them show signs of life. So, more than anything else, if we're talking about the defender side closing out here, it has to be playing to your percentages.
I'm seeing Pacific buy up a bucky here, right? I'm not saying that, like, Seven's going to be the man to win the round, but already Eternal Fire are beginning to doubt themselves as they start the round slowly, but not the half.
Did he just shoot?
Yeah.
Don't know what he was trying to do with that one, but
maybe hit his mouse on his monitor arm or something like that.
Maybe. Eternal Fire just aware of the threat of a push-up, and 2 players have already been spotted here on A.
Nice delay.
A little bit of pushback on the utility, but no real way to capitalize off this. It's just running in like a headless chicken. Neki is going to walk away with 1. That's not quite the trade that Pacific would have wanted.
Yeah, as he's got in towards spawn, but they are heading towards Seven's bucky. I don't want to invest everything into this, but surely not, right?
Oh, I mean, it's a 2 versus 4 now, right? No chance. It's not like the shotguns had any part to play in those anti-ecos that they won before. I mean, they know there's a player here.
Yeah, they know. They should have done this. It's never happening.
You wouldn't walk into him.
Planted.
It just wouldn't make sense. Illogical, right?
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's why Ninja's going to try and come round, support 7 from this side. I think... Oh.
No, he's not.
No, he's not, mate.
He's not.
He's on his own.
No, he's just he's taking the Pacific bus to the other side of the map. He's not missed the bus this time.
He's certainly not missed the bus. The bus seems to be intact at this point in time.
And Echo's done a brilliant job at finding one through the wall, so you don't have to fight the shotgun, but you are getting paid, and it's a brilliant payoff in the round. And so it's just 2 rounds now, the gap, and this is where Eternal Fire winning a bonus makes things scary.
Yeah, it would, right? We've seen it before, but overall, I think the part here is that we've actually seen Eternal Fire convert the anti-eco in the second half, and that's some skinny points in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's start to look towards the next one. Every player with a rifle in their hand. This round is a powder keg. This is a round that we need to pay attention to, and one that we should not discount Eternal Fire from.
Not at all. 7 already positioning up close. He isn't the contact, but has a flash for the rest to play off. A pack here on the Pacific side, and as they emerge from the smoke, the fire start to fall flat. The kill's coming up, and it's Neki again, the captain holding the torch with the rest of the fire following. Another 3 versus 2, and how eager are Pacific to give this a shot?
I mean, Cooper has 1 star in his pocket and 1 coming back, so at least there's that in their favour.
when it comes to Valorant, there's one cross-cut, a singular TP to maybe close the distance, but even then, the animation too long to really create a serious threat.
Neki also has 2 mollies. That's the other thing to consider.
Yeah, and with this one placed in the middle of the site, there's just so much ground to cover. Pacific continuing to creep, and as that happens, the hairs on the back of their neck standing up, and this needs to be the moment Valorant finds the all-important kill. Last 2 players locked away in the tower, and with the half secured through Cooper, there is still half a chance here. That second salvo dropping in, and he's forced to backtrack from it in the end. A shot through the shoulder blades. Eternal Fire bagged the bonus.
And that's what the perfect post plan looks like. Eternal Fire, play for their win conditions, know that Neki has the mollies, and why would you put bodies on the line when you don't need to? Perfectly played, and that's how you do it as Eternal Fire. You look for your win conditions and play for them.
Chuck.
Already, the way that Pacific are playing this defender's side, it feels like they're inviting that pressure rather than looking straight for the immediate solutions. The contact taken and Eternal Fire trading out. The micro on this side so strong again. Into another eco with a singular shotgun. It's their own in the hands of Izzy that's opened up the site to start. Still 2 players backfilling this, but Ninja is in a corner which should be easily cleared from the players in main. And saying that, he's the only one to find a kill.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the only kill that's going to happen in this round as Cupert's left all alone towards the B portion.
Hot potato.
Yeah, trying to decide who gets the ultimate up first, and it will be Fabian as priority, as Odaz is hunting for his to come online.
Yeah, this would be a huge kill. Looks like a guarantee, I say that. Cupid's got a bit of bite.
Yeah.
Leaves a mark on Ordaz, 1 HP left, but the Brim ult brought into the next, as is the Armageddon already on Neki as well. Some very, very big tools that Eternal Fire will have at their disposal. And this is where the snowball starts to build and where Pacific are asked those tough questions again.
Yeah, I think you're right. That is the question. Can you bounce back? Can you deal with in the face of adversity? You know, 3 big ultis in the pocket for Eternal Fire. Oh, and Echo not hitting his shots. That's a big point.
Unreal.
That is a really big point. And at least at the same time, Eternal Fire respond. They're going to take the site and they're going to have post plan.
But they're starting to use some of those tools early on to claw back a kill. And with that, actually, Pacific, one less thing to worry about in this retake when they have ults of their own. Look at Ninja.
Yeah, Pacific now starting their own movement straight back into this with the spike planted in the middle of sight. Big kills coming through from Pacific. So what have Izzy and Neki got for us in terms of a clutch? Ninja considering his ultimate as Neki goes and tries to brawl. Why would you do that? Because you left Izzy all alone and Pacific a chance back in.
Flawless retake from Pacific. Playing the patient game and just waiting for the fights to come to them. Ninja doesn't invest the ultimate there either. And so they still have plenty of tools in the next where Eternal Fire were all in. This little bit of aggression at the start through CNET as well was exactly what the Doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's lovely stuff. I mean, I love the fact that Pacific, they take the main spot and then they know that, listen, we've got this little underpass. We can either go from Arcade, we can go from elsewhere, and you can see a little bit of frustration there on the player cams.
In zone flawless to find the first of the half for Pacific. And with advantages now in the ult economy, it looks like they want to go for another proactive play here. Waiting for a little bit of contact perhaps, and if that ult had come in a second sooner, it would have caught Neki inside the stealth drone, but he will safely enough make his way out of dodge.
I'm wondering, like, if Pacific realised a bit of, like, utility that indicates where the execute comes from. Does it come from that drone? And that's why you saw the ultimate being used. I mean, they would be correct because the take actually comes from Dish this time.
And with that ult for Ninja gone now, the A retake feels a little bit more puzzling. The main control is still the most pivotal aspect to this because if Eternal Fire want to completely execute through drop and Dish, it's an issue to actually get onto the site, and so they full cancel and start to wrap back around.
Yeah, they're starting to doubt it, and the Seekers will identify this for Pacific. Echo is on site. VALORANT, if he wins this, could decide the round.
And it's Cooper instead over his shoulder to set it up. Pacific a player to the good, coming into what is such an important round for them to win and keep that streak going. Fabian trading out, but it's Ninja over the top. Twice the numbers now. Beyond this Astra wall, Fabian has to find so much. Ordas there with him, and already the kill's starting to come in, but CNED's ready to play. Bang, he just walks up to the wall, slap in the face from Ordas. Cupid, nothing left for them, and Eternal Fire win the 2v4.
Of course it had to be Fabian to get the kills. He has been unbelievable for Eternal Fire. But the one thing is, Pacific, they had their chance, Hazza, and will they be counting that and thinking about that later tonight? Because Eternal Fire should have had no right to win this round.
No right at all. You could see what CNED was trying to do, just ducking and weaving in the Astra wall, trying to bait out those first few shots, but then the gaps in the synergy start to show up. And Pacific miss a huge opportunity. One which they may rue the mistake of, but as it stands, still purchasing power on their side. Attack side op from Izzy, yet to be spotted as he goes back on the line for more. VALORANT now all too aware of it.
It's Cooper here in the cage pop as well towards the A side, calling CNED back. Nearly had a fight on the spike holder. As Cooper begins to round the corner, misses his chance on Ordas, or does he?
No, takes a brilliant one. Echo lurk timing though, yet to be spotted! CNED with a no-scope, how about one more? CNED still going, but Eternal Fire respond.
Keep the advantage as well, Pacific. So in a 3 versus 2, Eternal Fire need to get that spike back.
And it looks like actually, Necky's just going to run it the whole 9 yards over to B. Echo gets caught in transition. A 1 versus 3 for the captain, where he's swapped out to the operator.
Yeah, that's not the weapon you want, so Necky has to show us something brilliant. I like this.
Exactly what you've got to try and do. Get the numbers back on side. Pacific not willing to give away a single fight in this situation.
And why would you? Time's so low, it should give nothing away.
VALORANT has a TP, I'm not quite sure where it's to, but out of the conversation now, as Necky does go looking again for that next duel. Unable to win it, shot down by Ninja, and Pacific retake the lead.
Yeah, pressure now on a completely different scale, right? Pacific up to double digits, can see that finish line for this series in sight, something that they've never seen before, and this from CNED, it's wicked sick.
Yeah, sure. It is, I suppose. It has been said. Vintage stuff from CNED. And looking at it here again, Pacific with the ults. Gonna take a while for Eternal Fire to build those back up. I mean, barely a credit to their name. 1,400 or so between the members that do still have cash in pocket.
Go, go, go.
And again, they've doubled down on this sniper from the attack side.
It's the evolution as well, right? No utility to move VALORANT from any position. It has to be straight up gunfights. As it's Echo all alone towards the beat.
How many times have we seen him get picked off? Cyber Cage comes out, but this is a telegraph, perhaps, that Pacific are trying to read into. They should understand now that that is the lurk. Still 3 players strong siding on the A site. But the first player to come under fire is Echo. Again, that lurk goes short.
Yeah, and now the go button press for Eternal Fire, but they've been stalled out for the moment. The utility sent forward. Those smoke stopping as to get on a line. But look at Pacific, proactive as ever.
VALORANT closing up the distance on the flank. 2 or 3 players ready to attack main, but maybe just waiting for the German to walk up and what would be the first win for him on home soil. The first of his kind. It's Neki he's got to beat, though, and that's when we come back to reality. A kill that just peels away the presence and stops Pacific from getting back in. Izzy bulkering down. First kill picked up from the operator, but Ninja does trade it. Still a 3-on-3, and it all hangs in the balance. CNED pops the ult to try and close the distance, but he is going to drop down to Wardaz, who's had a couple kills already, and the last falls onto Neki. So with it, we are on equal terms again with 20 played.
10 to 10, both on double digits, and a round that could have went either way. That's a few of these, actually, once we think about it. Comes down to these engagements. A real brawly type of map. And that's what you should expect from Fracture, right?
Yeah. It's that lack of utility, really, to condemn anyone on the default box, though, that makes it an issue for Pacific. Some of the pieces they'd maybe used earlier on. See, the op is out here for CNED, and it's set up with this flash. Echo again in the firing line. Again, he is dead.
Yeah, he's had a really rough map so far. That spike now over to safety on the attacker spawn. But they're looking to hit into Aloe and Cupid.
He feels like such a late win condition, right? 16 and 16 right now. He isn't in the red, but it's the impact some of these kills have had, perhaps. Rotation called off of the opening engagement from Pacific, perhaps reading between the lines on the presence of the Cypher player this time.
Yeah, but they're moving in towards CNED, in towards that operator.
Maybe that's where the problems start to arise for Eternal Fire. The spike carrier here as well on Fabian, but actually, yeah, it looks like they are going to pivot back, and that's because Izzy has one laid up on Aloe, caught in transition.
Oh, the shots connect for Cupid, though, and 17 in the right spot. Time to delay, and these players for Eternal Fire need to get a move on. Big kill, though.
35 seconds, now coming to the point of no return. Eternal Fire a decision to make, and it looks like they're fully committed to the B play. Reposition into Arcade from Cupid. Didn't hear the jump up. Fabian has the backstab, but they're completely split here. It all comes down to the individuals, and with time continuing to tick away, Fabian gets the kill he needs.
Yep, opens up the site. That is a big ultimate to create more delay. Look at that time.
Ninja still with a stun here to try and play back through. CNED can be said for the same. Drops into the corner, just misses out. All eyes on Ordaz, has to do the heavy lifting. Falls to Fabian, finds the first. One more! It's Ninja at the death.
A massive kill, a massive round to win, keeps Pacific in an advantage. Remember, this is map 2. This is series point for Pacific, and Ninja's showing up at the right time.
Ninja, someone who, when he first stepped onto the stage, didn't look like the same self that we saw kicking it in challenges just last year. The confidence that he has grown since arriving in Berlin, translating then into moments like this. Sending Pacific into raptures. And with the timeout called on the Eternal Fire side, you might just be looking at last chance here.
Could feel like last chance, but it has to be said, Eternal Fire, when it comes to timeouts, they've had some pretty good value coming out the back of it, and that's the one thing we have to note. So Pacific will have to have their orders in check, because if not, it could be straight back in with full regulation. And you can see, not only is Pacific like hyped up, there's a bit of relief about these rounds that they're winning, and that has to be said. This is a team fighting for the first ever win in VCT.
Yeah, first ever win as an organization. First win for some of these players. The first from their country, perhaps, in Valorant. History could be made. And from that point onwards, it feels like a completely different league, especially if you were to win this team. As I said at the start of the day, self-proclaimed best in the region. We know that there's been a lot of talk from the Turkish teams, but Eternal Fire are the ones that have backed it up. So if Pacific, ruled out of so many matches already, can be the first to draw blood from them since Fnatic, then those conversations keep on continuing.
They've got rid of the trip from the veto. as they look to go straight in and stop anything coming their way, any sort of denial, but it's Cooper that denies him through his Guardian. Ends up settling a 2v2, but you need to get that spike back, and this is a key point. Neki, Phantom in hand, fighting forward! Oh my god, Neki! Where does that come from?
A heaven-sent double from the Phantom, and there might just be one more twist in this tale. 11-all through the Red Bull clutch of the captain. And after this fight to the death on site with the quick rotation from Pacific, you thought they had it in their hands. How many times has that been the story for a team yet to take their first win? And could this be the beginning of the turnaround?
This is the difference between good teams and great teams as Pacific get put down to an equal. If they could win back here, I think it would be unprecedented. Sure, they've done it on anti-equals, but on a round like this, there should be no chance in hell.
Seeing it with the judge, he's the first responder, trading places in the smoke. That was the only real way into the round, you feel, for Pacific here. Having a player in the right position with any kind of an upgraded weapon. Slight delay on the plant, but I think you can quite clearly see here that there is little ambition to give this a go if you're Pacific right now. And that has to be for a multitude of reasons. Fabian, Izzy, and Echo all one away from their ultimates.
And that's the thing that has to be on your mind, because if they have that online for the last round, that's your win conditions got, right?
The most oppressive ults you could have. Ordaz, Orbital Strike already holding on to it. And Neki, of course, investing his Armageddon, the Tehuel already, so... Looks like Eternal Fire want to give this a little bit of a go, see what it is they're able to find. 7 passes the first test, and I don't think there should be too many more of these, all right? Echo dropped, and Ninja another. So, speaking of ults, he's now just 2 away from his own Teho ult.
Yeah, it goes from favouring Eternal Fire to maybe favouring Pacific. I mean, it's either or, right? Both are going to have a buy coming back in. 4 ultimates online for Eternal Fire. It was pretty good going, to be honest.
And actually looking at the money here, because Ordaz was on a Bulldog, he's not going to be able to upgrade through the money. Neki is 50 credits short and doesn't want to sell a single piece of utility, so that's where it starts to get interesting. CNED picking the Judge back up again, but this is it.
Yeah, it makes sense. You want to have that post-plant utility for Neki. That's the big thing. And it comes through, perhaps decided through an A brawl is either side send it in. It all comes through the drone in terms of info, but CNED's Judge comes through, spamming in. Kills going Pacific's way initially, but that could be the change. That could be the way. In terms of Eternal Fire winning this map, as CNED retreats and tries to give it up, Eternal Fire look to bear on down.
He needs a reposition here, a solid one. Valorant doesn't get enough, and CNED falls at the very end, 13-11, and it's that man on your screens which dug Eternal Fire out of a bad situation. But what could be brewing as the aftermath of this map, because now Pacific have to go for one more.
Neki. Oh, bravo! Look, I had to grab you here, Neki, because round 22, bro, what is going on? How did that happen?
I know that he was waiting on the smoke, and I see the dog and rush with shift. I killed both of them. It was easy.
It was easy, he says. All right, man, I'll let you keep that confidence. We'll see if it's just as easy in map 3, which is going to happen after this break, and after we break it down a little bit more of what happened.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Well, it's now 1 apiece in this best of 3 for Eternal Fire. It's that playoffs spot for Pacific. Well, if they don't end up winning it, that's it. They're out of the chance of making it to that playoffs. But it feels like the confidence for Eternal Fire is just increasing here, Tom, because at the end of that, Neki said to himself, easy. Round 22, clutching it up and being able to essentially one-tap both of them was insane.
Yeah, I'm normally one to sit and harp on Pacific with how things have been going so far this stage. They played a good map, and honestly, they probably should have won. There was a couple of rounds in this game where it just straight BS seemed to be, or like maybe small mistakes. But that wasn't that round, the one you're mentioning. No mistakes made. They got headshot through a smoke. That's just unlucky.
Yeah, I was sitting in the green room and I was like, what do we do if Pacific win here? Like, what do we, like, do we evaluate everything in EMEA if they actually win? Because obviously they have come into this one as the underdogs, and Eternal Fire being able to win a map out, like you said, Pacific probably should have been able to close that one out.
Yeah.
They were really close, right? And we've talked about it. Sometimes you have unlucky rounds where it's not so much down to Pacific fumbling the ball, it's Eternal Fire stepping up. But this round 18 was essentially that we're talking about, of Pacific fumbling that ball.
Yeah, this felt like more of a turning point for me. It was like just super disjointed, different ideas, different pages from the players, one deciding to try and almost bait through the wall, then another running through it, the other still waiting back. Like, these are the sort of critical errors that I think even after the last map, you were talking to Cooper about like, oh, why have you lost split in the past? It's like, oh, it's pistols and we made mistakes in post plants. Well, this felt like a mistake in the retake.
Yeah, that one of those things that you thought had been cleaned up because of how good their split looked. We go to Fracture. Yes, it's not their map pick, so really Eternal Fire should have been winning this, but it was incredibly close, Billy. I don't think I could have predicted just how down to the wire it was going to be on that map between them.
I think a lot of the time as well, it's coming down to like these actual just gunfights, right? Whereas like they've maybe not got any utility left and Eternal Fire are just swinging. They're just coming out and swinging. And obviously we have to remind everyone that if Eternal Fire are to win here, they're fighting for a spot in playoffs, which is obviously the dream for a team that came into this stage as an underdog, now coming into this matchup as one of the favorites, probably should be the one that's winning it out. So now we'll get to see that on a map 3.
I feel like still underdog is like underselling it. People were like, this team might make it to playoffs, maybe. And now they're one series away, whereas on the flip side, Pacific, they're one series away, or one map away, I should say, from potentially not going to that playoffs. Let's see how their coaches sort of feel about coming down to the wire and going all the way to a map number 3 in the series.
Your playoff hopes are on the line going into Lotus. What's the most important thing you're looking for from the team here?
The only thing we want from the team is that what we play in the scrims, we can show it in the server. Like no hesitation is the main thing, and yeah, like playoff hopes or whatever, we are not even thinking like of them. If we win the match, then we will see. If we win the next match as well, then we will see. We are not like really thinking of yeah, if we do this or if we do that or if this happens, we are gonna be in the playoffs. We don't really mind. Like we just go like match by match, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's a good mindset to have here, Tom, because if you're playing good Valorant, then you're just innately going to be winning maps, right? If you're playing to a level that you're happy with, you should just innately be winning.
He gave us the classic one game at a time, but like in a really long-winded format, and then broke it down at the end. I appreciate that. Yeah, of course. Like I also think for Pacific, as it was mentioned at the beginning of the day, was that we were looking at like a 12% chance, and those are all of the different probabilities that can happen. So I think we're talking about a scenario where even if they win their 2 games, they still might not make it. So that's all they could do. Focus on winning the games in front of them, and if they make playoffs, great. But more importantly, it's just overall improvements.
Well, they're going to be focusing up on Lotus. That is our decider map between Pacific and Eternal Fire.
Yes!
Oh, we're back.
Okay. No, Pacific are actually kind of cooking with this composition. I'm so happy to see that they've moved away from the Sage veto. I want to see what parking the bus entails with the Vise in Deadlock. I think starting on the defense here as well
is going to be so... It's a different color bus.
Is it bigger than a mini bus this time?
But that's so beneficial for them as well, being able to start out on that defense with this composition. I think leaning into 2 different Sentinels to run a double Sentinel composition is really, really nice. I'm looking at the Vise and the Deadlock coming up against that fast-paced Neon on the other side.
Yeah, they did also start defense last time as well, though. But what I will say is, in my personal opinion, Boaster is the best attack side caller on Lotus in the world. I think it's going to be very different playing against Eternal Fire. They are sometimes a little bit more one-dimensional, more direct, so having this amount of delay could be way more effective. And historically, Deadlock was very, very good on this map at the amount that you could do with delay. It's just more about timing. So there are opportunities for 7, for sure. I think Valorant on the Vice, for me personally, I think is a better choice than what we saw with the Veto.
I have to agree. I think the main thing that we're really getting at here to be excited about for Pacific is this double Sentinel and the fact that they're leading into the Deadlock in the Vice. For Eternal Fire, no changes there. They had obviously switched composition from the first week they played it into the second, opting for that Fade instead of, I believe it was the Sky that they played previously, and then the Viper as well. The first time we saw Echo on this map, it was a Veto, which left a lot to be desired. I think this is definitely a lot more comfortable for him, and something as well we need to note is the synergy between the Fade and the Raze, which Eternal Fire have had such a good job on throughout the series.
They also, on their attack side, absolutely obliterated Vitality, so they are starting on their favored side here.
I feel like every time we're building them up, Tom has to bring them down just a little bit.
I'm honest.
Look, I get it. The realistic expectations have to be placed there, but it does mean that we get the joy of seeing who is truly going to come out on top here. We got our third decided map, Lotus, with our casters. Oh my gosh, I just blanked for a second. That Gyro and Azar.
Oh no! You can hear them laughing in the background.
It's a rough one, isn't it?
You come, you get 2 weeks every stage, and everyone just forgets about you. Come on.
But yeah, we're heading into Lotus here, and I think immediately the headline for me, Kyra, has to be that if Eternal Fire go on to win this, it may very well feel like the series was won or decided at the end of Fracture.
Yeah.
That is something which Pacific will have to get out of their heads, and we'll see if they've made the necessary improvements with this change-up in comp.
I actually like the change. I didn't really necessarily like the Veto, but Deadlock coming in, an agent that's so underutilized in the current meta that's had next to no changes since the last time we've seen it played.
I think, you know, with the change up in initiators as well, there's potentially a conversation to be had for Deadlock. Nice to see the Vice in there as well. So plenty of stopping power on the defender's side, but that immediately makes you want a Pacific pistol to try and right the ship. And for all the chances they've had to get their first in this series, this looks like the best.
Yeah, but Eternal Fire, every single time that we've seen any good chances on a pistol, have immediately fought back. And with Echo being deposited on B main, we need to keep note of that. That Deadlock wall is going to cause serious issues for Eternal Fire. That's why they're being forced through tree. And it still continues on with CNED finding Echo, who's been really found out since that last map.
3 already picked up on the Sheriff with that late timing from B main. Neki looking for something here, trying to scour away if he possibly can. As soon as he's receptive of any pressure, you can see, actually, Audas wants to try and set this up with a paranoia. The problem is the net lands at his captain's feet, so while he's trying to go ahead and dig this one out, Seven's just backtracking, inviting that presence. And so with it, Pacific do get the pistol, the all-important one.
Yeah, that is it, right. Straight back into the decided map, pistol round win. And I like it from Pacific. They have a double stack on towards B. It's an awkward one for Eternal Fire to fight with. And then you can already see the impact that a Deadlock can have. Forcing out utility to save players. CNED already hitting his shots.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a huge test for Eternal Fire because... just losing it on every front here. Yeah, just like if they're going to be able to break this Pacific side down, because it's a completely different style. This is effectively a best of one now. A Fnatic team which likes to play slow, likes to work the map on their attack side. It's very different to an Eternal Fire team which is all in a lot of times, and that's what we're seeing on Sand here.
Last player standing.
Echo, the last player remaining. His position has been noted. So it's as easy as you like in the anti-eco, but to just come back to what I was saying, it's a very different style of play.
100%, right? Like, it's a kind of making yourself an unmovable object versus an unstoppable force, it sometimes feels like in Eternal Fire. At least that's what it was last week. But it seems like Pacific have the answers to that.
I could knife you. Next time I knife you. Be careful.
Good guy, Aloe.
Yeah, a change of tone from the at least you're not 30 knowing until whatever it was last week. But I think it'll be interesting to see if Eternal Fire do get into a post-plant, what a potential retake could look like for Pacific. Of course, their tools are typically bound to the sites they're set up on. Here's a bit of proactivity in B main up against the bonus. Fabian does a brilliant job to handle it. 3 kills from him picked up. and 7 left searching with the Sheriff.
Yeah, I mean, as 7 comes back in with the Sheriff, Fabian, we've been creating a lot of comparisons with him and Leroy from BBL, just because both Breach players, as within Zone Flawless finishes out, both formerly great Breach players, but now starting to look at it from a perspective of transitioning in towards that kind of aggressive flex player on towards the second duelist.
I think really Fabian is such a difference maker in this Eternal Fire team as he joined to set them on their Stage 3 run last year. And that ability to run a secondary duelist, like you said, has slotted perfectly into the meta as it has developed from kickoff.
Where are you?
Looking at it here, this is an opportunity for them to keep building on the attack side where Pacific have garnered momentum previously and taken their foot off the gas pedal. Already Eternal Fire taking B main for themselves. Some precious real estate when you look at the setup.
Another double stack for Pacific here, but they are going to respect the B main pressure and a pivot perhaps to come through towards C.
This is a really nice read from Pacific as well. They're not anticipating that B play to come in fully. Barrier mesh drops, but they have sensors there. They're ready to fight back onto C.
Oh, but that's a great nade. The players within the smoke still there, and a nice information grab by Odaz. And CNED now all alone on site, trying to respect this one and not give anything away, although being so low, he might not get a chance to fight back in.
Yeah, needed a kill on the way back through, but 7's so far advanced.
Yeah, he has been mercurial and looks to do it again! A big 3K brings it into a 2v1. Remember, CNED so low, a body shot would be enough. But given enough space, Neki goes back onto site. Spike in the back pocket, tries to use it to his advantage. Waits for the next fight, and it's a brilliant one onto Cooper. That was the full health player. And now against CNED, who is already low. Beyond his years, Neki shows us the goods.
Another Red Bull clutch. Not dissimilar to the one he picked up at the end of Fracture, but it's moments like that, really, which make all of the difference in these games, where, like the desk was talking about, Pacific miss out in micro moments, showing just a little bit of disconnect between them. Cupid going on a wide swing there, no follow-up, and Neki reading the situation perfectly.
I mean, should have let him try and attempt to plant the spike, right? Surely you're going to fight back to try and get numbers in your favour, but with that, you break the defender's bite, you get ultimates online. Eternal Fire looking in a brilliant spot now to really start to garner that advantage on this attacking half.
One of the questions I had for Pacific at the start of the day, looking at their stage in many ways, having little left to fight for if they don't win this one, of course, where do the improvements come, you know? And what is it that's missing for them to go ahead and take that win, improve on their efforts? And it's just got to be in those finer details, really. Looking at these rounds, whether that's a comms thing, whether that's just time spent playing together. But if they keep the lineup for Stage 2, that's a whole year. And of course, I think Thinky was pretty candid with his answer. That's what you're building towards, one step at a time.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, I mean, you think towards it. Right now, right, if you can win this map, kind of put yourself as, like, they've been made out to be the team difficult to beat. And if you can continue that, like, in towards Split 2, build upon it a little bit more on what has been a great foundation, I think, yeah, this could look very decent for Split 2 with that champ spot on the line, but I'll need to find out if they truly can evolve into a team like that, because right now, I think they would just be a playoff contender, even if they were able to build into a pretty decent team.
Eternal Fire hunting down the ecos at the end here, but to just bounce off what you're saying, yeah, you've got to consider, even if you don't make playoffs directly in Stage 2, you have the play-ins bracket, the matches against the challengers teams, and I think there is still some unfinished business there for you know, Ninja and Cupid on this team that hadn't made it in the deep runs in those local competitions. Even Seven, who was at Ascension with TSM and then didn't ascend in the end, so...
I agree, but like you've also got to be thinking about the teams that do come up with an Enterprise there. I mean, a beast in the depths that could potentially come up and bite a few. But listen, let's get focused back towards this round because both teams have a bye. CNED has his Operator and there's Ultimates in play.
There is, and it looks like the first time Eternal Fire are actually going to make a full commitment towards the A side of the map, where we have seen Seven set up a number of times, interchanging with Aloe, who with these cross-map Thorn lineups does have a bit of stall, but nothing that can stop a showstopper here. Right over the top of the head of Seven, he will find Fabian and continue to bunker down on backside A.
That's what Deadlock's so good for, being able to adapt to the setup. His ultimate doesn't connect, and the shots from Eternal Fire seem to straight away and a disadvantage our Pacific.
Back into the retake, quick one from Cupid, gets them back on side.
Yeah, CNED's Operator, can he work a chance? Sees a barrel on a reload, but misses his opportunity. So he does bring in Cupid to play with him, and Ninja still waiting for his chance, but it looks like it's going to be fleeting as Eternal Fire continue to connect pain onto Pacific's players. What? Echo somehow doesn't react quick enough, but manages to make the adjustment. Eternal Fire up to 4. And right now, it feels like that chance, that momentum Pacific had, is gone.
Yeah, Pacific landed that gut punch in the previous map, and here just feel fragmented in a lot of situations. I think the spacing in some of these retakes is way off. And at times they are as good as their individuals. We know how that can look on the positive side. Speaking of split and some moments on Fracture, but when those pieces don't come together naturally, then what is there to really bring them, you know, bound them together in the situations where they need it? And we're going to get a timeout here to potentially weather the storm, but I don't know if that's enough to maybe solve some of these problems.
Well, I'll tell you someone who is solving problems. It's Izzy, and he's been kind of matched up against CNED, similar roles, similar op players, right? But both players coming from the kind of same time as well.
Yeah, I mean, Izzy, he was 21 back when he first broke out on that Masters Berlin stage, 25 now and aiming for another in London, but I guess the question on my mind has to be, if Eternal Fire do carry on to then win this series, as people would have expected at the top of the day, after everything that's happened in the middle, do you still feel fully confident, or is this just them taking a lesson now?
I think it's just a lesson. It has to be, right? You've got to be thinking towards playoffs as well and what that means. I think Eternal Fire have already done some good business towards that. But it does put great doubts, right?
Sure.
For that kind of legend that they've built so far in this group.
Toxins going up.
Nobody's invincible. Eternal Fire will know that. As you can see here, really pacey play. Straight up the guts, through the B site. Izzy trying to make his way in through the Hobbit door. It's a long slide from CNED, winning out that big exchange between the two. Echo a couple of his own, and in and amongst all the chaos, the round now offered a bit of quiet.
Yes, Audaz to clutch up. He's had a pretty rough series so far.
And to be able to TP past the thorns in the wall, so at the very least a chance to get the plant in and offer a little bit of relief here. A split retake on the Pacific side, but they should know he hasn't repositioned main.
Yeah, it does get a chance to go for those ones. Has Paranoia as well.
But at what point can he isolate an engagement? Cupid still just looking on here. And if Audaz were to round the corner, could very quickly find himself exposed. Miss Paranoia on the defender's side. Audaz now played into the situation, scrambling to find that final player as Cupid cuts across from main, walking round towards the bend as Audaz now starts to know. Playing the time down to the final second. There might not be much left in this one, as Eternal Fire have commonly been able to punish Pacific for it. The captain stands up when it's asked of him most, and offering some relief for them finally.
Back within one, and as you said, it is relief from what has been an Eternal Fire onslaught. And the big thing between these two teams is it's really coming down to the trade game and who can just get their team and edge them in front for a second, right? Because that's essentially what happens here. It's just the teams playing off one another, playing within that chaos. Something that Mini has been talking about a lot actually on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is Valorant in 2026. It's an absolute brawl, and Pacific have almost been brought down to that level on the Eternal Fire side. I think they're willing to scrap because it has worked out for them in a couple of instances.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, and oh, this looks like it's another scrap already built up. With a mound trap triggered, there's nobody to actually capitalise off the back. Yeah, but the nade isn't there, and Fabian is. An even trade, but it is a reset. Towards B main we look.
I think that's one of the issues with no damaging utility here. So Alorante's the tip of the spear through the middle. Izzy finds him. Sentinel util down. Echo played in for a fight on 7, which he loses.
Yeah, it's rough, but at least the Fire Mesh does go up. 3v3 on the retake, dropping in. Nobody considers, is he?
And Seven's just playing util out. Cooper trying to follow it up. TP's back out of the situation, 2-on-2. Still no plant in play, but Pacific need to just put things together in this situation. Play off of the numbers. Neki is completely out of position here in main. Nowhere for him to go. It's all on the shoulders of Ordaz, still behind the barrier as it finally fades away. Reposition tucks the Smokes player into the box as Neki is the first point of contact. The spam's got to land at some point because otherwise this is a full stick from Cooper, and when he's finally removed, it comes down to Ninja. A clutch one already for him. Neki can say the same. Between the two of them, it's all on this, and Neki just can't be beat in these 1v1s.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded with that round. What is going on in the individual fights? It gets chaotic to say the least. Players not thinking, considering other positions. Seven just jumps out of heaven. Cooper just jumps out of heaven. And yeah, I don't know, man. It's chaotic to say the least.
It's so hectic.
Yeah.
It is so hectic. And after Pacific already having taken a breather, how do you now reset? The economy flattened. Yeah, but can see CNED's trying to pop the ult here. He's already 34 HP. Be lucky to find a single kill once revealed, and there you have it. Neki profiting from his own util. Ninja just good for the 1. So the eco already dealt with, and Eternal Fire continuing to blitz through.
Ooh, nice right click, and also get a rifle off the back of it.
There's something recovered here for Cooper, and now a little bit more tentative on the Eternal Fire side with their approach. Echo encroaching in the end and finding the kill, which should settle it. Valorant is just a classic here. Does pick up the weapon himself, but Eternal Fire have their 6th. And now this next gun round means absolutely everything for the first half.
Yeah, begin to question whether this is Pacific's issues on performance on the defense, or whether this is actually just the defense, kind of defense side focus, right, and not working. I understand they're playing double Sentinel, but we have seen trends where double Sentinel actually works better on the attack because of those post plants.
Yeah, exactly, and that's something that they will have been hoping to have improved when you've looked at Pacific's previous performances, but here, the fight entertained on A as it's a 4-1 from Pacific. Ready to fight them at the root, but Izzy has a smash and grab answer with the operator. Echo left behind, but Ninja does catch him on the way out.
I got Spike.
Spike retrieved, and seems if that decision's made. It's Alorante to face up against 4.
Has to stand his ground in this situation. And the Steel Garden is there. Should Pacific opt for the retake in this 4-on-4? You can see still just biding his time, waiting for the rest of the defense to arrive. Solo player towards CT side, finally rips the... Oh, Fabian! Like a lawnmower, just slices straight through the cloud cover. Cooper won on the trade, but as they filter back through, it's just fodder to the fire. They burn them to a crisp.
Yeah, it's tough, really. The fact that Fabian gets one in the running gun should have never have been able to find that. And with the ultimates put in, Pacific can feel a little hard done by. If we want to point out, I was talking about Ordaz and him not having a great series, but you've got to be looking towards Pacific as well, right? Players like Alorante and Ninja not showing up when it's needed.
It's like they have the tools to get aggressive, but as I said, no damaging utility. They have to capitalize through kills. And that look so far just hasn't been profitable. Final full purchase of the half for them here, and with Izzy getting caught on that op, mutual respect shown.
A reset, Eternal Fire, the one's almost dictating everything to Pacific at this moment in time. shown respect. Pacific had never won the pistol round. They'd be on a single round at all, right? That's the worrying aspect here. Fabian triggers the wall, but there's no response from Pacific.
This is nice mid-rounding from Eternal Fire, though, continuing to create that pressure where Pacific are struggling to handle it. No issues gaining access to the C site so far.
Cupert's starting to move out A main as Echo tries to make moves of his own.
They're walking into him here. Cupert could be in for a boatload, but it's just the one that he will find. No B main control, no follow-up. Fabian still testing on the C side. Showstopper popped in for the kill on Allo. Won't find it the first time. And with CNED there to pick up the pieces, Pacific still in this round.
Yeah, but I thought for a minute the spike was going towards B. It's just Izzy himself. But it's a 2v2 on site.
Yeah, and look, if CNED gets in there quick enough, Ordaz was out in the open. Drops in with a bit of blind spam. Nothing taken. Izzy could pull the plug on this whole play, though. That's not if CNED keeps going in and around the pit.
Izzy's nowhere to be seen.
Echo left behind. He finds the kill he needs, and it's another B pivot. Time is low, but there's just enough to get this plant in. CNED's going to try and interrupt, and that's where Izzy pops up from the door, shuts it down, and slams it in his face. 8 for Eternal Fire.
Oh, mate, I'm going to have to go to the hospital because my heart is going, man. It's here, there, and everywhere between these two. And as you said, chaotic is where these two teams have decided to play. CNED with good spam. He's unlucky not to catch Echo. And right now, with the last round in this half, this could be monumental for Pacific's chance in this last match.
Such a needed round for them when you look at the amount they were able to pick up on their own attack sides. A fourth is mandatory at this stage. Such a crucial point in the game. Fabian again spotted in B main. Pacific spend a little bit of early utility to try and clear him out, but Eternal Fire have dug in their heels.
I mean, so far, both Sentinels have never played on the same site. So maybe that's what Eternal Fire are thinking right now.
And it's a change-up of the Thorns as well. First time that we see it dropped in tree. Do they read into this? Echo left behind, Residual as always, detached from the rest of the pack, and this is a problem. Ninja looking to try and fend them off, can only stall out for so long. Eternal Fire all over Pacific like a rash, and with Fabian left behind, he nearly finishes it off himself. Spectre to be upgraded, but the expectation is Eternal Fire with 9. Their Lotus improved since the Fnatic game. They showed us how good they could be against Vitality. Pacific, so far, not proving to be a problem.
Yeah, Eternal Fire are really starting to flex their muscles on Lotus. They have definitely made fixes from their Fnatic game. And Pacific, we're going to have to see a big second half from them if this is going to be a big decider.
Yeah, while we wait for the second half, we invite you to play along with our little halftime quiz. So, get stuck in.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, well, there you go. Not much of a quiz, more of a question. But if you've been listening along at home, I hope you got that one correct. It has been mentioned a couple times. GX, of course, the other series where Pacific were able to take a map. They want to win a game, though. And after what we saw at the start of today, those expectations shifted, they were subverted for just a moment, and now Eternal Fire really showing the level we expect from this team.
Yeah, but this is a nice little change-up, right? When we get to see them put under fire, get to see them under a little bit of duress, and that question asked of them, right guys, can you bounce back? Can you show us from a pretty poor performance in towards a second and third map win?
The attack side is where it really lives or dies, and playing double Sentinel here, you'd instantly assume, oh well, they're defender-sided agents, right? As long as Pacific get the site, they can fortify it and really find some value. So here they go, another pistol on the cards, and it looks like Eternal Fire are ready to take it home already. Izzy with 3. Cupid has gained a little bit of ground here, but nothing that will stop Izzy from finding his 4th and what could be the nail in the coffin.
It feels like the Pacific are out now. Eternal Fire really put themselves in a strong position to close out this series. And this is why we think of them as playoff contenders, and you think to yourself, what, against Pacific? No, because they're able to show us, when it counts, why they're this team, why we consider them towards playoffs.
Not just the highlight moments, but the resilience, the grit to just come back into this one. And while it's only a pistol on the surface, it spells out 11 rounds. That's very much what we're waiting to see here, unless those Pacific pistols could do it again. I mean, surely not. There's a couple in there. Echo's low. This is a Bulldog. Find him, and you might just have the floodgates open. It's costly, though. For that reason exactly, you don't fancy Cupid to win this 1v2, but if he could, I mean, that's the start.
65 health. Needs to get by a Marshall, which hits like an operator. And Neki with the Bulldog, who has been pretty good in his own right.
I think it's in moments like this as well, where Pacific found themselves in so many 2v1s. Can Eternal Fire demonstrate what it is to play off each other? Probably not. I think Izzy has this one easy enough. It just falls into his lap. And so that is 11. All the pressure in the world is now on Pacific to right the ship here, Cairo.
Yeah.
Because this next round is where they have the tools.
Interesting.
But there's just no room for adaptation.
No, there is not, right? You have to be near enough as perfect as possible. And you also go in against a bonus, which if you look at the buy, has his operator in there as well. So this is still worrying. It's still a hard task to get through, and you need to make it as clean as possible to help build that economy.
You put the one with the most kills so far, but he'll really be hoping to find his rhythm here. If you just get one good round, a grasp on what this defender side picture looks like, that might be the way back in to string something together. But as it stands, another attempt on the C site. Smoke fading. Is he here?
Straight in. I mean, it looks like Cupid's going to play entry here as well. As we can see, Echo trying to play within his own
Haven't found him.
And yes, they haven't. And he drops down, looking for another. Easily responded to. Neki's just sent it in. And Pacific well aware of what Eternal Fire want to do. What is going on there?
With the bucket, Clay Pigeon shooting, or is he the Pigeon? I don't know.
I don't even know myself, mate. 3v2 here. Surely you don't play into the bucket. I wouldn't expect so. And Pacific now finally look to try and get the last couple of players off and finally won the round.
They really want to keep this clean. Money's still not in the best of places. We're talking about it being a long road, and one step at a time. Shot from Ordaz.
But he can't connect another. So with that, Pacific get their round in this second half, but a big cost.
Yeah, it is costly. And in terms of what they've seen on the map so far, it's mostly been Echo anchoring C. Izzy is floating what will now become an operator around the map on this Neon, as we've seen a couple of times already. It find value. What if that, I would love to have seen what that looked like from the other POV, but it's in position here early, Cairo, and Pacific. They're into untested waters now.
This is a part of the map that they have not been to, and Izzy's operator on the line early doors. trying to set him up as he looks deep. Did just see the leg of the deadlock. It's now Fabian has asked the question, can he win out the next duel? As you can see, Eternal Fire dancing with the idea of the next fight, and Pacific up to task as they death ball through.
Huge punishment on that next follow-up, and Eternal Fire maybe overheating just a little bit there. Tail end of Valorante spotted merging its way towards the site, and a big 1v1 happening in heaven.
Fabian low, does get a kill, so he keeps it within the realms of possibility. Echo escapes. Ninja playing Sentinel.
Kill.
But it's a 2 versus 1 at the same time, and it's Audaz to clutch up. Silent drop. Not heard, and VALORANT swinging round at the right time. So Pacific keeping themselves alive 1 round at a time.
Man, that got really dicey, but as you say, the half has to be perfect, and they're starting to put 1 foot in front of another. This was really nice from Seven, just catching the repeat from the operator. Echo trying to abuse the timing, unlucky for CNED with how low he was.
These guys cannot control themselves. They will keep peeking. They will peek and peek and peek.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
No, you know what is the playstyle of Eternal Fire, and it looks like they want to do the same thing here on the defense as the players come through. An ultimate sent through from CNED as he tries to come through the orb of Echo and actually just goes through them entirely. There's a flight coming in, Pacific well aware of it, and in the end they will get the round win. So we get even closer now.
And now Pacific is starting to play into this conditioning a little bit, where the last few rounds we've seen them play very direct, go for these quick pops towards sight. The A play a little slower on the scaling, but they have that full anticipation that any angle your crosshair's placed on, there will very soon be a head right within the reticle, so... You can see the vibes are still good here. I wonder if there's a change-up. No, looks like they are just going to keep doubling down and down and down.
Don't back down, double down, double down. Seems to continue on. Echo and Audaz, the ones to call for rotates, is already that's set execute to come through once again. Ultimates from either side. The Viper's Pit, huge here. And it's actually caught Audaz, not Echo! As he's got a double kill with a classic. No way! Finally the pit drops through CNED, but it's still a 3-on-3. The kill's still to come through, the chaos still continuing, and Pacific on the other side of it.
Holding angles as a team and winning as a team. Izzy barred from C-site access here, but walks around the side of the mesh. Still a 1v3.
Still with the ulti as well. So do not count him out just yet. He starts to send it in.
He's going for it.
This is an expensive one to try and be the hero in, and he's already lost a lot of health as it comes straight through. Pacific win. That's a Viper's Pit, an overdrive, and no round win.
You also have to consider the investments that were made on the Pacific side to keep themselves afloat here. We had the Deadlock ult, of course, coming in. Cupid might even have used his own there as well.
I've got
this from Audaz.
Yeah, I've got a question for you though, Hazard. As we are now at 7-11, a timeout called from Eternal Fire, a little bit of a panic here. When do we start to consider this a real threat to Eternal Fire's series win?
I think it has to be a couple more rounds, and gun rounds specifically. The one on the horizon coming out of this timeout is going to be pistols and the like for Eternal Fire. That puts Pacific on 8. If they can win a 9th, that then puts them up to sort of 10, 11, and then you're really talking. Eternal Fire given an opportunity here to amend some of the issues in these rounds. Think of how Split started. It was a lot of what we're seeing here where Pacific are ready for those overextensions. And they are looking a lot better as a group now as well.
I mean, I don't want to count out this eco just yet. You're saying that it should, well, it is 8, but it should be 8 realistically for Pacific. A showstopper in play for Fabian. I mean, a Guardian on Izzy. That's where I'm like, I'm a little bit anxious about this round.
That's why I say if they win 9, then we're really talking, because yeah, you have to give every round its respect. And for what it's worth, other than the anti-ecos Pacific have been winning, haven't seen Eternal Fire really with all too much Thrifty themselves. think that's the big talking point here. Change up of the wall from VALORANT to counter the B pressure, which he will soon be in receipt of.
He's not received it just yet. He takes his time to fire off and does get rid of Izzy.
Yeah, that's clean. Echo is left behind here inserted though, and actually VALORANT could be hot under the collar soon. He's only seen the neon. He's not aware of the push out.
The Outlaw shouldn't be that much of a boon towards the defensive chance either, to be honest, Hazza. It's when the cross comes through.
Yeah, has he called it? I mean, Cupid does end up falling, but there is a quick trade, and that's an area where Pacific have shown improvement. Just one player on the C site right now, so an area of weakness which they're looking to exploit here with the call that's been made. The rotation's in progress, but can't arrive soon enough. All on Ordaz, and with CNED walking straight into the barrel of the Sheriff, he simply pulls the trigger. It's looked magnificent so far, but you're just asking so much in that situation.
Yeah, it's a good nade to create more delay, just to get Neki close to him. He's finally here.
It's a 2v3 as well. VALORANT's playing up close, ready to trade off of this, but you have to win that fight, Ninja. Here's the rocket, trade out 1v1. Neki,
enemy remaining.
Unbeatable so far in these situations. He only has a pistol. He wouldn't land a shot, not this time. 7 saves the day as Pacific will find an 8th.
They win the round at a big cost, right? The showstopper invested as well, but something that's been a big talking point is that when to use your ultimates.
True.
And when you're Eternal Fire right now, would you not rather have a stockpile to overwhelm your opponents? Drip feeding them is working against them right now.
Yeah, I think Eternal Fire thought they could still win the round in that situation. No reason not to pop it, and actually, because Pacific are in this for the long run, doesn't matter how many bodies drop, they've still got money to go. Right back in on the A play. Izzy's op yet to really find itself too involved in the conversation right now.
That's an early nightfall.
Is Neki going to peek this? Of course he is, and he's been punished again.
And that nightfall now has no value at the minute.
Pacific pumping the brakes just for a moment. VALORANT has the Steel Garden. Careful investment of the tools catered towards the site execution. Backside already condemned to it. Fabian finding one in the middle, and this is where Izzy now wants to introduce himself. But CNED shows him the door. Sent marching orders. Pacific plotting course for a 9th. And that's where you start to believe.
Daz is retreating. He's thrown in the white till. Nothing that he wants to do with this round. Save a rifle into the next. You're on 9, Hazza. Do you start to take notice now?
I think you have to. Right, I think you have to. We'll look at and see what the next couple look like and see if they can actually tie this one up fully. Even then, I don't feel fully confident to say that Pacific win it from that position just based on what we saw in Fracture a map ago. But right now, the mental reset to come into this half knowing it's their stronger side, we've not even seen the value of the Sentinel utility in post because 9 times out of 10, half of Eternal Fire are already dead.
Yeah. 2 rounds from equaling out Eternal Fire, and this is an equal round to take that one step closer.
Every single one of these duels is just dry. There's not a single lick of utility there.
And the worst part is, right now, coming into this next one, they're waving to each other. The next part is that Ordaz is coming in with just a glass cannon rifle, and he can't buy anything because he's going to have no buy for the next.
What a time to make yourself a star. He's playing from the perch. Bearing on down to Pacific's position, the Toxin screen is going to drop, and so he does have to TP out. Fabian wishes he had such a liberty. He's as dead as anything. Trying to trim the herd with a bandit back through the smoke, but Eternal Fire are cowering on all fronts here. Brilliant bait from 7. What an upturn in form from him on this map as we've gone from half to half. This is going to be number 10, Cairo.
Spike planted.
Do you still not believe?
I've been believing for a long time, let's be honest. No, I will say it has taken me a long time to start to buy in, but when I usually get towards 7 to 11, that's where I start to really tune in.
Yeah.
Because Pacific with 1 round away and ultimates 2 play, this round could easily be won. Eternal Fire need their individuals to show up right now, right here, or Pacific could bounce back.
for all of the fights they've been taking on A, Eternal Fire haven't really adapted too heavily in strengthening either extremity of the map. It's Izzy in this op. Again,
he's been forced back again.
The bane of Pacific's existence at times, but all it is, a ruse to play in the rest of the team. Fabian Ordaz, Echo combining. Numbers on their side. Cupid TP's away.
Next kill basically decides the round, it feels like.
It does. And it might just come down to this duel on B. Valorante shows himself, but the shoulder of Echo spotted. Playing around the smoke, just trying to stop this one from bleeding out. Neki on A, other side of the door. If Valorante breaks this, he's immediately in the firing line.
Yeah, but he's playing with his time, and I like this.
All of this pressure has actually managed to drag Izzy towards Waterfall, away from the C site. That's the window where Cupid then wants to strike, but still playing passive.
Eternal Fire anxious because they know that this round is within their grasp.
But Pacific too, I feel like they don't know where that next incision is. They're kind of hoping for that overpeak, but I think finally Eternal Fire have learned their lesson. B looking like the best option. That's where they want to end.
Oh, Aloe, if he'd stuck on the line, would have been a huge off-angle. Neki now announcing himself and pulling Aloe's attention.
Just dragging the head away. Cupid needs this one cleanly. You said it decides the round, and that might be it dead and buried. Aloe has nothing left to say in this equation. Eternal Fire taking 12 right at the dying embers of this game.
Have Eternal Fire made us wait for a map win, or is there a chance at overtime? Remember, either team has a timeout here, but do you want to allow your opponents that chance to talk in a timeout? That's the question. This big brawl, again, I've said it a lot of times, these brawls feel like it comes down to little margins, and they never seem to go Pacific's way.
It's the difference of literally one fight, and I think, to give credit to them, the last 7 rounds were all set up through them having effective trades in those situations. All for a struggled first half, which has put them in this really difficult situation now. I mean, just a couple more rounds on their defense and the map looks completely different. Still ults to fall back on. This is the most difficult for them because now that your momentum has been interrupted, do you fully overhaul the attack side? Do you make glaring changes, or
no? Because
is that what Eternal Fire are looking for?
I mean, you don't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's basically the simple thing, right? They go for a brawl on towards C, but Eternal Fire adapted to it. I mean, why risk it all in a round like that, right? Stick to what's been working for Pacific. Playing as a death ball, playing off of one another. I can see it going either way. I guess like maybe being a little bit more hesitant in these fights would maybe work out, but hey, I'm not a coach.
No, you're not. But here we have it, and you can see that Pacific are considering at least this precious C space to start. Go. Once more, it's Izzy. The hardest test to pass. I think this might actually just be Cupid throwing the blind for some early B main control.
Looks like it. As the players respect, but Izzy's on the hunt. Operator trying to get on towards the line early. When that door opens, the operator not hitting, but has announced itself, and Oda's stuck with no way out. So finally, again, Pacific straight back in with the first blood.
This is nice. Yeah, not making any big risks on an early investment. Just trying to take the sand space. They get B main behind the smoke, and Fabian's re-clearing. They are ready for it, as always. And again, Eternal Fire go reaching, and the wrist is cut clean off.
You can see with the tap of the door, the Eternal Fire on the hunt once again. They want those numbers back in their favour. And Pacific are playing the buddy system. They're playing together, they're walking, and not letting themselves get caught off guard.
Re-clear here into Izzy's operator, though. This is where the round could fall to pieces for Pacific, but Izzy is feeling a little bit forgiving this time. Doesn't land the shot. The ult tries to chase him up. He repositions close to go for another duel. That's when CNED's able to cross the link, the bridge towards the site. Is he still hanging on for every last centimetre of space? Echo right by his side. It's 7 once more. Yet again, the import from overseas comes here to keep those waves on the Pacific side rolling.
timeout straight away from Eternal Fire. There is 1 round in this, a 1-round shootout between Eternal Fire winning and Pacific into overtime. This attack side has to be really respected in terms of its calling by Cupid and the system that Pacific have built in terms of being a buddy system and looking for these engagements that Eternal Fire want.
It's just a really nice, simple call, right?
Yeah.
Take the B main space early, give yourself that extra little bit of room to challenge any aggressive C push. Another timeout here for Eternal Fire. Yeah, I just want to speak about Seven again. After last week, which was arguably his weakest performance in a Pacific shirt, to see this already, 24 kills on Lotus, showing up in their most important hour of the team so far. Always such a good second in, following up the play a lot of the time. That's exactly what this composition demands when you are just that solo duelist CNED who's always the first player forwards.
So here we have it, the last round. Ninja one off his ultimate, Echo and Fabian one off of theirs. And I think if any of those come online, that's a round decider. That's a big win condition you'd have in your back pocket, ready to throw forward. And it's decided through an A-rubble fight.
Another reposition from Izzy, but it's just a pistol this time. Ninja walking out behind the rest. It's crowded in a powder keg, ready to go up in smoke. Eternal Fire just need this 1 round for Pacific. It would be OT. The slide through the smoke works out. Brilliant blind. So many players tagged up. Fabian finding one and quickly dodging his way back out with a satchel. Cupid is low. Numbers on the defender's side.
And you feel like that fate, that deciding fight has been decided.
Go, go, go!
Pacific, their luck has run out. Cupid low, CNED taking damage, and they walk into a site that has Fabian in it, a player who just consistently performs.
A double stack. Echo retooled on the pistol here for it. Clean shot onto Cupid, could end it here and now, but gets spotted out. And actually, that's both of the players noted on the Eternal Fire side, and actually a rotation being called here.
Yeah, Cupid thinking about that C site. If you get spiked down, you get post plant to actually set up by yourselves.
Ooh.
You can maybe get an off angle here or there.
Sure.
Look for numbers back in your favor.
I mean, that's what it's got to be, right? Has to sit on the shoulders of CNED here to just pry away and find a little bit of space. Encroach aggressively. Plant's going to come in, or doesn't stick it.
Spike planted.
But he does give the info.
He does, and we need to see this forward line taken.
That's what CNED's going for.
Looking for it. Players walking into his crosshairs. CNED taken down. It's all on Cupid now to keep Pacific in this. Their first win. Felt so close. He sprays for a couple, but it's not quite enough. The second map slipping through their fingers, and Eternal Fire dousing them in the end.
Yeah, it's heartbreak for Pacific, but it's elation for Eternal Fire. They are confirmed for playoffs. A massive win, made to work for it, but Pacific has a 1 or 2 rounds away from getting that first win.
Yeah, it's just absolutely crushing for Pacific as their stage will end here in the groups. Of course, still a week left to play, but Eternal Fire, it was a fire that they simply couldn't put out in the end. While all 3 maps went down to the wire, to me still it feels like those moments missed on Fracture ended up deciding the series, and down to the finest of details they will miss out. But there is still so much potential on this Pacific side that you're waiting to see get tapped into.
I think the scary thing about Pacific is that they're getting better as the weeks go by, and with that Vitality BBL game later in the week, you look towards that Pacific versus Vitality, and I think to yourself, what's scarier than a team with something to win? A team with nothing to win, right? Nothing to lose. And at that point, Yeah, that's one to look forward to, but you have to behold the Eternal Fire bounce back. Sure, that second half is not something you want to watch back again, but they're going to need to if they want to get far in the playoffs.
Yeah, highlighting some of those issues that the team has had as well and things that they will be thinking about, but a professional performance for them to wrap it up here and keep the streak going since their opening match. Pacific, on the other hand, as you say, plenty to think about. It's that big gap between stage 1 and 2, which is most pressing for them, I think, because it's just that time with yourself, right? You really want to carry that momentum forwards, but just not enough games in the calendar. We are going to head down to the stage, though, with Nat, who's waiting alongside Echo.
Well, I'm glad my casters know exactly who is standing beside me because, yes, Echo, you are now making it to the playoffs. Your first time at VCT EMEA Stage 1, you go straight into the playoffs, man. You're showing everyone how it's done, huh?
Yeah, of course.
How does it feel, though, to secure that today?
Actually, I don't feel anything right now.
Okay.
Because that was a start of, like, dream, I can say that. We are going to show more, like, performance in playoffs. We are going to London after that. Let's see.
I like it. The confidence really, truly never stops with you there. And look, this was a tough series, right? It wasn't clean cut. We have seen you have better and stronger series. Would you say that this was maybe one of your most difficult wins?
Actually, I think it wasn't difficult, but it was not our day, but we won anyway. At the last map, I felt like we are fighting each other with vitality, because I don't know, maybe you remember Bind.
Yeah.
It was same, but we closed it again. It's fine.
Okay, all right. I'm just curious because I was going to ask like what made it difficult, but you're saying there wasn't really... It
wasn't our day, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then the other thing being you guys picking up Fracture, that was your map choice here. Why that one went so far? Because normally we see teams pick up a map and they're quite dominant on it, but that one was also quite close too.
It was not our day, that's why. I can say that, because we're practicing a lot, so I can't say a lot of things.
I like it. Well, look, there's always plenty of time to talk to you, Echo, but I'm going to let you go. I know it's been a long series already, a long day there, and we're going to see a lot more of you. You got a game next week. You got the playoffs as well, but congratulations. Thank you so much for joining me. For you guys at home there, you guys are going to stick around because we do have a whole nother series because it is only day 1 of our week number 4 here, so don't go too far.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
And dance, you know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. Whoa, you know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Well, it feels like we've already been so spoiled here, getting to see 3 maps in our first series, kicking off week number 4 there. I do wonder if our upcoming one is going to go the distance as well. It's going to be Liquid up against NAVI. And I guess that's just a nice question to ask you both. Would we potentially see a map 3? Is there an equalness?
This should be the close one, which means we're going to have a very long day. But I don't know. If it delivers, then yeah, I think this should be a 3-mapper.
Yeah, I'd like to hope so. I think as well, like, the more that we're actually getting to see some of the teams in the sort of middle end of the table come up against one another is when we do start to see those closer games. Obviously, the series that we just had was a bit of a surprise factor. Yeah, that's quite sad.
Dude, don't even, the way
it makes it real.
The way it ended and everything as well, like we could have been seeing overtime, like we could have just been seeing so much more than ended that way. Well, where there is one team's journey that ends, another or many more get to begin, right? Because we can start talking about the fact that Eternal Fire make that playoffs, Pacific out, but what stakes are on the lines right now when we have Liquid coming up against NAVI?
Well,
I ask you because you're our permutations man. He's the maths guy.
I think there's going to be a graphic that comes up. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward for the Liquid side. Obviously for NAVI, I think it still comes down to next week no matter what. But if they win, they're through. But also they take mates with them. They do say, like, whenever you do something, you should bring a mate. And that's exactly what they're planning to do.
That's right. If you're a mates fan, you're also cheering for Liquid right now. Yeah. If you're NAVI, it sucks to lose. It always does. But right now for your playoff life, that's
there
not
is
what
also
matters.
the argument, though, that maybe mates would want them to lose so they could potentially finish higher up. Because then they might want to try and overtake Liquid.
They want to prove
There's
themselves.
the metagame. No, it's how high in the table they want to finish, because if Liquid keep winning, then they'll finish below them. So, you know. I've made it more complicated for no reason, but I've decided to do that just for fun.
But I like it. It is it is much more straightforward for Liquid, and of course, like we said, mates as well. If any of you guys are out there watching, for NAVI, it feels like it is forever a difficult conversation around them, whether that's your journey to playoffs or whether it is as well what's happening in your roster, which is something we want to hear a little bit more about.
Because like now we change 3 duelists or something, and they have some IGR from the Americas, and it's looking like they have so many things to adapt with, but they keep changing something. So that's
every week.
Yeah, every week. So that's looking like this is not gonna work. Hope now we can do it too, because I like the how Navi plays, and I like how Ruxichan comeback plays, and also Hero. So yeah.
Well, that was Yenishe talking about it. Tom, you were there. First-hand experience of that.
I was there. Yeah, and it's something I wanted to show because it's something I completely agree with. That I feel like Na'Vi, when they were playing with Kolosha, they were a squad that, like, although Kolosha wasn't having the best individual performances, the team looked good as a whole. They decided to then shift that, put Comeback into the team, and it's definitely made things that little bit more messy because you've had to move Filu away from a role that actually looked good. He's now playing Duelist, and I now wonder going into this week, do they swap it back?
Please, Navi, swap it back. Because literally, when we knew that Comeback was coming into this roster, because obviously Exit's still not been able to get here, we were like, oh, okay, like Comeback will play Neon.
Great
it just
Neon
makes
player.
perfect sense. It makes absolute sense. And it's what we kind of presumed coming into this, is that if he's going to be subbing in, you just put Comeback on the Neon. We literally requested Neon highlights for Comeback because we were like, yeah, of course. And then they just decided to give us a Filu on Duelist, which has looked pretty lackluster, I think is fair to say, from kickoff, from stage 1, from what we've seen. And so in our heads, it just didn't really make much sense.
They also kind of gave some mixed signals as well, because you had Angel in one of the interviews basically saying that, like, we had to put him on more of a solo role because
it's
otherwise,
self-sufficient.
he's self-sufficient, he doesn't need to be with the team. And then you had Klorig in the interview being like, oh, actually, he was way better communication-wise. I'm like, well, one of those is a lie.
Well, look, I took, you know, the onus. I took it upon myself. I did some investigative journalism, and I went to Angel, a direct source, and I asked him pretty much exactly what we're wondering right now. I'm going to cut to the chase. Last week in a coach confessional, you're very honest with us about having short practice time with Comeback. He's playing again for you guys today. Have you had a little bit more time? Do you feel more comfortable with him in the roster?
Yes, we feel much more comfortable now. We had like 4 practice days now, and this is a big difference, to be honest. We literally revisited almost all of the maps. We put him on more roles which he get used to more in his career, and I'm looking forward to it because we played really well.
Now you say roles that he's more used to. Is that back on Duelist? We're going to see him on those more traditional sort of agents that fit that stereotype, or
we will see him much more on Neon.
I like it. It's just way more forward and straightforward than that. So then I do ask you, with coming up against Liquid, having come back again, getting those extra days you're talking about, where is the confidence levels on what you're going to bring to Liquid in the server?
I'll be honest, Liquid is a very good team. So despite us feeling confident and showing like a very good practices last days, I think it's going to be a close fight. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's like 4 practice days is still 4 practice days, but I feel much more confident than in the gentleman's game.
Well, I feel like that confidence might just be of Angel. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Billy, your prayers are answered. He just straight up said it.
He is also, he lies a lot.
Oh,
so
don't tell me that
see.
now.
We'll see.
Well,
I'm
clearly
not
say
convinced
that.
yet.
No, because I'm excited. Like, Tom's breaking
the legitimacy of my investigative journalism, and I will not stand for it.
He has lied for 5 years on this broadcast. I'm waiting until I see it.
Like, far too negative. Like,
Billy,
can
I'll
you
give you
just,
the hook.
like, you know, give us
Have
a
we
little
met? That's who I am.
Yeah, this is true.
But look, if it were to happen, though, you feel like that's one of the recipes for success?
Completely, yeah, because I think it doesn't just come down to being able to implement Comeback into this team. It also comes down to seeing the strengths of what Filu is.
Yes.
And his
yeah.
chamber looked really, really good in the first couple of weeks that we got to see it. So I don't want them to steer away from that.
Well, we do have to talk about the counterpart in this matchup. It isn't always just about Navi, despite the fact that it feels like every week they're giving us something new to talk about. Liquid have been very stable, very consistent for themselves. One of the players, Purple, I guess, is the one that's going to stand out amongst the rest, although it's hard to really pick sometimes.
Yeah, I'd say coming into this year, one of the main talking points for me was you've picked up a lot of duelists. Who's going to give up the duelist, and are they going to look good? And the answer for Purpo was yes, because at the beginning of the year, they still kind of had him like playing Jet on Breeze and stuff like that. He was still in that role, and I was like, okay, well, you still haven't fixed the issue of who's actually going to flex onto this initiator. Since he's come into Stage 1, he has looked unbelievable on this role.
I kind of understand it, though, because when he was in Challengers last year, he was absolutely farming on the Jet. So, like, I understand why they wanted to kind of say how that avenue would go down, but I definitely think since pivoting away to having Camo on that double duelist has looked so much better for them. And I think as well, Purple was someone that we kind of highlighted last week. Like, the way that he's been able to grow into this initiator role has been so impressive. Honestly, up there with one of the top initiators in our region at the moment.
Yeah, I love his Sky. Like, because he can be that little bit more aggressive still and self-sufficient at times. So I think that fits him better as a player. I think the meta shift with Sky being a bit better helped a lot with that change. But there's also the other side of the curve as well then when we're talking about Camo, who I feel like that's more of a scenario where when we see him flex onto the Initiator, I'm not enjoying it quite as much. I want him to stay back towards that duelist.
What do you think is more impressive? Someone transitioning fully to Initiator and doing so well as Peppa did, or something that's more stable of we want to play that can flex whilst they might not be extremely flashy with it. They're able to do that for our comps.
I think it really varies team to team. Like I'd say that obviously it would be nice if Liquid could go in and go like, we have multiple players who can play anything we need at any time.
But they have 4 duelists.
But yeah, you picked up players that don't necessarily fit that bracket. But I also then look at teams like Foot, who've almost unapologetically, wow, English is hard, gone the opposite route and just gone, my player can play this, my player can play this, my player can play this, we're going to stick to that and we're going to run it on everything. They're currently at the top of the group. So I think there are times where you just have to go like, if a player is more comfortable and a comp maybe isn't perfect but works, go with that instead.
Well, the reason why I asked you is because you're saying kind of sometimes with the flex, it isn't necessarily the flashiest. It's not exactly necessarily what Liquid need to get the win, even though it might look good every now and then. And well, I wanted to get to the bottom of the source and ask him himself how he felt about it. Camo, how would you describe yourself as a player? Like, what do you bring to Team Liquid no one else is bringing?
I would say a lot of the times the vibes, the flexibility I have in my agent pool, and the firepower.
Yeah, and would you say that's your #1 sort of duty, that firepower and the flexibility when it comes to creating a comp?
Definitely flexibility. I can play anything. I'm fine.
What would be your favorite thing to play, though, if you had to choose? Favorite role?
Can I say agent?
Okay, yeah, you can use an agent.
Don't show it to the coaches, though. I would say Cypher.
Really?
Yeah.
Why isn't anyone letting you play then?
We have Nuts on the team.
So we're gonna
maybe one day.
We're gonna have to take Nats. What would you put Nats on if you were to get Cypher? What would? Oh my gosh! This man put him in the coaching role. What are you guys gonna bring against Navi? Is it gonna be potentially that Cypher or Waylay?
Well, let's see. I cannot tell you that.
Is it going to be something
Hopefully
new
it's
at
new
least?
Cypher, though. Something new, for sure, yeah.
All right. Well, something new and obviously then Cypher for yourself, but we have been seeing you fall into the flex a lot. Initiator and Duelist is where I want to bring the conversation. Out of those two, which one would you prefer?
I would say Duelist with my boy Domi, Miniboo. I just love playing like next to him, running it down with him.
So it's more actually who you're playing with rather than the role itself?
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just when I play Duelist with him, it's just so fun just running people down.
All right, well, hopefully you guys are going to have a little bit of fun up against Navi. Do you want to put out a prediction how you think the series will go?
No prediction. I don't care.
You don't care at all?
Just play the game.
Just play the game, have a fun, maybe a little bit of Cypher, but either way, Kevin, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
I think he's downplaying everything he possibly can, and maybe
he doesn't care about the result. That's the only thing you should care about.
I thought it was going to be the I don't care about giving you a prediction. I'm like, hey, man, that's fair. Whether it's superstitions or if it's like you genuinely don't mind if it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, a win's a win. But he just straight up said, whatever.
Yeah, you know. As long as he has fun.
Put him on the Cypher then. Let's go back.
No, don't do that.
It's certainly a strange mentality to have going into a game where you can lock playoffs. Like, I don't know why he's just like, yeah, we're chilling. Like, don't really care.
Maybe it does go back to what Tom was saying, where they don't want to take Gentlemates through with them, and so he doesn't actually care.
Oh yeah, he just wants to wait until week 5 and just troll the whole group.
You're onto something.
That would be mental. No, I think I genuinely question every single one of his answers in that. I don't think I've ever met a Duelist player who wants to play Cypher. That's new to me. I know Cypher players who want to play Duelist. That's quite a common thing, but yeah, very, very interesting information that we've got there. I don't know if I've learned much, but it's interesting.
I've learned that I can never trust anything Camo says.
Yeah.
That's at least one thing.
And I told you can't trust Angel either, so what did we get?
Well, what did we even really truly get from this except a good laugh and a little bit of fun? But the Blaze are going to have to bring a whole nother level when it comes to this matchup. There's a lot on the line for them. We've talked about that before, but how do they get that? What exactly is going to be that success?
Well, I think some of the keys to victory that we wanted to highlight was definitely swap and Filio and come back around.
Which is definitely happening, according to Angel.
According
Who's
to
never
Angel,
lied in his life.
It's definitely happening. And if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be very disappointed. And then obviously put Camo on Duelist. Like, we got glimpses of that KO on the breeze. No, let's not. We obviously saw glimpses of that KO on the breeze. Didn't look too hot. Just put the man back on Duelist.
Well, yeah, we're in a meta where they can play double duelists. It's worked for them.
I think I've really enjoyed. Apparently.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed his Phoenix, especially. I think it's been very good, and especially if you're looking for flashes, that works out as well. You can also have the extra life, so I think that will work. Obviously, it depends on the maps that they play. I don't think the coaches are ever going to shoehorn themselves into those sort of scenarios, but I hope they do.
Yeah, unless you're Angel, in which you're going to shoehorn come back into playing Neon.
Yeah.
No matter what the map.
It just makes sense. Like, I'm sorry, but it just literally makes sense. It's the most, like, common sense decision that you could make.
They just needed to quadruple their practice days from 1 to 4. That was enough for them, but we'll see if a skirmish win is in the cards for them and exactly how it played out.
I feel like he's gonna have an op. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Oh.
I get one a twist.
Okay. Holy. I respect that you're not pulling out the op, you know? I respect that.
Whoa.
Alright.
This is right. Nice. For me, you're the best skirmish I've ever played.
Yeah? The best?
Oh, bro, you don't move, you don't make sound cues.
Hero joining me after that performance, man. You just went out there and you said, I'm not giving you any chance right now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it doesn't really matter if it's a coach or a player. That's going to be the same.
Okay. We have been seeing you do a lot more of the skirmishes. Do you treat it like a warm-up? Like, what's your idea behind playing more of them?
I mean, it's team decision mostly, but I mean, it's a good warm-up, I would say. I do like him.
All right, maybe he's fully warmed up, enough for Navi to take the series. Well, we'll find out in just a moment. We're going to be jumping into the action of Navi and Liquid. Some nice words from here. These all warmed up, and we'll see what exact maps that warm-up is going to be taking them to. It's Liquid picking up Bind and Navi with Split, which leaves Lotus yet again 2 times today as the decider map.
Honestly, I'm glad to see EMEA deciding to lean more into the Lotus more in these more recent weeks. It's always been a good map for us, and I'm hoping that means the teams are getting themselves set up for Masters London. But looking at this map, Vito, I think Team Liquid selecting the Bind is really interesting. I'm intrigued to see if they stick with that double duelist composition that we've been harping on about, that they kind of need to lean into. And I think as well, does Philly play the chamber? Does he play something else? I don't know. I'd love to see him on the chamber on this map.
Yeah, they struggled a little bit on their attack side last time out, so if you were going to sort of switch things up a bit, but again, it's now with Comeback instead of Kolosha, so we'll see if that synergy is going to be in play with obviously the communication issues that were mentioned by Heretics. Into the second map, though, I am going to be intrigued because historically it was a map that was pretty good for Na'Vi when Angel was calling. I think they've suffered a little bit more. Their game versus Foot was definitely a bit more rough, but it's also one where they go into the double duelist. But in the past, they ran a chamber.
Yes,
so I wonder if it's going to come back again.
I was about to say that almost feels like a surprise pick from Na'Vi coming into this week, right? Obviously, we've not seen it from Team Liquid this stage either, so we don't know what to expect. Yeah, we don't know what to expect from them. So I think Na'Vi picking into that is kind of a surprise considering the recent result that they had on it. And like you said, Tom, I would be intrigued to see if they do go back to that kickoff composition with the chamber. Obviously, it was Rhythmic that was on it then, but they have plenty of chamber players on this roster at this point.
That was the thing. Angel actually said at one point, if he could get Rhythmic to play chamber all of the time, he would. Well, with how Filu has been playing, he can make him play it all of the time. So I think that it's definitely a good opportunity. Again, the permutations. We're going to be saying that word an awful lot today, but it is Liquid
we'll find more
win.
synonyms for it.
They take a team with them. Mates will join them. For Navi, a victory here puts them more in contention, but it doesn't change whether they qualify or whether they don't.
And they should care a little bit more about this, because when you're this far up in the table, securing playoffs is great, but securing first seed in your groups is even better. It puts you that one step closer to making it to London. So for them, yeah, this is the first of many steps that need to be taken for them, but it's a good one that they potentially could get a hold of, because right now Navi's record is not the best for themselves, but they've always had really close series up against Heretics and Foot, the two most notable ones, right?
Hey, listen, if Navi are able to win it out today, it's going to be a great week for Navi, right? They've won the skirmish. The Navi juniors beat Team Liquid Academy yesterday in Challengers. Like, it would be a really great week for them if they were able to do it not only in Challengers, but here in VCT again today. It's exciting times.
Also for Liquid, it would start to look a little bit choky, because they are a team that they went 2-0 up. They went into that match versus Foot, and we went, well, basically one of these teams is guaranteed. I think Foot was actually guaranteed, but like Liquid would have been like 99 points, whatever percent. They would have been guaranteed to make it. If you then go back to 2-2 and it goes into the last week, it's going to get very interesting.
Yeah, well, it all kicks off with our first map on Bind here. This is where we're going to be talking and looking at our agent select on exactly what sort of compositions they're going to be running and who was lying to us, all right? Who was more of the liar, Kemo
I know
or
Rooksik's
Angel?
lying to us right now.
Yeah,
with his
Navi, this can't be real. Like, this actually can't be real.
It's not. There's no way that any of this is being locked in. So we can talk about the other side, obviously, on Bind, having that sort of... I love Minibu on this map. Minibu on defense just goes pushing and fighting every angle. You go back to, I think it was Kickoff, he was literally fighting people in the spawn, so you're going to have to be very, very careful of any way you go on a map if you try and re-clear. Bind is also a map where Nats is the king. This is the map where he made his name on Viper. And Filu's locked in Brimstone. So, yeah, he's not playing Chamber. There you go. Our question has been answered. I don't know if it's been answered in a way I like, but it has been answered.
Yeah, I mean, they're opting for this double controller. Vice, I mean, what were we talking about with Eternal Fire, literally, in the previous series? And I think as well, Clark on the Sky here is really great. But yeah, I think this
He told the truth about comeback.
Vice?
Yeah, I think Tom's a liar now.
Just not anything else.
He did
Hero
tell
on
the
Vice
truth.
is also exciting.
And
though.
honestly, do you know what? Something that I'd noticed in Navi's attack when they were playing against Foot was there was so many times that Philo was getting caught out on these kind of lurks and losing those 1v1s from Foot being able to push out on those extremities. I think Hero as a lurk player has already been tried and tested, being on this Sentinel role. Like, this looks good for them.
All right, it looks good for them. Enough that you guys want to say where exactly you think this map 1 is going to go?
Liquid.
No. Liquid. Billy's like, it's really not straightforward.
Don't do that
Please
to
don't
me.
ask me. Look, I won't, Billy. I won't ask
Sitting
you.
on the fence.
You can sit on the fence, but I know two people who do not enjoy doing that, and I'm going to throw them the same question. Is there a clear favorite here, Pansy and Hypoc?
Ooh, you know what? Clear favorite is a tough one, if I'm honest, in my mind.
Clear favorite for me is Liquid. Yeah?
Yeah, but, okay, I like Navi's comp, man.
Okay, yeah, but I mean...
If I remember the names playing it...
Well, there you go then. I mean, you've answered your own question there.
Yeah, I've retaught myself back around, haven't I?
I mean, even though it's, I mean, obviously you look at Liquid last two performances here, Gentlemaids and Heretics, two very different outcomes, but this composition change, I think, really flourished versus Heretics. Nats, again, hitting the trademarks, Tom was even talking about it, it's just, it's so good to see him be able to achieve that once-on-one. I think the counterbalance to that is Camo and Minibu, the ones that are able to create enough pace and pressure in the early round that allows Nats to shine.
Yeah, that's where I think that's probably why I'm starting to look at that Vice and being a little excited for it. Because I know theoretically it's a really good kind of addition to this. Whether or not practically that works is there.
I don't think the Vice helps you an awful lot versus a Phoenix Neon. That's the issue.
Yeah, I guess the Phoenix in addition. I think the Neon, obviously, in my head, it sticks out as something they could potentially work towards. But I guess the proof's in the pudding, right? Even with the fact that Team Liquid obviously would like to be the masters of their own fate here. Trying to get that lock in towards playoffs. NAVI in their way. Let's see how they make this composition look. Let's see if they can make it look convincing enough. Already a nice little pop flash, but a lovely slowdown of things there. And actually, I think that was a bit of a rough stun coming through, but still a little bit of a trade back and forth. And a 3-2 end result until the swing. I mean, that pop flash was fantastic, but Minibu laboured, sure.
It's going to need an
in the
ace.
round. Oh, the bar is high.
16 HP left. Hero and Rooksik very healthy on the other side of this and just will wait here to force a decision out of Minibu. Does have a bit of space. I mean, he can slip away, but doesn't have concrete info And what lies in wait?
Yeah, I guess the cross is available, right? You'd have to go into the unknown, but I guess not better the devil,
Out
you
of
know.
earshot.
Yeah, so good stuff from him. It's that 16 HP. If he had to touch more, I'd be a little more on board. But 16 leaves very little room for error.
Left.
So with the plant in place,
Spike
Miniboo
planted.
puts a little bit more pressure on NAVI. Now, I quite like this, though. At least going to deny some adjustment in the post plant. But obviously, this is blind assumptions from NAVI working their way back in.
Needs the first 4-3 in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
If
Clean.
Miniboo wants to convert this, like I said, it will be an ace. Unorthodox plant for him as well.
Yeah, this position, even the box spam at this point, I'm so concerned, but the first has to be perfect. A chance! Ah! It had to be absolutely picture perfect. It sadly wasn't for him, but for NAVI, they get what they needed. And it just felt like that stop of the waterfall out from kind of, I guess, Hookah really kind of hindered the round this.
Yeah, the stun just preventing very quick transition towards sight. You know, at that point, unfortunately, I mean, Clark just goes crazy with the frenzy here, almost catching the final kill as well. Took Miniboo a while to actually
That's why it was on 16
respond.
HP.
Yeah, the headshot does land for Clark.
That's where you get the frenzy, baby. That's where you get the frenzy, baby.
A little bit split here, short for the diffuser. Chance for Miniboo to find that first kill for free that we're talking about. Unfortunately, Rhythmic, too sharp for him today.
Lovely beginning for Miniboo as well, because he's someone that I've perpetually kept my eye on in his up and down performances. He felt like a bit of a blunt instrument at times, a little bit too one-dimensional for me, but if he gets off to a good start here, love to see how he flourishes throughout this. As obviously coming into this, he's going to be setting himself up to, I say, succeed. But they're close on this. Comeback might be dead here. Fortunate enough here to fall away, but only for a second goes back in. Oh, stop it! What was that for? Comeback! I thought you were a little over the line, but how wrong I was. Is it going to be all 5? We said there had to be an ace last round.
Rhythmic, that's foul.
That's
that
a yellow
is
card.
foul,
That's
bro.
a yellow right there.
Able to clean up a second round here. And going absolutely crazy with the scope.
Criminal to get away with.
I mean, Camo actually gets the first. Yeah, it's Hero that falls behind here. Come back to want to actually take the initial flash.
Just untouchable, man.
And the stars align for him.
I see you, baby boy.
Baby boy.
Not a big fan of that.
It's not for you,
It's
is
that
it?
team synergy. You have to be.
You got to be.
You got to be part of the system to
yeah.
understand that.
Well, I can't recover from that.
Wait,
I mean, it felt like they got caught.
He was in no man's land
it was
there.
caught in between a weird idea, right? Now, I quite like this stall again, buys a couple of seconds for rotation, but there's the value of the Vice utility, at least, slowing things down here, allowing that tip of the spear to somewhat be blunted. I'm sure that phrase will be said a fair amount, but again, a bonus for NAVI.
Chance here, obviously, Clark down to 8 HP. Liquid in a good position now, 4 standing, to potentially find their first, deny the bonus, and we'll freeze for a moment. Cut sound, and this is sort of situation you look towards, Nats, maybe to find some value. It's a wide open sight on the other side. All 3 members of NAVI, and well, at least here, bait out the wall, and bait a peek out of Hero on the other side.
I still quite like what Clark's doing, but now I feel like it's a touch too behind the curve. And if it's not overthought, this should be simple stuff for Liquid. Rhythmic does get a recovered rifle.
30
and
seconds
no one's
left.
quite watching this yet.
And Clark's going to have a ton of space to play into here. Nats is watching this angle, but actually bested here.
Potentially a mini-map moment. It didn't look like Nats even got a shot back in that. Oh, Wayne, so close. Now you got to look towards seeing what Rhythmic's doing. The flash good, going to confirm attendance towards short side of things. But Rhythmic needs to be the one to kind of, I guess, shoulder a great deal of this. Has to go through the motions. A little bit of chip, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, tag onto Wayne.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, going to have to get the heal going. Any more is really big damage, and Rhythmic could apply some pressure.
Poison's off.
Still, the post plant should be solid. I mean, Wayne, I imagine, does have the molly, and it's fine. Camo clean with it on the way through. First found for Liquid.
And Camo just one away from the ultimate. I mean, last time, I believe versus Heretics, it was like 4 ultimates in the first half for Camo, able to really snowball that first ult cycle. And looking to maybe get that online here, potentially. The first buy round for NAVI. Good way to offset that. Good way to break some of these setups from Hero as well. Already seeing probably Liquid have to make an adjustment in terms of where that setup is going to be. Deal with some of the utility. I mean, as I said, yeah, if it goes unchecked and late round, that's where it can have impact versus this sort of composition. But I've got to argue Liquid probably starting to figure things out in that regard. Mini boot already, ultimate online for him. Come back looking to get aggressive here on short behind this wall. It might just be caught off guard by Camo.
Yeah, concise work from Camo as well. Really, really clean so far. Hitting shots. And also got his ult ready to go. So that's a huge space taker.
By the way, Filu has made a huge adjustment on his monitor. I never usually see him that close. It is, look at that. that's the Angel prep. He's been really mentoring. That's the one-to-one mentoring in effect there. I thought I misremembered it, but that's so much closer than last time I saw it.
We're going to have to get VAR on that. We'll get the replay team to get it going. Going to shoulder up nice and close, but lovely spacing. That's what I love seeing here. Fundamental work from Nats, really, really solid. Not going to waste that ult coming through. Takes the space, takes the player. They've had a pick basically on both sides of the map. And it's both aggressive positions coming out from the NAVI side, not really allowing Hero to shine in this. Too far back to have much of a real say of things. So that side control is going to be theirs. They've already pulled that rotation. Yeah. This is simple stuff.
Nats has already got the benefit of timing here. We'll find a kill to boot. Just Hero left now in a 1v4. I think we're going through the motions here. Get themselves an orb as well. I don't think really in a position to have a say in this. I mean, comeback and Filu sitting at 1,100 credits elsewhere, pretty tapped out, but do have comebacks ultimate to offset that potentially. They do want to maybe invest a little around this saved rifle. Well, if he's going to be able to, you can see Nats there on the X-ray already.
He's not a mile away.
Yeah, he's putting some steps in already.
Getting his count up. Hero, though, correctly navigating away from that space, but I don't know if Nats is going to really get to it in time. He might do. Spike is ticking away, but Hero, yeah, should be fine. Look at Nats kind of course over towards spawn, but lovely starts from Liquid. I mean, Camo on these entries has been pretty solid, and Nats again on that spacing. It's lovely to see. It's not particularly flashy Valorant at this point, but it's the fundamentals that get you the rounds.
As well, it's even in the rounds where Camo's burning his ultimate, and sometimes he's pulling off 3Ks, it's just multi-kill after multi-kill last week versus Heretics. But it's the timing of what's going on, bigger picture-wise, for NAVI to deal with, right? You see the Phoenix ult on one side, and then Miniboo sliding into lamps on the other. And again, they're winning out, as you said, on both sides of the map. It just causes so much chaos for NAVI to react to. You see a Bucky invested upgraded pistols. Comeback does have a shield, so... Well, though, that's the better of Nats on the first one.
Yeah, still pretty solid. If Rooksik gets play, then this could be something special from Rooksik. Taking down Camo as well, lovely stun from Comeback. And of course, you're going to invest that ult now. Seems so much more valid at this point as Purpo overwhelmed. That was fantastic from NAVI. Hero always worth his weight in gold, but the support system right there as well.
Maybe a little disrespectful from Liquid, looking to just roll onto site here, seemingly with no resistance, but maybe a little complacent here. Great catch from Hero onto Nats, and again, Rooksik able to find this first kill and actually double down onto Camo. Camo's desperate to police that weapon, get that trade as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, then
Hero, my Turkish demons, baby.
The stun landing perfectly.
But not Baby Boy.
Not Baby Boy this time.
Changing it up. But
speaking of changing it up,
okay, talk to me.
A Nats operator to again try and catch somebody off guard. Have come back on the other side with an op of his own, so maybe an indicator of things slowing down potentially for NAVI on this defensive side. This position towards showers right now, Nats on short. Desperately trying to punish this this orb on B long. Molly burnt out pretty early though from Filu. Timing on that orb was perfect.
Okay.
A ton of sound here though for NAVI to potentially make a decision on.
but I need to see Filu play this right. He's still got the setup there. Kind of wanted to challenge by the wall, make sure they commit fully. It's not just going to be wasted and cleared for free. So at this point, I do think they have got at least a bit of information. Those Seekers look a little confused as to where to go, but they did get to work. Yeah. But I think, if anything, even though just 2, maybe 3 players at most were here, it is going to indicate the bulk of the forces are coming this way. Rhythmic already falling. Means that NAVI in this hold gets weakened drastically. I'm looking towards comeback. I'm looking towards Cloric to try and play this right. Create a pinch out of nowhere.
They still know that Showers is unchecked.
30 seconds.
Who should be on that? He is. Checkmate, easy work for him. Comeback's position becomes irrelevant. And the other 3 are so far behind the curve now.
Really tough to break back through here. Luckily, Cloric did escape with his life. So at least a 3v5 here, but will require a miracle to get back onto site. And already you can see the call being made to give this one up. Great awareness from Liquid as well. I mean, the pressure coming onto site, even Camo forcing Cloric a little deeper. And still, you're seeing eyes trained towards Showers.
Yeah,
great control of the situation from them.
Yeah, so comprehensive, and you kind of see the full package of what Team Liquid can be. If you get your kind of Miniboo and Camo on those entries, they get you that site control, that first stepping stone there. You could see it in the post-plant statistic on the screen for just a second, up into 70% once they get to it. So it could be a really kind of two-front problem for anyone facing them. It's incredibly hard. Do we try and deal with those pretty solid entries with the composition they have, or do we try and play retakes? There is no easy answer to that. For now, though, we are at 3 apiece. Alt-wise, still going to have Rhythmic there, Miniboo on the other side, Purpo as well, and it looks like that kind of full hand for Liquid is on the way.
Obviously, to follow that, obviously, investment already came from Navi's side, so outside of the pit, probably a little behind the curve for where you'd want to be at a 3-3 scoreline. Liquid will spread thin once more. Probably send out some of these probes, one being Miniboo, over towards B Long here, posturing up, trying to create as much presence as he can. The other side, though, another variation of the setup here from Hero to potentially catch somebody looking to challenge towards this position.
I quite like the versatility so far.
Oh my God, it's Nats with the op though.
But lazy on the repetition, maybe feeling he was going to get away with it, and unawares that an operator could be in play. But again, to go for that double jump spot, risky.
Yeah, Cloric's not going to know that he's this close.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you everything, that flash, but he's being cautious about this, already falling away to sight. But Nats now on the entries, just slow clearing through the map. Sadly for comeback, potentially next on the block, but you've got to feel like the judge should be pretty well equipped at handling pressure, even with the Seekers, even with all that util.
Rhythmic's taking the TP though.
Here we go.
They have a good understanding of what the setup was on A. With that TP sound, Liquid know they can quick pivot.
That's a lovely call. Lovely mid-rounding on that. They found the weak spot. Even at this 4v4, they found a completely absconded site. Plant now in play.
Spike planted.
Liquid with 4 up. And look at this deeper work coming out from Nats here. Camo sent further forward, and the statistic up to the 70s. Now looking to grow even further in the post-plant. Filu, Rhythmic, and Cloric, if you're not winning in the opening, it's cancel.
A beautiful call here. Again, you get that pick on the A site, and Navi is so eager to try and bail out comeback. As soon as the Seekers get popped, I mean, it's difficult for the judge to really do anything. And it's how quickly Liquid can actually pivot into the A site that's impressive, even going as far as getting this pit set up into pipes. You can see Camo not expected on that closer angle behind the pit even. Looking to go hunting, he's only 2 away from the ultimate once more. Yeah, Navi will look to hold on to these rifles. Hero sitting at 3,200. Comeback will be struggling, but I imagine they can spread the funds a little bit here.
Should Camo have hunted then, potentially? 2 away from
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you know.
A death or a kill is one closer.
And he has money. I don't know. Being a little pedantic, I guess, at that point. But also, what do we make of this Nats operator? Now, I know he's talented all around, but I can't recall it to this extent. But does it work against his composition? It feels like a yes. If they're trying to play deeper, he's got that nice line to work with. But is this... I don't know. Like, I feel like we haven't seen Nats kind of run this to this extent.
I think I look at it outside of the composition. The one argument you could make would be if you can find a site that potentially Rhythmic or Hero are trying to anchor, yes, they're going to be going for these sort of peaks, and Nats can slip himself into one of those lurk spots that's maybe going to capitalize on one of those angles. I think it's more to the fact that actually even in this situation, Miniboo can create a little bit of pressure. It baits those information peaks out on the A site, which is where, in that lurk position, he can shine. Doesn't need the op, for sure. He does it with a rifle just as well.
Just more efficient, I guess. Less bullet spent.
Yes,
You know, that's what he's worried about. But it's quite nice to see a little bit of evolution here, because you kind of talk about Nats being this icon on this map to a degree, right? And rightly so, historically it has been. But seeing a little bit of a change up here, whether or not it gets stuck to, or if it's just a for now thing, we've got a nice read, a nice idea, and he's feeling it, cool. But I just kind of like seeing there's a little bit of a step forward, because again, he's at 3 to 4. It's not exactly monumental, but, the impact.
This is always the discussion with that. If he's not dropping 30, you just go, oh yeah, he's like 7 and 12. Those 7 kills
rounds,
will be like at a point in the round where it's
Yeah.
like he's catching somebody, rotating away from sight and creating a gap. It's always the same for Nats.
Well, let's see if there's a solution in mind for NAVI. Oh, well, there was. Right in between them. In between the wickets. Sadly for comeback, couldn't quite pick his target.
Thought you were going to make a grass and a wicket joke there, but Nats on the other side here trying to get some info over the top of the smoke. Haven't necessarily got a different variation of the setup once more, but haven't got a good feel for, I guess, some of the second and third setups for Hero here over towards B long. Saw previously Filu with the molly looking to capitalize behind one of those deep smokes. And again, just no round is the same for Na'Vi to kind of make decisions on in terms of who they see and where. Again, Miniboo's not here, posturing towards B long. Some round's going to be potentially Purpo. Although the spike is rotating this way, and Nats, as we were just discussing, got himself into one of those spots that doesn't necessarily need the op, but he can potentially find a kill.
That's a different sort of start, though. And there's the correct sort of stall. Now you look towards Nats. Does he get potentially a pick here, something to play with? Now we have to play incredibly. Oh my god! Oh, you're kidding me! You're
my
kidding
god!
Me. You're absolutely kidding
me! He saw
me.
the rifle, saw the operator stick out there. He must have done.
Surely you're not gonna be. I mean, yeah, I'd love to see it from his POV, because Camo, Wayne, and Miniboo now up against it numerically, even further with that as Camo falls. First time they had been given those opportunities, those play-ins later into the round. Great positioning from Hero over towards Long. You saw that utility really stalling things out, and comeback working with it. This time it worked out. They had that bit of discipline committed in mind. Don't allow Nats that sort of work. But again, him falling there, Mike, felt just a little unfavorable.
Yeah, I mean, it always takes a couple of rounds for teams to probably adjust to what Nats is doing, right? And this perfect example here, they just wait, think, there we go.
What's that then?
No more.
Of course it's that skin as well. It's the dragon sticking out.
I can't make any appropriate jokes.
No, I can't.
There's not a single appropriate joke.
I'm in big trouble.
Dude, I've already had a week off, man. I can't come back and drop that in my first Skyfall. Speed
Comeback
and
lands the shot this
haste.
time, though.
Yeah, and I like that. A really nice start to things. Very versatile. Previously, it was over towards Showers. This time, over towards Belong. Now doesn't need to overdo it, right? I want to see him sit back a bit more patient, play on that different line, and he's doing that here. Needs to be careful, though, because it is the Master at work.
Audio cue given away towards Long here. Still going to try and stick this landing. Orbital strike invested here, feeling good for the first. Purpo trades out.
Yeah, but Nats again finds comeback. It's that little value he finds to create security, potentially for this post plant. In an even 3v3, you look towards the ults here as well, though. That at least sits with Na'Vi. Can Rooksik or potentially Hero find an opportunity?
Look at how far Nats away is. He's not going to be affected by the ult if they do invest it.
Well, let's see. Going to have to cause some level of movement here. Wayne, no molly, unless that's already been sent through. That's as well. Util burnt somewhat here, so down to the really thinner things. An opportunity calling. Nats denying. Two in the round.
Was that a headshot, Cleric?
Yeah, we're going to have to watch that one back. He goes bounding in. It's now on Wayne in a 1v2. On the spike. Oh, the position just might be the end of it. Not guessing. Can't get it right here. Rooksik. He went off the defuse. He could have sat it on that one, but he's got the job done in the end. It's a little close, but just fine with a lovely amount of seconds left. What was that shot?
It looked like Nats caught a headshot on Gloric on that jump spot on the back of sight.
It's a quick replay, there's a chance. The replay ops are excited.
That would have been absolute filth if he was given the kill for that. Like, actually one of the most disgusting flicks.
Welcome to my
Oh no, I think it was just the... No, he's already low HP.
Okay. I don't know, man.
One enemy remaining.
I'm still not. I'm looking at the other screen over there. Like,
you know what? I'll let him have it. I'll lie with confidence. Don't think I won't. I'll do it. At this point, though, we come back through at 5-4. It's still a very close sort of look here between these two. Camo, with that ult to play with, going to opt to try and clear through long, and you could already see that Navi want none of that. Chloric could be... a little close. Oh! The catch from the ult, that is foul!
The perfect counter. Camo removed it.
That's so sick.
Liquid have slipped the net, though. Not sure if anybody's noted up towards site here. Hero and Rhythmic still on task, though. Well, hang on. They've swapped places.
Oh! Miniboo just got Hero. Quick trade for Rhythmic. This is getting a bit sketchy here. I'm surprised he's still alive. But he's how is he threading that needle? I thought there was support here. I thought Wayne was with him. Left alone. Caught off guard, sure, because I probably didn't expect to be baiting his teammate. But for Wayne, I guess he was already expecting maybe a plant or security on the site at that point. But Nat's now taking the longer way around. But Filu's timing.
Gonna be heard.
Nats.
Nats is looking this way.
Nats.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, that's all good. All good in the end. A little risky, but Wayne now 1v3.
Tap onto the spike here. Only 20 seconds left to play with, so unless somebody overpeaks on this first tap, it's going to be difficult now. Still one disconnected from this. Catching a stun here from comeback.
It doesn't feel good. Go on, Wayne. Hit a worldy shot.
I've seen a Wayne clutch in a while.
I feel like it was kind of won and lost there. Oh,
Taken down.
You got me back. You lost me. But for Filu, happy enough with that. NAVI, I'm still quite on board with what we're seeing at the moment. I'm quite liking it.
Well, you're able to whittle away some of these last few rounds, probably getting a better grip on how Liquid want to play out some of these slower rounds, particularly here, the great good read on Camo, who's trying to deny some info by kind of shift walking up in the ult. But again, just teed up for the perfect counter.
Instant mute, man.
Yeah. Oh, you see here where Rhythmic and Miniboo trade places, but Rhythmic finding two crucial kills to basically stop this from still going in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, that was a massive over-delivery from him. And a little bit of frustration on the Liquid side there.
Nice, boys!
And look at the timeline as well. It's a ton of diffusals going through in Navi's favor. So certainly rounds that Liquid are getting into the position where they statistically are delivering. Navi able to offset that very well here on Bind.
Oh, is that comeback going walkabouts? See, I love this though. You get a little bit of a stack towards that B site, aggression through showers, but it just really hinges also on Hero playing his life well enough here. And he's, ooh, I thought he had Miniboo on that one as well, but by now, surely the plan's kind of understood, right? You've got pressure down B long. I'm surprised he didn't rotate earlier towards B. Maybe you're aware of a lurk. There's still Nats around. Of course, he could be anywhere at this point. But you look at the way the map is, Navi have a good sort of space-taking approach in this. It doesn't leave much for Liquid to feel secure about, but at this point, Liquid probably happy enough with the site.
The plant here to Purpo.
Spike planted.
And still got a molly for Wayne. Come back, like I said, the awareness is going to be there.
Yeah.
A clearance through showers. The second player on this flank to pressure towards Wayne, though.
Timing has to be on the money in my mind if Navi want to make this look threatening. It's great to be able to get these sort of unorthodox positions, but if Nats' attention is purely focused on you, you probably would have won it. But actually, Rhythmic perfectly fine in that one. Shoulders it well, takes the longer route. Does he expect the additional body out the back? That's going to be Wayne there. Purpo handles it. Navi clearing house. Wayne last one alive, and he can't really challenge on that defuse happening. Navi, exceptional game plan there. I loved it from start to end, if I'm honest, which is not a sentence I thought I'd ever say.
Their ability to slow this map down already causing real issues for Liquid when they're not being rewarded with a free opener or just Miniboo and Camo able to pressure towards some of these setups here, particularly on A side, actually, since I've seen a pivot towards kind of an A favor.
Nice. Let's go.
Navi have just won out.
I'm manipulating everybody.
But again, it's the map control I'm loving. I love what Navi are doing. And I know it's basic, I know it's protocols, but how many times we say, where are the fundamentals? And right here, we're seeing it. And I have never been excited for a Navi game, but if this is the new look, I am up for it. Now, at this point, you can already see that little check-in on Comeback's impact. You've got to keep that in mind. This man is a bit of a gunner. And early ult, early pressure. Camo going to get the first, though. This has been a good indicator for the Liquid side of getting these sites under control. And then you look at that Nats layering, punishing those rotations. What was working earlier?
We held here outside. Long for the time being. Still, a couple of players to overcome. And stacked up here. I mean, Comeback's got to judge up close and personal here.
Oh, no.
Actually take a little bit of damage there from the wall.
I've got your trail.
And the Seeker on top. Ah, the timing, man. Just got a little greedy, wanted it all, wanted the stun to work out. But he's got his boys on the site, and Rooksik handles it with ease. Lovely synergy, lovely work on the utility, but still, they've got it back down to the three-piece, but you've got to look on the other side of the map. You've got to expect that
That's
there's
the
been
catch.
a bit of pressure, and here's the almost anti-lurk right on the other side of things, but that's better. NAVI starting to put together the pieces. Purple on Wayne now, it becomes predictable and readable. They have a passive and a well-positioned hold from Hero, and the other two can just slowly make their way closer. Still util to clear. There's going to be the peak. It's Purple looked confused how to deal with the Vice, but I guess he had to at 25 seconds, but I'd like to see them go together. Wayne now going to try and pick up the pieces, but he's the only one left.
And exactly the sort of situation I was talking about earlier. Going unchecked this long, late round, that utility pays off massively. Rooksik should catch Wayne before he can fully reset here. There'll be 8 on the half for NAVI, and a beautiful recovery where Liquid ultimately had the upper hand in terms of the approach, in terms of the pace, in terms of winning out those opening engagements. NAVI slow this down perfectly.
And it wasn't just slow, it wasn't just boring. In my mind, I saw map control, I saw heads-up adjustments, so you don't want to miss how this ends. I guess my question then becomes, Mike, is it a one-half sort of situation for NAVI? It feels very well thought out on that side of things, but we know that Liquid overall has pedigree. They have capability and they've got depth, but also they have a double duelist on the now defending side. So a couple of question marks in my mind going forward, but what do you make of this kind of NAVI look here? We've got Rooksik towards the top. I think Hero, even at the bottom, was holding a lot of space there. How are we feeling?
I mean, again, with this sort of composition, not necessarily a curveball. It's ultimately going to be more difficult for Liquid to deal with on that attacking side. A couple of rounds, I think probably the examples you were looking for when you were saying excited to see the Vice. Again, this is the sort of application you want to see. I think Minibrew probably, in some of the rounds, could have done a little more in terms of pressuring, maybe setting things up on the other side of the map, but I don't know that's really going to pay off for them here on the defense. Obviously, statistically, Liquid have been better. 62% attack win rate on Bind, so tracking way behind that here, but 55% on the defense, definitely not out of the woods just yet for NAVI.
No, they've still got their work cut out, and the map is getting smaller whether they know it or not. Luckily, NAVI moving at a decent enough pace to be able to take towards side, but who's giving
They're here so early.
eyes to this? I think Hero took a very quick glance, but I mean, it is just a quick glance. That's better though, takes a second look, invests utility. Purpo is going to be cleared. He was the one real player on that CT side. There is the additional body of Nats over towards Heaven, but at this point, you're kind of looking at what Wayne and Camo can do, and how dare I take my eyes off Nats, I guess. 3v3. And Liquid have cleared front sight, so pretty indicative of where these remaining players reside.
Look at the plant.
But yeah, you're right. It is. Oh, and I think Hero just again that reposition, making it uncomfortable. But the defuse is gonna be the problem. They couldn't. Oh, what is that, Camo? Yeah, that was clean. That was very nice. And it felt like a really well-made plan, but just couldn't stick the landing.
But even here with the plant location, I mean, Hero has to kind of make massive moves here. And I'm not saying he should have just barreled through this wall, but allowing passage from Liquid towards backside, especially when Nats is then noted up towards heaven. At that point, somebody from NAVI has to make a decision. Again, the smoke comes down. It's a bring smoke as well. That's lasting for an eternity in a post plant.
Nice, Camilo! Let's go!
Yeah, beautiful cleanup from Camo. Well invested round 2 purchase here.
Farming.
Liquid link position.
Oh, it was so nice, but I think they ate it anyway. Okay, well done to swarm it, I guess. But for Liquid, they've got purple here, so shouldn't really be, I don't want to say too much of a problem, but he's playing it well. He's not going to try and outstay his welcome. Hero. Okay. Hero, you're not meant to hit that, bro. You're not meant to hit that, bro. Like,
filthy.
What is that? I don't think, like, surely you can't even really mean it at that point.
No. So Camo at the end of the last round, I was like, okay.
I'll have one of those.
Yeah, I'll have one of those.
I'll have a go. Yeah, show me the shot that was here. I like the double flash there, though. You know what I mean? Like the sky flash going in and the device flash on top is kind of nice. Where is it?
Why is Hero's headshot not in this reel?
Don't you?
That's crazy. No love for that.
Wow, replay team. I'm your biggest fan, and you're doing this to me on my first day back? Huh. That's crazy work from you guys.
Still the remnants of that purchase on display here from Liquid. But it is only 2 Bulldogs. Going to try and have to make some moves to capitalize on this at a disadvantage. Miniboo will do just that. Rooksik found comfortably here. Hero noted as well. You don't want to overstay your welcome. Camo's charging you down.
Yeah, I just think he was just out of that sound sort of area where he couldn't quite hear it. Wayne up closer, this time trying to shoulder up much better. Lovely individual read. What a lovely bit of work from Wayne then. After being pretty much overrun, takes the riskier side of things as Filu.
Yeah, left to consider
a
pretty poor set of decisions here. It will take an ace if he wants to convert this. And Miniboo will be the first to find. He's got plenty of time on the clock left to, I was going to say, make something happen, do some damage, but he's going to save. Love to see it.
Standard Na'Vi attacking side round, if, you know.
If you're any historians in chat. I do love this, and it's something I was talking about on the desk last week with Liquid. I don't know how you feel about this. I did do a desk in episode. Back in Santiago, we were having the conversation about Liquid kind of straying away from this ethos. They were like, yeah, we just Miniboo, 100% win rate on Neon. We're going to carry that into Santiago. We're going to be crazy and get in their faces. Didn't see it in Santiago, and they kind of drifted away from that. This is the sort of round you'd expect to see with that approach, as finally, Filu cleaned up here and in-zone flawless. How do you feel in terms of Santiago? I don't necessarily want to say that was the issue, but they felt a bit bullied in some matchups that with the approach they'd adopted, I felt like they should have fared a bit better. And it wasn't down to, I mean, Miniboo struggled numerically, but I don't think his performance was any worse.
No, I think when I look at Liquid, it has been the identity crisis of what do we want to be. Pardon?
Huh?
Was that a judge impression there? It wasn't a great one. But I think it's been a bit of an identity crisis when they don't quite cut a clean figure in either category. And I would say even if they did lean back on that Miniboo explosive style where a little bit kind of faster and loose, hold on, anything? Nah,
everyone's fine.
It's fine. All good. Then I think you would have been outdone by teams who are better at it anyway, but I would like to have seen them try it a bit more. Stick a little bit true to that identity. Camo? Farman?
Spike
With
down
us?
A.
Nah. Okay, now, how do we feel about Rooksik in a 1v3 post-plant? How are we feeling?
Got a clean plant.
Yeah.
Miniboo's not going to be able to get close enough to that. Purpo coming through on the flank here. No snake bite, but does have a shield. Pretty good now.
Yeah?
Yeah. Isolate Purpo, that's the first obstacle.
Timing's off. He's doing the around the world, though. It's a classic. A vintage play.
Not now. I'm not feeling good about it.
He's top fragging, though. Ooh, it's, wow, I saw a world. I saw a world. I was on board for a whole second then. Yeah, I mean, but now Liquid have done exactly what's required. And this is when you kind of look towards that pedigree as well. You look towards their confidence and comfort too, and you're going to start seeing these ults starting to hit here. This is the caliber of team that I can kind of look towards. I feel like Na'Vi, at least on the first half, did have something in mind, right? They did have a very clear look to what they wanted to achieve. I don't know if we're going to see it here. It kind of depends a little bit more on that synergy with comeback. That ability to implement him well and that kind of scaling up, right?
And I guess early on, Liquid have kind of planted the seed. They're going to be very aggressive here, pressure towards that backline, that deep default. Whether or not NAVI make the same decision in terms of slowing things down they did in the first half, I'm going to be honest, a little harder to do here. If Liquid can just take parts of the map away, it can become suffocating very quickly on Bind, where you're forced into potentially an awkward judge in hookah, or and this is a byproduct. They're ready to just flood a site here, and obviously have the Seekers to invest here or go one side of the map or the other.
They guess
they
wrong.
do actually regroup here on A. We'll leave Miniboot on an island. At least deals with the dog. There's the lurk gone.
I'm just a little bit scared for Miniboot, who's being, I don't want to say aggressive going for that jump spot, but it's a risky look. Trying to stall things out, maybe just trying to posture that he's, you know, more than what's there.
He was so close to getting out there.
I thought he might have, but he's still got a shorty. Speaking of shorties, I thought Comeback had that, but Camo did pop the ult, and now it gets a little chaotic. Zeke's coming in, just about every ult can be invested, but a little bit of a blind shot there from Chloric, but Miniboot on the clean up. There's Nats.
Heads up from Miniboot as well to get out of dodge there at the right time. Allow this flood approach to really, really find value. And look at the timeline. It's 5 unanswered here in the second half.
Give us a timeout, Angel.
They're going to need to at least take a breath here. I mean, Liquid haven't called a single one. They were happy, potentially, with the A4, at least in terms of their execution. And they're coming down to, I don't want to say coin flips, but some of those where it's like, we didn't win that fight, so the knock-on effect is not finding the round. At least in terms of the game plan, pretty happy overall with the approach in that first half. Maybe just allowing Nats the space to control it in the server. Don't want to interfere with the dynamic here. Yeah, it's probably a point where Angel's probably going to pull something out of the bag.
I'm looking at the pen work there.
Okay.
The notes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to put it, you know, new coach in my eyes, really. We haven't fully been able to tuck into that. I missed the mini squeeze. That was still one of my favorites. I feel like Angel's still got some room to work here.
Do you think Angel ever goes full, like, Paper X coach booth? I would love to see Angel just trashing the room.
Just going absolutely
Yeah, just like
mad.
flipping chairs, flipping desks.
I think he could. I see the potential. Get him to a global, right?
Yeah.
Get him to a global. Listen
Get to an elimination game.
Yes. and they start just absolutely making a meal of it. Like, it's just, it was like a dream.
Start 8-4 first half up,
like
and then it's 9-8.
And they've not won a single round in the second half. You've made plans, you had everything in mind. You'd spent hours in the server. And they just don't listen. It's just not like Prak. We're just not playing our own game. And then he's just throwing chairs. That's what I'm after here. So if anyone could get onto that, that'd be great.
Script writers, hope you're listening.
Yeah, have a word. As it is, though, going to be hard to make work with Stingers, is my takeaway here.
At least drop a pit here to try and scale out a hookah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, and an ability to probably backstab here, but... Oh, it's Monster Dog! Miniboot still got the kill!
How did Miniboot get them? Were you still watching Miniboot just in case, or was it just simply luck? The pop flash is, I was going to say perfect, but actually they're able to shoulder it, and Na'Vi kind of even the score up. It's 3 apiece, and I don't quite understand how we're here, but...
They are dumping investment into this round. Seekers as well on top here. Still Camo in a position to hold down the 4A site.
And he's played this calm. He's played it cool. He might have just played it absolutely on the money. Camo, I thought he might have been on for it. Comeback's considering going for a swing, but at this point, Chloric's out of there.
Are they going to expect Wayne here this early, though?
I think they could beat Wayne at least on the drop. Yeah, they have, so Mark could be in play.
Wayne's not going to challenge wisely.
30 seconds left.
Comeback still relying on the Sheriff here, and you've got the Stinger. 11 HP now, though.
Healing over here. Out of healing.
Done the best you can with what you have. 2v3, and Camo feels inevitable, doesn't he? Doesn't really matter which side it comes down. Chloric is going to try and at least isolate on that CT side. Nats gets there. I mean, how's he done that one? But still, at this point, I'm a bit worried about Na'Vi, Michael. I got excited.
I mean, I can understand here, potentially it's like the pick gets invested, they're able to actually trade out 2 kills favorably, even though Purpo still found one. Go on.
Michael, they've not won a round.
No, they haven't. No.
It's been 6.
Yep. It's been a bit of a drought. At least here it's like they're stacking their chips on a round. They feel like they can. But again, they're then forced to call an audible away from A. It's not even really Wayne that's the issue there.
No.
He's there early enough, sure, but doesn't challenge. Unfortunately, like I said, it's still a Sheriff. Comeback takes a ton of spam. He can't post up aggressively in that situation.
Nat's back on an op.
Nat's back on an op. What did I say earlier? When he's sitting at like 8 and 10, right? That's when you're still just like, yeah, the kills he's finding is still like super valuable.
Yeah, it's that's
different scenario for sure, but
that's how I imagine myself, and it's such a lie. I'm like, the 7 I get though are really good. This time, Comeback's actually got things started, so stop it! There's normally like there's this thing, you know,
the one he gets is valuable.
Really
it's the old pop from Comeback.
How's he done that? Was it? Did he see him? Was it just on the spot? Was it just on the audio? I don't really care. It was nice. There's been a lot of those of how's he done it. Miniboo's completely outdone Philo on the back line, so definitely want to expect Purpo here as well. Hero is being baited in. Hook, line, and...
hook, line, and got both of them.
Yeah, he got off the line. Hero somehow still standing. Nats once again asked to do pretty much unthinkable things, which he seems to be able to do all the damn time. But Rooksik looking for chances, and this time he's found it. Rooksik making it work with a little help from Hero.
Absolutely crucial that Hero finds both of those kills to really sway this back in their favor. Opener up to Camo. That's just... No. He did not see him. Confirmed.
Guys, I can just see what's behind me. It better be. I've been told it's a mistake. If you see anything in the player cams,
mind your own business.
Yeah, keep it down. All right.
It will be a liquid timeout, the first to be called here.
It's all good, you didn't even see it.
Round 20.
See?
It is a timeout. Actually, what that was it was a liquid tech pause.
That's actually foul that I just got baited so severely. I've come back after a nice week off. I've been relaxing, watching you do desk work. Very strange for me. And then I come here, I'm thinking, smooth day. I'm loving it. Red.
Well, not so smooth for Navi.
No,
finally
it's not,
break
Michael.
the streak of rounds. Again, it's a point where Liquid have full momentum here. Again, taking control a lot of these, like I said, in the situations where Hero's never meant to get a second in that scenario.
But
even so...
but again, I'll give you one. You're quite good players. You'll probably have a round where maybe 2 of your 5 players will over-deliver. And that time it was Hero and Rooksik. Cool. Do it again. Give me like another one.
Lots to consider as well now. I mean, Liquid's still not financially benefiting off that run of rounds. No. An operator back in hand for Miniboo, and a little offbeat in terms of this ult cycle. Nat's one away from the pit. Elsewhere, it's only about halfway outside of Miniboo's ult. The side of Navi obviously talked about the investment previously in that attempt to convert a lesser purchase. Now just have the orbital strike for Filu. And not going to have anything else on probably in the next round or two, unless somebody goes crazy. Snakebite sent through here towards B. Will land.
Look at the observers trying harder now. Called you out on the replay and now you're putting in some work. I see you. I see you. It's not the same people, but I like to just make a scene. For now, though, you can see the Navi have been given a little bit of a clear-cut avenue in towards the A site. The problem is that Liquid are going to be aware of that. They're standing just outside of it. And Camo there to support. The second that Miniboo backed away, he was there to backfill the space. It was perfect. Now Miniboo invested the ult. Feels a little kind of fruitless at this point, but as it stands, they hold the site.
Able to stop that from developing immediately. Filu now stuck in a weird spot, spike in hand for him. Relying ultimately on Cloric to do the heavy lifting here, because Hero still looking elsewhere, expecting a flank to come through because of the conditioning here from Team Liquid. Well, he's right.
He's certainly... Oh, Hero.
Good catch on Miniboo.
I was like, well, you're probably not going to be able to do that more than once. Hero's up for a go for it, apparently.
Surprised not to see some aggression onto the spike tap there. Maybe just a slower reaction or waiting still to take advantage of the head count here.
I'm happy enough to wait for the strike back. I mean, you can see why! Camo is such a sick aimer, honestly, and they found the other player, right? They found at least one more. Cloric now noted, Hero would have been considered too. Camo's on an absolute tear, waiting to shut down everything, but it's fine. Liquid on to back and then some. Cool, I saw what you did, Rooksik. Brilliant, nice round, Hero. I'll go get you 4. We'll go up even more rounds.
Come out there here, Hero We one off his ultimate, so maybe a silver lining here, but with Liquid up to 11, Camo just looks so sharp.
Yeah.
In a couple of these situations today. Said already making a name for himself, flexing onto the Phoenix. Again, just come back to that timeline. It's just the one blip along the way in Navi's favor. 8-4 half, should I need to remind you. To start bind here. Liquid now on the brink. And look at the money behind this for Navi as well. And that one anomaly almost hurts the loss bonus to keep the ball rolling.
Oh, that was an ambitious comeback. At least it sets up for a trade.
Well,
And
Rhythmic is brute force
you're not
it.
meant to get two on that either. Like, I'll give you one on the trade, but the second is wild to be given. But with Camo still alive and his aim being as sharp as it is, my eyes are still on this round. Not going to come in. Four players, though, to the good for Na'Vi. Miniboo quick to the case, however, and not been checked on.
Heroes looking elsewhere.
Yet. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh! It's a nightmare coming to life here. Cloric having to fight for some space. Pops the Seekers, desperate for some security. As Miniboo's taken side control, Wayne by side, does outdo Cloric, and Miniboo's there. Completely unexpected, lovely on the position, and perfect on the punish.
Kenny's able to get on this angle deep enough before Filu checks to find the second on the top of the box. A risky position in a post-plant situation where there isn't contact coming from anywhere else. Yeah, just catches Ruxik completely off guard. Cloric, unfortunately, I mean, does his best in this situation. Seekers don't really benefit them here.
Let's go!
Maybe just as a distraction to apply a little bit of pressure, but Liquid now up to 12. Noted Hero's ultimate previously, but look at the buy here. Gonna need it to strip away some of these weapons to at least make it a fair fight.
And it just feels like if Hero and Ruxik don't find impact, neither do Na'Vi. So Liquid holding all the cards here. Getting aggressive on the smoke. Playing up close to that. Showers control, the primary focus for Na'Vi.
Yeah, no confirmation of presence just yet, but 3 members of Liquid here to try and hold down the A site. As Na'Vi will slide on here, at least now be noted. So Liquid should have a good idea of what's coming.
Oh, nice ult. That could be pretty tough stuff for Miniboo. I imagine still has a shorty, but gonna get himself out of there. Wayne's still sitting pretty, comes back around. And Liquid still dropping more bodies than they're losing. Miniboo's back in action. Camo caught on the flash here, still standing on 6 HP. Goes back in for more, sets up the trade, and it is succinct success for Team Liquid. 13-9. This has been a clear-cut affair, Mike. I mean, the first half, it had me going. The second, well, it was over in a blink of an eye. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Nat is standing by down there. And we'll hear from Miniboo.
Look, he still has to do the last little bit of celebrations with his team, but Miniboo, bit of a rough going in the first half for you guys, but looking at Navi's comp, they really wanted to shut down that double duelist, right? Do you feel like it was tough to play against being the Neon player?
I think they played well on defense. Honestly, they shut us down, and I think like also it's on us that we lacked a bit of assertiveness on attack side. But I'm happy that we managed to bring it back in the defense half, and I think we're like ready for the second game.
Awesome. Well, we'll get to that second game. It's going to be a break first. When we come back, we'll break it down on the desk, and we'll see what Map 2 has in store for us.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that quick.
Okay, I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on you. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite being my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. Put some pop love, yo, how about now, bruh? Jump by me with the raw tung who put a jet moon juke now, ow, ow. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me, I'm full in panic. But go back for ying me, put the proof. Meควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose array ไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Capital said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, yeah.
NAVI run the same bind comp as Eternal Fire. It looks like an anti for the Neon plus Phoenix. Did you guys have to make adjustments against it?
Yeah, actually, no. We actually have quite a few protocols against Vice. Obviously, running the Phoenix makes it a bit harder because we don't have anything to break the utility. Overall, I still think that we did quite well in attack. A lot of the rounds was a bit lack of assertiveness and taking the space when they were on the weak side. But I think then defense, again, we know to play against this comp. I don't think it was an issue. It felt in control still, to be honest.
Vice is nothing new, right? Was played 2025, so yeah. If you have protocols, you're good, so...
Yeah, nothing special.
A little extra info given on that sort of comp matchup because Miniboo was the one that was essentially kind of targeted by it, and he said ultimately it was just this team thing that fell apart when it was on that attacking side for them, and so it was nice to see them be able to win their map pick, because that's a worry, Tom. When you pick a map, it's the first one and you don't win it, you're sort of wondering, did we underestimate the team we're going up against?
Well, I think NAVI did very well to force them into scrappy fights. Like, you force them into isolated battles, going for late rotations, and they did get caught quite a lot by it. And I like the fact they admitted it. They weren't like, well, no, it was all part of the plan. But the problem is when we watch Eternal Fire on that comp, they did incredible on the attack side, which was a bit surprising given how the comp works. Sure, you can use all the smokes to get yourself in, but you don't have that secondary duelist. You don't have a lot in terms of flashes. So you think it's going to be difficult. And it was. It was when someone else did it, when you're not Eternal Fire.
Navigating one attack round, which just kind of shows, like, yes, crazy. You can copy someone else's homework, but actually trying to implement it is a completely different story. I think seeing Filu on the brim was certainly a surprise for both of us.
Yeah.
And didn't look too comfortable on that, didn't look too hot. And I think just swapping things around, like, Ruxuk was great on the Viper, don't get me wrong, but this is the only time he's played Viper in this stage, at least for this team. It's usually been Hero that's been jumping onto that. So yeah, again, like, it comes down to questions on Navi's roles and comfortability and trying to have come back as well, comfortable as he's the sub coming into the team. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place.
Yeah, individual pieces might be working for themselves, but it doesn't mean that you're going to find that success, and that's unfortunately what happened for Navi there. But Team Liquid winning that map for themselves, a big standout player-wise, is definitely Wayne, right? The fact that he showed up in the way he did on the earlier part of it.
Well, this was kind of the turning point, because that first half was so good from the side of Navi that if they'd managed to get a little bit of momentum at the beginning, we could have seen this game close out like 13-5. So
yeah,
the fact that those first few rounds came down to Navi just running into a judge, and well, there you go. Judge Wayne is looking for you. Judge, jury, executioner, he has put them all down. It was a rough thing to face off against, and then it got worse because you also then had Camo had an insane half, Miniboo had an insane half, and by that point, it just felt like it was done.
Yeah, I feel like everyone was just kind of stepping up individually, and obviously Wayne's judge usage. I mean, you know how we do like the op impact percentage? Like, I was like, can we start tracking the judge impact? Because we had it from Echo in the first series, and I was like, we need to start tracking wins.
They only lost one round, so I'm guessing it was 100%.
I was like, we need to know on this map alone how much value he's getting out of this weapon, because he was just sitting and just getting judge kills, which is obviously really nice to see people abusing that weapon that is very good right now.
I mean, we could just ask him to run it back so we could add a little bit more to the pool of stats there, find a little bit more for it. But Wayne having a phenomenal showing that second half, just massive for Team Liquid. They close out, and it does have Navi scratching their heads a little bit. So we wanted to hear more from their coaches.
Comeback was back on Duelist, but Philo went to Brimstone rather than Chamber. What was the thinking there? It's very simple. Like, Chamber on certain maps are very hard to play, especially against double Duelist. So yeah, we just went into more classical way of playing this map.
Now, when I hear Angel say it, it feels so simple. It feels very straightforward there, Billy, but it doesn't feel that way. You have to factor in, again, like you guys have said, having comfort to some degree too, and kind of having faith that even if it isn't necessarily an agent for that map, there is still legs to be had for that player to agent combo.
Well, it's funny because we were sitting and watching the map, and I was like, oh, Brimstone's like surely not that difficult. I don't know if it's just because I don't know if I play smokes in my little like plat lobbies, so maybe that's why I'm like, oh yeah, it can't be that hard, just deny the plant with your molly. Like, and then Tom was like, yeah, but how are they going to attack if Philo goes down? And I was like, yeah, that's a really good point, Tom.
It's like, just don't cover off any angles, just allow Camo to headshot you at every corner. Like, yeah, it's a little bit tougher in professional matches.
Yeah,
I know it's a crazy statement to make.
I don't know. You said Angel was a liar. I'm still that you're the liar.
I feel like you just called him a liar from his answer there. So, you know, I feel like you're on my side here.
That's not even fair, okay? We can see what they end up eventuating to, though, when we do have our next map here for themselves. So with Navi getting their pick coming up, Split is going to be the interesting one about it, where it's wondering what exactly is going to happen. Where do we see the fruition of Navi forcing it to a Game 3, denying Liquid of that joy of making it to playoffs and locking it in today?
Well, it is their map choice, so you kind of expect them to come in and have a decent plan. Like, my expectation is that maybe we see them still attempt to try and run that double duelist, but that would mean that we see that Philu's going to be coming back in that position once again, which obviously wasn't particularly comfortable. On the other side of things for Liquid, yeah, we haven't seen them since they played it with the Waylay, so it is definitely a very different look for what we expect to see. I don't, because the Waylay, although it's not dead in the water, and unless they're going for that pure double dive, like trying to get them into position, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, and I would hope that maybe we see Camo, if he is going to be on it, either be on the chamber or at a minimum be on the raise.
We're still seeing like a Giant X, for example, playing the Waylay and Neon on Split, so I don't think it's like too out of the ordinary. Like, there are still some teams picking up that Waylay, even though there's been changes. I think for Navi's side, like, it's scary going into a map that we've not seen from Team Liquid, right? Because you don't know what to expect. We can sit here and theorycraft all we want, but for me, coming into this, it felt almost like a surprise pick from Navi to actually go back to this after having such a tragic result on it the last time they played it. Yeah, Nats is playing Viper. Does that mean we could get a Camo on Cypher?
I was wondering if you guys were going to bring it back or not.
Tom Tom is just not.
He's like, I don't want.
He's not even looking at me right now. Yeah,
he wasn't even looking at me either.
I'm choosing not to consider that. But then again, if you'd come in today and said, "Will we see a brimstone?"
Yeah.
I would have also said no. So yeah.
Tom's out here calling everyone liars.
But they are going to stick with the Vice though, and Filu is actually on Omen. He's now their smokes player. They've just shifted everything again. Week to week, this team is coming in with a completely new set of skills, and I don't know. I'm excited to see comeback on the Neon again, but I want to know why that. Like, what did Filu do? Because his chamber looked really nice. I get the Vice is really strong. I think that's a good read on the meta, but I don't feel like you're playing into your players' comforts.
I have a question then, because we had that coach confession from Angel. Chamber just sometimes doesn't show up on a map. Is Split one of those maps where you could say theoretically on paper, it's just
He played it on this map. They have chosen it before on this map.
I'm just being toyed and pulled around and pushed around by this team week after week.
But they literally played Chamber on this map previously.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
yeah, maybe they don't want to lean into that. But Filu on the Omen, at least he's got a couple of reps under his belt on this agent. I'm intrigued to see how it looks.
What does Pansy think?
Oh, you can do it, Tom. You can do it.
Go on, Pampock. You let us know what you think.
What do I think? To be honest, I was sitting here mostly trying to think of how I could crowbar in a Princess, but I can't do that. I couldn't come up with anything in time. So, Michael, I actually just passed you on that.
That is two great tosses, actually, in quick succession there.
I am known to be a host.
No, fantastic stuff. Hopefully, fantastic stuff here for NAVI, because keep changing things, and you hope it's just something they've cracked and felt comfortable about. I think that was what was lacking in that second half of Bind, was any element of comfort. They didn't have a good read on what Liquid wanted to do early on. So hearing that it's like, yeah, we're making these comp changes in terms of going back to basics and going a bit more old school and traditional, you'd hope to see that kind of prominent in some of the game plans here.
Yeah, it does remind me a little bit of the throw it at the wall and see what sticks approach, but we're hoping it's more what you're saying of kind of maybe looking to find their comfort here. We'll see. Judge good with Wayne.
Where are you?
Shocker.
Nice.
Well, they take here towards ramp, come back, and Filu to lead the charge here. Who has back to wait. Oh, the next obstacle here, Minibu looking to go aggressive.
Okay, that felt a little bit desperate at the point of no return, as Wayne should be dead, but he's still standing.
Looks like Filu looking to transition into vents here.
No.
Camo ready and waiting though. Freebie on the first. Ruxic will find the trade.
Okay, we're still in it. As
all the meanwhile, the Spike has transitioned onto B.
Purpo's just kind of near, but what's he
Spike
meant to do at this
planted.
point? Wait. Call for assistance, as Wayne is on the way, but there's an issue. There's a Ruxic. Oh.
First few go missed there, and I'm
It's always the
worried for a
hardest one,
second.
though, man. It's always the hardest one when they're just like backs turned to you. Okay, 2v2, post plant. Purpo's got great kit to actually play with here, but also then you still got Hero ready to post plant, right? That's kind of layers on layers here, and it gets kind of difficult. Chloric gonna be noted. Not particularly backing away either. Actually, Hero's the one to find the shot towards Heaven, leaving Wayne in the 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Chloric did just run at him with his knife out, I'm pretty sure there. Luckily, he's got Hero to save the day. So no harm, no foul in the end. NAVI gonna get the first.
And a great catch on the final kill here. Again, even Liquid still not knowing solid numbers on what slipped onto the B site causes Wayne to take his time, and it actually pays off for them.
Yeah.
To catch Ruxic in that situation. Chance here for Camo to completely stop this in its tracks. That's Ruxic again. A couple of big rounds from him on Bind, even in a loss. A crucial kill to be found here in the pistol. Setting Hero up to clean up.
Setting you up, bro, don't worry. I'm just helping you out. However, do remember what Camo achieved with that weapon not too long ago, so don't ride out the round just yet. But by all rights, NAVI have every aspect that they'd need in this. They are going to pretty heavily stack side, but comebacks made quick work of Wayne. He's holding towards that CT side, but does need to clear sight. Nice adjustment. It's Purpo this time putting on the show. And if they can keep 3 alive, they'd be okay. It's just Camo. I think he got 3 kills last time.
He did. Very different situation. He has to break back into sight at a bit of range. He's already on the X-ray hero, tucked underneath rafters. So certainly a much tougher task for him this time around.
Yeah, the crossfire should hold this all day. There should be no wiggle room. Because you don't really want to lose any of these guns, especially obviously the Vandal.
If they don't filter in towards screens here, they smoked it off, so they are going to be coming back his way.
Danger. Oh dear, big danger, big danger. Okay, didn't get too many down, but they will at least lose, I think, one rifle potentially. But again, you get out with the bulk of what you wanted, and you get a second round.
Wants to maybe springboard off that, but it's going to require some reinvestment here. Beautiful snap there from Hero, actually. Things get really chaotic down on site. Purpo somehow in the thick of things, able to find 2 kills there. That was about the only chance Liquid had, really, to flip that back in their favor, but certainly with an advantage here, looking at the buy. We said it's a Judge back in hand for comeback, and the Bulldog and 2 rifles, Mini Boot, able to negate the near sight here, punish comeback. An early push into ramp.
Yeah, I mean, the shotgun impact is starting to be really felt at the moment. Again, maybe just part and parcel of having Neon so far towards the top, but even with that in mind, it's kind of become a bit of a mainstay. Now at this point, 4 players up for NAVI. They have got a couple of rifles here that they'd love to build around potentially. Middle still very much controlled by Liquid, however, as Nats just takes a look.
Let's catch some info though. See confirmation behind this with the Prowler sent through. Nats look pretty good for that first placement there at the spray, but Rhythmic now looking to challenge onto this Judge. Got to be very careful. He's not isolated here. Way ahead of the rotation coming through into sewers. I think Liquid now with a good understanding of where NAVI have shifted their focus.
But I like what Liquid have done as a reaction, right? Sit deeper on the site, make them work a little bit harder, have to re-clear the space with a little bit of haste to their steps and a pivot, perhaps? Building off the blind steps that Hero's taking, this site is not clear. There's still 2 players here, one on pillar, one CT, and Camo in the off angle, just playing on his aim, and why not when you land shots like that? The second Sublime, as Rhythmic and Philo still have the issue of finding Wayne. I mean, fortune favors Rhythmic in this instance, as Wayne gets denied, but he's left on 6 HP.
And it's Philo that has to do the heavy lifting here. Nats nearly catching the spam. Now tagged up, going to try and TP back across to try and get to safety here. Rhythmic has to find a kill, and he does.
Really nice double swing actually from NAVI, making the most of a bad situation, trying to play the odds here, but Philo has to then go above, right? He's got to over-deliver, and he's on for it. He's absolutely on for it. Philo with 2 in the post plant, and a Red Bull clutch to boot.
Bonus conversion here for NAVI. Off to a flying start on their pick. Camo unfortunately can't pin down this 3rd kill, unfortunately. Asking a lot of him in that situation. Look at the info that Rhythmic just catching inside the poison orb.
One enemy remaining.
At this point, it's Nats falls and Mini Boot.
My ultimate is ready.
Nice clutch up from Philo. Like I said, 3 on the board early for NAVI here. Just Sheriff's in hand in Mini Boot. Opting for a Bucky. And obviously will be allowed to transition onto the side. Very early plant here. Catch on, and that's not going to work here. Able to slip away behind the wall from the Seas. Nearly a good catch.
I like the idea. Sadly, the execution just not quite there for it. Unfortunate, if anything, but Hero going to be cut off from this. Could potentially get isolated if they go hunting for it. Oh, he's actually got a little cubby. That is brilliant. Again, Hero really heads up work. Just have that little corner to slip into. Doesn't get detected by the Horn. Now you look towards the side. Comeback's making it tricky for Mini Boo to gap close in this, but he's going to find a pretty vulnerable Rhythmic here. Mini Boo, are you making up for a little bit of a mistake in that previous round? He's certainly put him to work here with Camo falling. Chloric going to fall into the round. I thought there was something to be said there about it. Maybe a miscommunication on side of the fact that CT side was very vulnerable then.
Yeah, I mean, Rhythmic's just out in the open here after comeback. Identifies Mini Boo's position, but it's a beautiful
CT, right?
reposition. Yeah, don't worry, Roxanne, I got you. I got you, don't worry.
remaining.
The fact that he then dies to the bucket as well to follow that.
I'll
A
trade
chance
you.
to do some further damage. It's an early timeout called here from Liquid. Just to check in. It's 4 unanswered rounds here, and you can see the benefit on the backside of that is Na'Vi are stacked in this first ult cycle. Just missing 2 for comeback. The other side do have the showstopper, do have the divide. So not a million miles away on the side of Liquid, but no round to their name just yet.
A bit of a slow start here for Liquid after what was a brilliant bounce back, obviously on Bind. A little bit concerning to see some of these rounds, but again, it's early days. And Na'Vi look pretty good when they have, I want to say plan set, but I've fallen for a first half from Na'Vi in the past. Very recently, actually, I think you could say Bind, perhaps, though I got a little invested. And then the second half happened. So, not going to get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. 0-4 start, though, exactly what you want. And as you said, compounding that problem could be these ults in hand. 4 already there, 2 away from comeback, nearly the full house ready to go. You can imagine that is more than enough to secure at least 1 more round.
Yeah, big variable here, being Miniboo now on the operator. And he's been capitalizing on the judge previously, so he'll be a little more conscious in terms of taking that first engagement. Do see him still positioned towards A, maybe to sniff out the likes of Ruxic or Hero, but not going to have any company on that side of the map, Lauren.
No, what's the goer here? Going to be held at the first hurdle, pretty much. Na'Vi slowed down on their way in with that direct look towards the B site.
Come out, basically, smell the roses there. See, no damage done. Hero tagged down to 10 HP. Forced to reconsider their approach here towards mid. It's Purpo and Camo to hold down the fort. And now it becomes pretty difficult because there's a second player now in the form of Nats ready to capitalize here. Showstopper sent through, doesn't connect though.
I look like it went off mid-air more than anything, but comeback does get the shot on Nats there. And they're just willing to brawl out middle. Na'Vi's coming out the better of this one. Wayne could stop this though. Oh, that was messy. Gets overrun and Na'Vi should have sight here.
And somehow, some way, still get the benefit onto B site, and we'll get the plant here. Camo tries to get cheeky through the smoke. Has to send the nade out. Force Filu back, but can't capitalize on a kill there. Might just be a save angle, considering Miniboo does have the operator. Really surprised to see that. I mean, the timing looked perfect. Sure, the showstopper doesn't land, but nobody really capitalizing on that pressure. And unfortunately, at that point, still, Na'Vi, the ones to actually secure a transition into B site once more.
I really thought they were going to struggle scaling out
B
main.
Yeah, Hero down at 10 HP, the one walking in that smoke. It's Chloric to find that crucial kill. Well, that's not to say that even if Hero falls there, they can't trade it still, but he's able to reset behind Pillar, maybe buy a bit more time for somebody else to provide some support here, but it's 5 on the board for Na'Vi. Liquid's struggles continue. This opening half of Split.
Let's watch this again. It was sad to miss the ult at the start. I don't know where that went, but
maybe not anticipating it getting posted as deep as maybe should have been. Well, okay, that's the kill. Yeah, okay. I thought Chloric was actually
like maybe second. Yeah,
I thought Ruxic was Chloric in that situation, but yeah, you can't really fault from finding that kill.
Sorry, Wayne.
Yeah, I thought it was the second player out the smoke that finds it. I was like, yeah, he's bailed Hero out massively.
Fair play. Yeah, no, shot in the dark. Brilliant. Happens sometimes. We go back in, and this could start getting pretty rough for Liquid. Have we had a timeout in this map yet?
Yeah, Liquid just called one.
Yeah, so
the previous round. But so that was the one to really benefit from the timeout.
A bit concerning. Do you burn the double? Obviously not this soon, but you got to consider it at 0-5. And Na'Vi here kind of showing off a little in their post plants. Sitting it towards 62, but you can see the value of it already. Miniboo the first time is going to find a bit of a free opener. Force the hand on the ult. This speeds up Hero. You can see the want to get involved here. Time to go. Hero, having a look. He sees the trail forward, but Miniboo's finding impact again. Wayne goes down. And now Hero strikes. Timing absolutely on the money. 1v1. Purpo up against comeback. And comeback. The timing and the judge makes it through the wall. gets, I want to say, an upgrade, but hell, stick with the judge at this point. NAVI continue the march.
It's just brutal on the divide at the end there.
Did they cross over
Yeah,
perfectly?
Purpo's looking to the left side. Just a freak occurrence. I mean, he does so well to find 2 kills in this situation.
I feel like
has to be him that ultimately does the heavy lifting. On the other side, that Hero finding 2. It's just heartbreaking for Purpo. NAVI probably, like they've got away with it there.
He loves a bit of it.
And it is a double timeout called here. Liquid, again, held on to both timeouts throughout Bind. Here, we'll call both before round 7. We check in because this is a very one-sided affair. Polarizing on map 1. This, not yet to even be called the same. This is all NAVI in the opening 6 here on Split.
Yeah, not even felt that close, really. Yeah, I know some of the rounds came down to like 2v1s, but majority NAVI have had a really good start to things.
I mean, the closest one being there where Liquid were on a broken by. It was an op and a rifle saved across from the previous, and it's weird, but that's the round that NAVI kind of push all in terms of this ult cycle, and they benefit from that.
Yeah, it was kind of the first time that I've seen Miniboo somewhat, I want to say, stand on his own 2 feet almost. Those 2 picks were so key. I'd love to see him in the right place some more here. Obviously, easier said than done, right? Like, obviously, you'd love to always be in the right place, but this time, again, is here. Dangerous scenario to start in. Does he have a little bit of help coming out from Purpo, potentially? As it stands. Gotta be careful. Gotta show some presence, but can't get overrun.
All the way into this here.
Hero, you're mad. Look how deep that goes. He bounds forward. He wants all the space and comeback. Follows it up. That's synergy. That's full faith in your teammate for clearing that space off the ult. And NAVI had a plan in mind.
Now will be another early plant from NAVI on the A site. Liquid, a man down. No ultimates to invest here. Gonna need a miracle to turn this one around. And Ruxic immediately squashing that hope, finding 2 kills. Will be a 3rd for him. Wayne will fall, and it's just Purpo left.
They're clean with it. NAVI looking solid. That looks confidence as well. In-zone flawless from NAVI.
Hero just bounds into the smoke to get maximum value in terms of coverage here from the ultimate comeback on the shorty to further apply pressure. Beautiful stuff from NAVI. Liquid barely getting a look in on some of these faster hits on the A site. Another very early plant. Now we'll flip the script. They've almost forced Liquid to consider this very pacey hit. Obviously the buy not going to be here for Liquid, so it's only 2 players to hold down the fort over there. A Bucky and a Sheriff. Actually Purpo, Sheriff as well, alongside Nats.
The 7-1 enjoyers, though, you put your faith in Miniboo, you put your faith in what they have, and Comeback crushes it. Only Nats to really draw blood. This looks all too simple. But NAVI, as Ruxic is just taking names here.
Rounds
get another.
Quick from NAVI, man.
You love to see that.
Again, almost embracing Liquid's approach in terms of that very, very explosive approach. And it's Liquid, the ones that are unable to answer so far here on Split. Come back, a beautiful transition right above his head here. It's so difficult for Camo to find that kill.
Camo, where are you looking, bro? Hello.
Well, he was looking at you.
Yeah, he was. English sounded
or maybe
good,
the first.
Actually.
Yeah, English sounded great.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can give it in English.
Yeah, there you go. He's learned. Now 8-0. NAVI looking on for this. Again, loving the pace change. Super aggressive, confident afterwards. A brutal second half. Wayne with a miracle of a shot through the smoke. And they actually hold on to the front line this time.
Hero tagged down to, I've seen this before. Down to around 10 HP. This time a little better, but can't, unfortunately, capitalize from a chloric spam here. Miniboo taking liberties on the other side of the map and might just catch a low HP Hero.
But imagine, Hero's looking, but the time...
Oh no.
This is awful.
Hero gets the kill.
Oh, Hero gets the kill!
Done here.
He was taking liberties, Marco. You can't be taking liberties.
Now a wide open A site. Unfortunately, Spike not in a position to capitalize just yet. There's still plenty of time left for NAVI to get to work. That's the reposition here. Put a pit down on A site. He will be the solo anchor here. Great coverage on the pit.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
But he's got a bit of company headed his way. Still no second body from Liquid over this side of the map.
I'm scared. I don't know. Like, it's Nats, right? Safe pair of hands, backbone of the team. Yeah, he's that's a shorty, so what does it matter? 8 seconds only to plant. Gonna have to just commit at this point, and Hero's on 10 HP.
Now if he gets a second.
Oh, no, it's Camo, it's Camo. We're all right. Camo can shoot. I tell you, we saw map 1. Rhythmic's had a couple threes, though. He's had a couple rounds.
Poison orb emitting.
Well, if he got one then, I might have been on board. Yeah, they put everyone behind that. Gonna take no chances.
I mean, the first situation really in a retake where they have had the ability to stack up and just play off the trades here. Rhythmic, unfortunately, can't find number 9 for NAVI. But the first on the board, finally, for Team Liquid. There's Camo here to find this one. Wayne with a favourable spam into the smoke.
And he's been on the other side of it too. Fair play.
I think it's Hero that actually takes the brunt of that, but it's Chloric to fall behind him.
Joyous.
Don't even feel good about that one.
No.
Just keep playing like that.
Certainly not.
It's easy, but let's just not overcomplicate.
Okay.
It doesn't make me feel better.
That's inspirational if ever
That's
I've heard
like
it
you
from
when I'm
Nats.
playing games with you.
Yeah, don't worry, it's fine.
Just keep doing it, man.
Let's just keep going. Let's keep on keeping on.
We'll save that for the montage. That'll be added to the great speeches by Nats. Speaking of Nats, he's dead to rights. Come back.
Reload as well.
Really on it, but Camo up for the fight. Going to take the space back here, but look at the HP. Going to be put under pressure. Yeah, down on 26.
I swear, though, still looking to maybe dig out one of the lurkers for NAVI. At least putting a second body behind it now alongside Miniboot. Now we'll come back to Wayne to maybe prevent NAVI from getting out of B main once more.
All the info you really need. Should be able to layer the utility enough to hinder the scale up. Obviously, Philo can make it through. Second layer, Camo! You are a lucky boy there. That felt on a knife's edge, but Philo's actually caught Wayne, so sight does swing into the hands of NAVI.
Showstopper here for Camo, though. Post into the pit, potentially, on the audio cue.
I don't want to plant the spike. And it doesn't land.
30 seconds left.
Good discipline coming up from NAVI there, just to pause for a second.
He looks so far forward as well.
Look at Purple as well. Haunt, Seize, and Prowler still ready to be played. He should be able to kind of negate this pit somewhat.
Difficult though, Rhythmic playing up close and personal. Miniboot catches a bit of spam down to 8 HP now.
Okay, well there goes the Prowler. Haunt's still there. Haunt's not going to find much. It feels like it's indicative, but it's not. Chloric can still play this corner. Miniboot's done okay to find Philo, but the time's starting to tick here. Rhythmic's still going to be holding this pit. And again, Miniboot's so low, but still found another. Rhythmic now becomes a bit more readable. Miniboot! Where the hell did you just do that from?
How has he managed that? They were desperately trying to connect a spam into some of these expected positions. Nothing landing, and then Miniboot, after all that happens, goes forward, finds Philo, and somehow gets back into this pit and finds value.
It didn't feel like Purpo's util did too much. I know it cleared a little bit, maybe negative space, you could say, that they're not in this position.
What is that?
But there wasn't anything to be seen.
That's outrageous from Miniboot. Again, one that NAVI all but had buttoned up.
Yeah. Okay, back to back, just keep doing what you're doing.
That's what he said.
Captain told us.
Yep. Maybe here if be a little more fortunate in some of these situations. If we can pin their hopes to that. Nightfall sent in. Unaffected here is Miniboot. Does find the kill.
Yeah, come back on a real solo mission there. Miniboot able to sit on that slightly deeper off angle and just gets rewarded. There's a lot of bodies up on this though. Camo takes a curious glance and takes Rhythmic down. So again, control over towards ramp. They're starting to figure this out as Hero and Chloric might get a favorable fight on B, but
it relies on Wayne once more Judge in hand this time. Does have a divide, so probably backing away here to wait for some reinforcements. Maybe catch a player capitalizing on a deeper position. It's not going to be Cloric, though. He has to plant.
Hero doesn't look all that interested.
Spike planted. Bring them.
We're hoping for the best, aren't we? Maybe we're going to pop the ult here. I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen much success with the ult, just even to this point in this match, but again, happy to try and clear close. Hero going to shift a little closer forward. Cloric gets cleared over towards Rafters. It's lovely. Liquid on the same page, finally showing up. The question becomes, is 3 at minimum enough?
Well, I mean, 4 was enough on map 1. So maybe Liquid going to be able to achieve the same outcome. As you said, had us in the first half. Might just be a repeat of that here. Certainly not looking as comfortable in terms of the overall approach, but finally able to squeeze out a couple of round wins here. I mean, the 4th would be the saving grace of an awful half for Liquid.
It would be, right? It really, really would be. And timeout for Navi?
Yeah, late in the day.
Wow.
Navi gonna call timeout here just to maybe slow down Liquid's 3-round momentum here to close out.
Okay, Angel.
Maybe Navi wants to, yeah, I mean, Angel in particular wants to pull some sort of ace up the sleeve for this final round. It's only the TP from Filu. This is going to be a fairly dry set piece, if anything. Initially, leaning heavily outside A, which has, I mean, suited them a lot. There's some of their faster takes towards the A side planting within 15-20 seconds. I mean, a couple of them on the anti-ecos, so maybe feeling like there is a bit of freedom towards that. I mean, previously it was only really Miniboo using the operator as a shotgun that worked for them.
True.
To kind of counteract that. But yeah, curious.
This
see what,
timeout,
to see what the plan is for round 12.
If there's something like niche in mind that they do, then cool, I'm kind of in for it. Otherwise, really interesting.
A plan built around Filu's TP.
Show me it. Show me the magic. I believe in Angel. Is that your chair or mine?
I think it was my chair.
Oh, fair enough.
I thought it was somebody, but I didn't realise there's nobody in here today. So.
Squeaking.
Yeah.
All right, Navi, timeout. What were we up to? Well, here comes the TP, and he does have Spike. Excuse me?
Huh? It was a plan around Filu's TP. It was indeed a plan around Filu's TP.
How do we think that one went?
Well, we're about to find out here, as there's still 3 players for Navi to try and recover this. Plenty of bodies from Liquid, though.
Yep, because they have the Spike, I believe, actually, on the site.
It's fairly safe where it is.
You can't be doing this to me on my first day back. You can't. Oh, it's actually tragic to witness.
Well, actually, Liquid somehow have won that one. An in-zone flawless to conclude, Lauren.
Oh, well, you know what? If you like permutations, then stick around, because I know some of you do. But keep in mind, it's because Tombiz has something he wants to share.
You are right, Lauren. Permutations is a word that we have been hearing a lot here in EMEA. And honestly, it's incredibly confusing. You have if this team beats this team and this team beats this team, this could mean this thing, but realistically, what does any of that mean? Well, if you're as confused as I am, and maybe you're a KC fan, I'm gonna narrow things down just a little bit, because all you really need to know is, firstly, if you beat Foot, that would be really nice. That would be helpful. That would put you in a position where you're at least safe for another week. But there's also the fact that you want Heretics to lose. That's another game. That's later on. But who should you support right now? Well, that's a completely different question. You're going to be looking at Liquid. Now, I know that this game so far has maybe been a little bit rough. Navi started it off incredibly strong. But the fact is, if Liquid are to take this game, and Heretics lose later on, then it doesn't even matter. If you lose for Foot, you're still in the running. So KC fans, you're going to be rooting for Liquid all the way through this match. You're going to be hoping that they make a comeback. But for now, speaking of a comeback, I heard that Lauren's back in the studio. We should go right back over to her.
I was really concerned where you were taking that comeback joke, because I think you've run a couple of those that are really close to the wire. But what did you make of that breakdown there? Because I think I know less.
Thank God Tom didn't turn around. But I mean, obviously, there's lots to digest. And again, just it wouldn't be EMEA without it being a mess, right? Going into playoffs in terms of who wins versus what. And we're talking about last week, a couple of teams just reliant on, hey guys, can you win a series for us? Because we need it now.
Yeah, help us out, please.
Let God take the wheel approach to the end of the group stage here.
Oh, it always just becomes like, it always feels so clear-cut at the start. You're like, oh, okay, this should probably happen, and this.
We never learned anything from kickoff about this region.
No.
I think that was solidified in Santiago as well. Not solidified, there was this execute up into heaven for Liquid though. Cloric and Ruxic dismantling it with ease.
Has Valorant always looked like this? The last couple of rounds have really had me question it.
Well, it'll be an in-zone flawless here for NAVI to kick off the second half.
What is this?
Cloric just able to get right in the thick of it. He was talking about how much he loves the frenzy.
Hell yeah.
There's another one for the package that I'm sure will develop here.
I might be cheating. You guys not hear what I just said? I think they're about to do the same shit, and then they did it.
Oh, great read from Cloric.
Yeah.
The savant.
They're going for the nuke vent dive, a classic on split. Didn't work very well. 9-4.
Oh, it looks as if Liquid really want to set the tone for this second half early on in terms of pace and aggression. To try and right ahead of this wall, but it's just one player that gets forward. Oh, that's going to kill.
What are we witnessing? Hero's got 3, Miniboo's got a shorty, and I'm pretty sure Navi have the round. But Miniboo, 1v3.
46 HP.
Yeah.
Spike not to hand, and 3 players of Navi huddled together in spawn.
Just you wait. Just you.
Plenty of time to work with, though.
Yeah. He can go walkabouts. He can do everything he wants.
Nobody from Navi wants to give anything away here. Spike retrieved now from Miniboo. And an entire map to play into. Which he will just do.
I'd really like to see your hand on the mouse, though. I know you don't have to right now. Like, I know you don't have to. I get it. Like, I understand, but I'd like to see it just for my sake. Okay, plan. Here we go.
30 seconds left.
Now, how are you going to divide 3 players up here? And Cloric's got kind of full kit. So does Comeback. Well, that will help.
That certainly helps. He's got an audio cue here to play off of. The head of a wall. Can't find the first, though. Cloric able to shut him down. Double digits on the board for Navi. A very confident approach here to start the second half for Navi. Like I said, it looks as if Liquid probably want to flip this map a little bit in terms of tone. Maybe be a bit more decisive here. I mean, it's a beautiful spam from Hero to capitalize here inside the smoke. Again, going to need a couple of rounds on the board if you're going to start to believe Liquid can make this happen once more. And even previously on Bind, 13-9 final scoreline. A long road back into this here. You lose a pistol in round 2. Margin for error is very small. Speaking of, though, Ruxic caught at the start of this round.
Yeah, there's still judges and buckies, so don't write it off yet. Nats, I don't think he's a player to be caught by this, but we've seen stranger things in this game. He's come back waiting there with the judge. Cloric.
Well, the inevitable looks like it might just happen.
Hey! Found him. Gonna need a little assistance as they do path up towards heaven. Trying to find just a corner to play from. He does have help on this side of the map too. But again, look at the buy. It's still not gonna be a full purchase, so It'll be hard to make this count. Thoric kind of picking up the position to be expected, so imagine he gets cleared, but does it play in comeback? No. Miniboo better, site now secure, and the plant should be next on the cards.
Yeah, the point at which he has to back into side with the judge makes it even harder to really find the upper hand in that sort of engagement. Now with just 2 SMGs to try and fight back into rifles here outside of Miniboo. Tough one for NAVI to crack open. There's one player to find, but unfortunately, it's the worst one to be up close and personal here for NAVI.
It's probably not the one you'd want. If you could have picked. I think he's going to get a chance to farm here.
One enemy remaining.
Camo's at it. And he's got the second. So NAVI full, not going to be able to get too much threat building. You kind of thought that it maybe...
And again, I mean, silver linings, yeah, 4 standing here to convert. Obviously, it will be NAVI to bring rifles back into this affair. And it's actually, yeah, a spot. I mean, so it's still a second or two behind that. Maybe not fully aware of what information was garnered on the side of Purpo. At least here it will come into... I mean, Miniboo can obviously carry this across, and as I said, 4 left standing. You have the ability to still have rifles here. The other side, NAVI do have a judge in hand for comeback as well. Now Liquid have to piece together some sort of plan to address this 5-round deficit.
Fancy having a go at Nats here, who is going to be behind the curve, and he's dead and buried. Comeback ensuring it as well, but Miniboo wants to respond in kind. Takes over Heaven and considered chasing down the stairs, but it's better of it as Hero makes light work of Wayne. It was individual attempts here. Does get overwhelmed from Heaven, but still, looking at this now, it is a 4v3.
Spike finally making its way onto site here. Purpo will plant.
Spike planted.
Man advantage here for NAVI. So the retake success, sitting at around 32% here. Could make an improvement, but Camo has own thing to say about that. Nade to send in behind here will mitigate the paranoia.
Commanding a lot of spaces, Camo. I think Lucic. Camo, so good for it. And Purpo's been one of the main stories, but he can't do it all. NAVI, very much in the driving seat now. With the first half in mind, 11 rounds is a solid score.
Obviously, Liquid get the showstopper out of that equation. Miniboo not too far away from his ultimate as well. Nats just maybe put on the back foot here in terms of this aggressive take. Yeah, Miniboo trying to get curious on the rope. Camo swinging onto this angle, finds the kill, yes, but puts it in a very, very rough spot in terms of the post plant. About the only advantage Liquid have here. I mean, rifle still in hand because of how clean their round 3 was. It's the showstopper. Purpo 2 away from the Nightfall as well. So NAVI, nothing available at the start of round 17 here.
Liquid look a little lost, if I'm honest. No option for timeouts. I think Wayne might have noted someone on pillar then with a bit of a jump spot, but if anything, you've got to keep your eyes towards comeback. Still very much in play. Holding towards ramp, just need to be called out that Heaven is open, and they've probably taken that space, which they have. So Liquid going to get the first step here. Thoric trying to slow the roll, but you can't escape the inevitable. As Camo going to claim sight, comeback still standing. How is he alive? I don't know how he was breathing for that long. Luckily, Nats is in the game
One
now.
enemy remaining.
Well,
She made this round his own.
Yeah, a third to find. Will potentially get the pit here if he can clean up the final member of NAVI being Hero. He absolutely will. 4 on the round for Nats. Number 6 found, NAVI. Unable to convert this early lead from the first half just yet. But again, a much closer affair in terms of the exchange early on.
Down A.
NAVI going to be struggling in terms of the finances here. Going blow for blow with Liquid.
One enemy.
But still seeing a 5-round gap here.
Oh, reaction time is back. That's my prime time.
Well, you're going to need it here. Liquid need to stick the landing on this first ult cycle. Doing Miniboo, Nats, and potentially Purpo to invest in the next buy round. I mean, if Wayne can make progress here in this anti-eco, with the cherry on top for them.
in the nicest way. Liquid really need this round to look solid for me. Don't get me wrong. Love seeing a round like that from Nats. Like it. Cool. I think he might have near on doubled his score in that. It's been a quiet one from Nats, and that's okay. We can kind of chalk that up to, you know, maybe sometimes he has to take a bit more of a driving seat in the in-game leading sort of department. But here, it's been a tough showing.
Hero trying to hold down mid here. Bucky in hand. Doesn't even get the first camo.
Nope.
Easy clearance for him. 0 damage done on the way in. Look towards B main though. Wayne will have Filu noted here on the back of the paranoia. Does he get charged down? He does indeed. Upgrade found for Filu.
Yeah, but it looks like Mini wants to try and challenge that. Gotta be careful not doing it alone. Nats carrying on where he left off here.
Enemy remaining.
And his camo to secure an assist if required. Filo was noted earlier, so the chances
start to dwindle, but
yeah, not done yet.
That's probably going to be the moment the Liquid call to
button up.
Yeah. We fix up, look sharp in this post plant now.
Shadows traveling.
And still got the paint shell to deny this first tap. Actually eating a bit of damage there for Filu. Again, if he can find some damage short, it's going to look unlikely here with Nats finding a 3K to follow a 4K in the previous. Up to 7 now. Doesn't necessarily feel like Liquid have hit any sort of momentum for sure.
No.
These are still
Yeah.
very, very close affairs. Coming down to Nats delivering some kills single-handedly.
They think they can kill me.
Like I said, this is where you see potentially the value of this ult cycle for Liquid. If this can maybe get them another couple of rounds, issue being NAVI, we have some of their key ultimates online. Come back, and Ruxic just missing one from a full house for NAVI. In the benefit of that early scoreline, you can sit back a little bit and wait for this snowball to develop. I'm curious to see the investment here. A couple of questions in terms of ult investment in the first half for NAVI.
Yeah, Ruxic caught in no man's land. Can't quite get closed down on. Ruxic still breathing, and Miniboo changes where he looks. And now it becomes a bit predictable here. Hero looks dead to rights. He is melted in a second, and Liquid starting to scale well. I was going to say, Nats is kind of giving them 2 rounds. This could be a third potentially at this point. It's 5v3. They're going to get the plant. I don't know what's going to stop them.
Bit more decisive here in the approach, for sure, from Liquid. And it's probably going to make the decision for NAVI. Be 5 left standing, which is crucial again to bolster this financial buffer they have established. Nats on the hunt though. Wants to remove some of this weaponry. First to be come back. Second to be Chloric.
Sorry, what just happened to Nats? He's had like 3 rounds back to back,
Just
getting
keep on
3
keeping on, man. It's just it's
doing
part
it.
of the plan.
If we start losing, I'll get us 3. Don't worry.
I will find 3 rounds where I'm finding multi-kills. Don't sweat it, guys.
Just keep on.
Feeling noted now, at least. It's. I mean, that's as good as a death sentence, really. Individual swings here from Liquid, but Purpo will clean it up. 3 left standing. We won't necessarily suffer on the back of that.
No, I do want to see where the finances kind of sit now with NAVI, because they can't be in a good position, so it kind of hinders that snowball round. It elongates play slightly. And again, how has Nats done this in the last 3 rounds? It's just ridiculous. I mean, some of these are a little bit more padded than others, you know, chasing down these kills just to, you know, damage the economy further, which is a great idea. Obviously, value in it itself.
4K into 2 3Ks, so...
Yes.
I mean...
Round 17, 18, and 19 were kind of his.
Issue being NAVI invested nothing. They're sitting back again in terms of these ults. Only missing Filu's now. Pit actually to be invested here in round 20. So a key ultimate in terms of the defense. Able to scale past this wall here, maybe pressure onto Hero.
Nah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
Nemo will find it.
Nothing he could do about that. Nicely navigated as well from Liquid. Didn't look like they took too many chances there. Able to make their way through the Vice utility pretty comfortably. Now into the post plant.
Bomb buddy out.
I mean, you got stingers. And Nats equipped to go farming if it gets that far. But now just a fight in middle. And Nats is doing what we expect to a degree, going farming. He's still got...
Don't give him
prime
another
time?
3K.
Is it prime time? Is that what he was saying? Like, how have Liquid done this? This was without a timeout.
I mean, yeah, we were At the point where we're almost discussing this being a formality to conclude, NAVI will pump the brakes now after 4 rounds. Camo just stuck in the mud trying to satchel forwards.
The bad thing is as well, this timeout, even though it is for NAVI, obviously Liquid get the chance to check in as well. They can talk at the same time during this timeout.
Probably why, I mean, honestly, probably why Angel's sitting on it for so long.
Yeah. It's like, okay, he won't get another round like that. He won't get two. Okay, maybe we're done at 3. 4th round in a row, he's gone, okay, that's enough. Let's check in here, make sure this doesn't go any further. And rightly so, 11-9, this is suddenly looking much closer. You look at the
it really
rounds,
is.
It's night and day.
And unfortunately, it's now at a point where they have to meticulously plan these ultimates. Again, you saw the investment from Rhythmic. I can understand it. Are you really going to benefit from that on a round where the likelihood is Liquid are going to hit a site in an anti-eco? You don't really want to see Liquid challenging in towards, even towards ramp.
Yeah.
Let alone towards mid or male or vents. To maybe come up against a judge or something like that. About the only, and it's a reach in terms of criticism, but certainly here you'd like to be able to probably lock down a site instead of mid on a lesser purchase if you're Rhythmic. But like I said, still the benefit of some ultimates to invest here. Chloric, Hero, and Comeback. Issue being on the other side. Nats, pit available for him. Camo's about halfway to another showstopper. Miniboo back on a judge here, and you can see his impact very high. He's been allowed to shine in some of these more chaotic rounds. Doesn't look like this is going to follow that recipe, though.
Yeah,
That's back on an operator to try and replicate some of that success he found on Bind.
Well, if they can pressure middle enough that they get mailroom and a little bit of posturing up towards heaven, obviously you'd want to jump spot that, right? You want to get a little bit of info, but Hero's got his wall here. So he's not that bothered just yet, right? He can play off of this, he can kind of keep calm on this one, doesn't need to be too concerned until that gets any sort of pressure. And I think Liquid are looking for a reaction and nothing's coming yet.
Here, going to try and find a bit of timing towards mid. Able to bait out the wall here. Like I said, do find that space in mid now. Miniboo at least creates a bit of an audio cue in towards vents here. Now can capitalize on the back of this pit.
Yeah, creeping out, scaling up. Hero going to invest ult. Good idea as well. 28 seconds. He's kind of trying to dodge every piece of utility coming his way. He's actually managed it mostly. Just caught on the way back there. Doesn't take too much damage. Is he going in that pit? I think he absolutely is. Hero feeling audacious. Rhythmic in support, and suddenly things are going wrong with 10 seconds. Can Camo and Purpo secure anything here? 6? I don't think they can get a plant now. It's too little too late. Right on the wire. They can sacrifice bodies for this, and they will. NAVI keep composure to the very end. 12 rounds to their name.
Bit of a weird overcook here. Again, with the pit to apply pressure, remove the wall, you want to see these decisions made much quicker from Liquid if they want to capitalize on that investment. I mean, Hero is just allowed to survive for so long. Even gets revealed there, but nobody's got a pistol. Nats has got an operator and a shorty. It's weird to pin down that kill. And you can see the frustration there. I mean, again, if that's the game plan coming in, you want to see very decisive action taken. Miniboo takes the space early on enough in the round. For that to come down to timing.
Yeah. Now, with 9 rounds to the name, Liquid are up against it, right? 12 to NAVI, no errors to be made here. And NAVI willing to be a little bit braver, a little bit bolder, but that's a risky move. Miniboo with a judge, going to take away comeback. And that's 5 to the 4. Heaven now going to be smothered by Liquid. The main, though, still somewhat swinging into the hands of NAVI.
Oh, Hero.
So aware. And as soon as Liquid have gone back to this more traditional stuff, it feels like NAVI are able to handle it. Nats on that same sort of position, these kind of half-hearted attempts here. But NAVI actually going to fall at least in holding the site.
Actually, great isolation on Rhythmic here. A beautiful shot onto Purpo.
No right to hit that on Purpo, but he does nonetheless. And 3v3, Hero again. Just doing work. This guy wants his sight back, and he's got more than that. NAVI break through on Split by pushing up and over the line to 13-9.
Defenders win.
Just disgusting final round from Hero. I mean, unbelievable to close things out there as Liquid slowed things down. Great stuff from Navi. I believe we'll be jumping down to a sideline interview with Filu and Nat down on the stage.
Hey, Filu, you want to stand this side? Yeah. Perfect. Look, it was a phenomenal way that you guys opened up this map, but what has us talking a little bit more is the agents you're picking up. You had the Brimstone, now you're in the Omen. Are you just a controller player now?
I mean, obviously, like, Omen has more, like, situation where you can play aggro. I mean, on Brimstone, a bit was, like, rusty. I first experience on Smoker, on Official, so, like, yeah, I mean, general, you know, like, Omen is, like, more aggro. It's my playstyle. I was Louis before, so, like, you know, it's, like, basically this.
Okay, well, hopefully more of that aggro playstyle comes out in map number 3. That's what's up next for us here. We're going to go to a break on the other side. We'll break it all down before we see that decider.
Say what you will, in the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. Vamos!
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
It's a pity that I didn't see this coming. I guess everything I did was all for nothing.
That was a dominant win on Split. What was there anything in particular that impressed you about the team's performance? To be honest, individual level of players was very good on this map. Like especially like attack game plan worked really well. Individual performance was the reason why we won. Yeah.
Individual performance were definitely the name of the game here for Na'Vi. And like he's saying, there isn't one specific individual. It is the fact that all of them at any moment could stand out and you go, well, if I had to, they'd be the MVP. But there's always that side argument that all 5 players really stepped up at every different moment of this map there.
They did make me a little bit nervous towards the end. Like I started,
towards the end or towards the end of the first half?
Both. I think Nat's starting to wake up. I was like, oh dear, he's starting to believe, and then it started getting dangerous. But no, I think they were most of the time in control of that game, especially the beginning of that first half. They were insane.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi being able to pick up those first 8 rounds, being 8-0 to begin with, was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's a bit strange for us to sit here and be like, yeah, everyone on Na'Vi was performing. I feel like that rarely happens. Like, I feel like we're always looking at like, okay, get Hero and Rhythmic some help. But like you said, everyone was managing to step up, and obviously Coach Angel is super impressed with his team to be able to do that. It feels like the team looked really synergized, I want to say.
Yeah, and I think going into the sort of I almost feel like you're implying this but not saying it. Philo was great. Like going on to the Omen, like I think but like we had fairly like low expectations after the Brimstone. It didn't look fantastic, but he sort of mentioned it himself that like being able to be that little bit more aggressive. There was the round he tried to TP backside with the spike. That was insane. I never want to see that ever again. But other than that, like and that was clearly a set strategy. That wasn't just him. But like the rest just looked good. He looked very comfortable. I think alongside, like when you have a player playing Neon and going in super aggressive, Omen a lot of the time, if you don't have a second duelist, is the guy to go in with. And he was. And I think that performance is one that if he can recreate, that's a great sign.
I think as much as Angel was saying, like everyone on the team stepped up, I do feel like Philo was able to kind of take over on that defensive half, and then you had Rhythmic that was really being able to take over on the attack. Like both of them were just having incredible, one incredible half each, basically.
Rhythmic kind of good.
Yeah, Rhythmic was insane, and like even on map 1, like he was Viper diffing Nats, which is crazy on Bind in general, by the way. But the fact that he's able to jump onto this Viper and play the secondary smoke so that Philo can be a bit more flexible and a bit more aggressive like with the Omen is looking like really good signs for Na'Vi.
It's almost like a sleeper agent, you know? He just needed a little bit to wake up there, and because so many moving bits have been happening for Na'Vi, it feels like this is the consistency that has finally been found, right? We do still need to see it in a map 3, but they show up for map 1, maybe not every individual. Map 2, they all show up. And now I do wonder where exactly it's going to be for map 3. But before we really get to there, we want to see exactly how Liquid reacted to their loss there on Split.
You guys are 1 map away from locking a player spot. What do you need to focus on to close out?
I think the most important is focusing on the win conditions, understanding what comp you're playing against, and even more important is just playing a bit more together as a team. It felt this game that we're trying to win a bit the games by playing quite individually, and I think we got punished for it. Now it's time to reset and go next and do better on Lotus.
I think a way to describe that is there's a hunger in Liquid to lock this playoffs, but it's almost a desperate hunger at this point that they're not playing like a team. That is what I think kind of came out for fruition in Split, and that's what we're talking about. Nats finally had to turn on and step up because the rest of the team wasn't having a cohesion to be able to fill in maybe one player slowing down on the earlier parts.
I think for Minibu and Camel, we kind of always expect them to perform on these double duelists. And I want to pick up on what you mentioned about Nats there, because this is someone that coming into this stage, especially these past couple of weeks, has had a kind of dip in individual performance. Like when I would watch Nat previously, it feels like he would just be able to take over rounds on his own. And yes, we were getting glimpses of that towards the end there with the amount of multi-kills he was able to pick up, but it's definitely not final form Nats that we're kind of used to.
Yeah, I think as well, a lot of the time when it gets hectic and it feels like he has to focus a little bit more on the calling, that can happen. So when things are working, he could just focus on his individual game, and that's where you do get the best out of him. I'm excited for this, though, from Liquid. In the past, they used to cook some crazy comps on this map. It seems like, though, they're gonna go for something a little bit more basic, at least with the hovers that they've got. But I think when you have the likes of Miniboo and Camo in such incredible form, it's not too surprising. And by the looks of things, the idea from NAVI is standardize a comp that works on every single map, because they are basically just doing the same thing again.
Yeah, and they kind of teased with messing around with the roles last week anyway, with Cloric and I believe it was Hero that was swapping around, and then obviously we had the comeback Philo swapping around. But yeah, it looks as though they want to strip it right back down to basics, like you mentioned, Tom. And honestly, not a bad composition to work on Lotus here. I think it, especially seeing more teams lean into the Vice, as we saw earlier in today, I think is really good. Hero, though, has been a bit quieter throughout the series so far on this Vice, so really looking for him to be able to step up and see how much advantage positions he's going to be able to put himself in, especially on this lurking, starting on the attack.
Well, I'm excited as well for the Nat Cypher, because a lot of the time, if you have something like a Raze, Cypher becomes a little bit problematic because all those trips get obliterated immediately. Against a Neon, it can be a pretty nasty counter, especially if he's able to lock down the site. It's definitely not the most common pick on this map anymore, but with how much ground you can hold, how much information he can keep, he's going to be a key part once again. And also, it's Nats on Cypher. Why wouldn't I be excited?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh, because it's not Camo who clearly wants to play it, that's why.
Yeah, I'm devastated.
But I think as well, something that we have to consider with these two compositions going head to head is the fact that you have a fade on both sides, right? As much as Team Liquid have that Neon, that Raze, they have a lot of explosivity. I'm looking to see how quickly Cloric and Comeback have been able to synergize over these past couple of weeks, with him only really having the fade to be able to set him up on the Neon.
Well, look, beforehand, our casters might not have been able to work it into that catch, but I'm going to work it into my throw. Poinsett, Pansy, are you ready?
Dear Lord.
Vile. I've broken Nat within a week. How do we feel about that?
Brilliant.
Yeah, you like that?
Yep.
I know it's your thing mostly, so I'm glad that we can do that for you. Yeah, no, that was outstanding. Great work. Speaking of Nat, how about Nats on that Cypher? What do you make of it? Actually, in comparison to the Vice, especially because I actually disagree with Billy a little bit. I quite like how Heroes looked on this. I think he's served his purpose.
Sure, yeah, but I'd almost just rather see Nats on the Viper here. Pull out the double controller. Again, this feels a little front-loaded in terms of the approach here. There are inherently less options later round if you don't play the Viper here, but again, it's Nats, right? This is a comfort pick. Where else do you slot that into this roster in terms of the roles? So again, the proof's in the pudding, right? If Nats is able to shine on that trademark agent, sure, we can justify it.
Do you think he will?
There's always a real chance, yeah. Again,
I want you to commit to it.
For me, Nats, I mean, I'm committing, I'm saying it here. It relies on Camo and Miniboo really to do the heavy lifting in terms of the approach that Liquid have said repeatedly they want to adopt. It's just going to come down to that, particularly here on the first half. Them really slowing down NAVI is going to allow Nats to find value in some of these setups.
And already working around it. Comeback suffered. Gone down. Trying to take the space over towards C. Here's Nat sitting pretty deep on this A side of the map, however, just shouldering this corner. Left with a lot on his plate. If I'm not mistaken, Camo might be getting a bit closer, yet starting to lean this way. Oh, God, Camo!
So good with that pistol, man.
He's actually been so on point today. Cloric could have put in a bit of a shift himself, certainly, but still, it is a 4v2. Philo and Cloric. It's a slow march around the map, hoping to catch someone off guard.
You know, exploration elsewhere from Liquid. Wayne and Miniboo tucked pretty deep here. Obviously hedging their bets towards B and C. Again, clock starting to run down now. Philo and Cloric have to make a decision. And either way, I don't think they're going to get a favourable plant here. How close by both Wayne and Miniboo are. And still got a Paranoia to play off as well.
Yeah, it should be buttoned up, unless something goes terribly wrong.
10 seconds left.
He's got a smoke playing. Couple of shots for Cloric. Not going to find a connection. That's three players. Purpo now noting the position for Cloric. You can't need that to be clean.
Needed one there.
Yeah.
Philo does find Nats though.
Okay, so he can maybe turn around and help now, as they do mostly come from the same direction. Trying to split up a little bit here, try and maybe levy the time while the paranoia's around, but Cloric gonna get noted. Spammed away, re-swing, can't deal with the amount of bodies simply scattering across the site. Team Liquid gonna be walking away with their first.
Just strength in numbers here. Did all the hard work early on. Trimmed the fat of NAVI. Even initially, great catch from Camo as well to double down. Make this even easier for them. Unfortunately, I think Cloric, like we said, needed that first kill potentially to make this doable. Liquid last played Lotus 234 days ago.
Been a minute.
It's been a very long minute. But it was a 13-9 over Giant X.
Well,
a scoreline that seems to be repeating itself today. So
yes. Which way does it go now? NAVI investing a little bit behind this, so there's certainly some upgrades here. Also just need to get the lay of the land, right? Like, again, you can't really prep for Liquid on this. You don't really know what they could be coming in with, so gonna have to work that out in the first couple of rounds. And obviously seeing the Cypher feels a little bit unorthodox in this day and age, but
sure,
so far, so good.
Yeah, anybody outside of Nats, I think you get a feel for the setups then. You know the tempo he's going to probably tap into. Again, whether or not we see it really on display in this first half where Liquid on the defense, I think he's going to be lurking very aggressively. Certainly here, if NAVI can string together an opening pick, probably towards the C side of the map here. Wayne to be first on the chopping block.
Yeah, with that smoke in play, I'm surprised he was still shouldering this, but maybe just feeling confident while he still has the paranoia, but maybe a little too confident, right?
Quite didn't miss that one.
No, he landed that one bang on. So site now open. Nice little upgrade there as well for comeback. Site's theirs. They obviously don't know to what degree, or the fact that CT's completely clear and it's through waterfall, but Cloric gets a plant, barely gets away. Didn't get closed down on in all of that mayhem, so can they make it count? Purpo outdoes comeback, no shields obviously for the Na'Vi side, so stings a little more. And Nat's feeling brave enough up on the box, but now Hero and Ruxic
played out of this one almost.
Pretty much. They can try and make it costly, but Nat's putting in a shift. That's 4. And as much as it felt threatening, they deal with it well. And that's 4 standing for Liquid and a second to carve into the board.
Another situation where they can potentially get the ball rolling here with a bit of a cushion. You have to repurchase the shields on one of these. What a beautiful shot from Cloric, actually.
It was lovely.
Can't really even fault Wayne for staying on that angle and being caught like that.
One enemy remaining.
It's about the only thing that Na'Vi could pin their hopes to.
Oh, sorry.
Early on, when you look back at the minimap there for Na'Vi.
Time to work.
That's will bring a Sheriff in here. And 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, a Judge in the hands of Miniboot. You get a catch here on the utility to open this up, but no damage done there. I'll be able to at least play deep enough here. It does get Miniboot posted on a very aggressive position.
Quite nice to have Wayne kind of complementing that too, right? He can kind of keep a little bit of an eye towards you with those jump spots. Miniboot getting a bit more creative while that smoke's in play, but I doubt Na'Vi are going to disrespect this. Too much risk.
Very short window, and it requires Na'Vi drifting into contact this.
Now that could have been a nice paranoia, though, even though you would be close range, right? Still a Judge. This feels so tense now. Miniboots. Okay, he got caught a little there. That was a lovely seize, actually, just to catch him in clear close. But Wayne, feeling a little creative. Do they check on this as diligently? Maybe they're shooting it back to Wayne. No, but they still get the kill, so rewards there. We're not finding any of that smaller margin to play into. And Na'Vi can take the tour now.
Full run of the map here, but still trips to overcome towards B and C. First one dealt with now. Not able to do much damage on the way in here.
Oh, he's got to be on red alert, right? Comeback wants to secure it. What a shot as well. 3 in the round for the man. Clearing house. Yeah, against a bonus, but still well navigated. As the last 2. Feeling more like a formality than anything. But if they can cost them some of these weapons, keep them honest, that'd be a lovely outcome. For Nats, actually might find Ruxic, which if anything, probably the target you'd want to find HP-wise. Camo, a little bit of a tougher spot. So let's see if Nats can do anything about Ruxic here, or if he does get to keep this gun, trying to tuck in deeper. Nats does find him. Okay, so that's a rifle lost. Any more gets problematic. You can see the timing on the swing from Camo, not going to be able to capitalize. Nats now tries to hold it, do some more, but going to cost him what he can. Takes away Rhythmic, and that's about it.
Yeah, 4 left standing for NAVI, allows them to potentially bounce back before Liquid can start running away with this first half. Again, just heads up, read on the situation. Yeah. Knowing there's going to be somebody posted up on that early pressure, NAVI just waits it out. Able to navigate perfectly into this B post plant. Chloric already early. Ultimate online for him. On the other side, it's just the neural theft, but a couple of other players for Liquid close by. Notably Camo and Purpo. Nibu now on a rifle. NAVI actually looking to just find very early access into B. Ahead of the util as well.
Everything. And actually still dies. That's the unfortunate factor, but the way that they've somehow managed to keep that in check while he's dodged everything in his way is wild. And look at the map. Minibu is en route. That's an easy catch for him. Liquid, I don't get it, man.
Capitalizing off the info here from the neural theft.
Door stuck.
Oh no!
Rhythmic in a 1v. Well, it was 5, now 4. Got 4 more kills to get.
Well, Liquid have to feed into this. With where the spike is, it would take, well, I was going to say a calamity, but Camo able to prevent that before it even gets going. 3-1 the scoreline here. Another round Liquid come out of with 4 standing. I mean, it's just the fact that that's able to get back into the cage here and find the kill is ridiculous. Comeback.
That is so good.
Yeah, it's got to be so frustrated. Like he was guaranteed a kill in that situation.
Bam.
Wow.
Play Cypher once. He's like, get the knives out, boys. Knives out. All good. I got you. All right. Go back through. Financially, a rough position for NAVI here.
Does a catch? They would just get behind the wall there. Chip damage, sure, but won't be confirmed just yet.
Easy angle for Camo.
Yeah, he's looked good here.
If anything, a little bit too obtuse for him. Let's thin that down a little. Minibu gonna take the attention initially and the paranoia, but Hero's quick to this. Maybe a little too quick. They had no idea. A sharp shot and comeback following up. Hero in succession. It's all there for them. A very simplistic but great burst on the site.
NAVI just disrespecting that.
Spike planted.
Hero, the one to really brute force his way forwards. Posted here, wheel catch. Purpo as well, on for 4 if Nats can do anything to have a say in the matter. Well, we'll find the first here, but tagged up and noted. Position now. Yeah, Rhythmic gonna clean this up. Great conversion from NAVI. He said disrespecting this early posture forwards. Able to prevent, obviously, that first blood going against them with that seasonade.
God, what a round from Hero. Again, just that timing to catch up, as you said, scaling in behind it. Just kind of catch him on that back pedal away towards side.
Way ahead
really
of expectation,
nice.
yeah.
Oh, for sure. That was outstanding from him. Really, really nice to watch. Ult-wise, those starting to hit true and hit home for NAVI. They've got 3 to work with, maybe 2 a little more important than the other. Hopefully no plans around Filu's TP here.
One
we'll
can
see.
pray.
And on the other side, still able to get a buy. Lacking in some areas, but certainly manageable.
Toxins going up.
I mean, especially with the showstopper on the cards here.
Drop the spike.
For Camo. We'll try and quickly pivot towards C though. Nats here. A Guardian. A chance to do some damage. Util removed early on here, so Nats can't really rely on that free information. Liquid very quickly repositioning, expecting maybe NAVI to pivot into B.
Yeah, so much faith put into Nats here, even though they got contact over towards Mound. They didn't fall for it. This is a good read from Liquid and a really nice meeting for information. Minibu in the right place for it. It's still going to try and play in Wayne as well. This is a big one for him. If he can get that paranoia just right, allow for the swing. He's a bit behind. That's messy. Not good enough there from Wayne. Gets outdone completely by comeback. So now Camo put in an unwinnable position. Overwhelmed. And Minibu's only got a stinger.
You would have expected Minibu to want to benefit off it. Hang on.
Oh, come off it.
Just caught a hero. No damage done to him. Filu does get the trade.
Very clear sight. Now, Purpo's been one of those players who's got, all right, a quieter series overall from him, sure. But Nat's still breathing. You keep my attention a little bit. 2v3 isn't impossible when he's still alive. Purpo out of util, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's only really Filu that's taken any damage, and it's not much, if anything. Certainly doesn't make it any easier on the way back onto this A site. Comeback's going to find a freebie. Nats now forced to wait this one out.
And I think for me, just it feels like Wayne's not really hitting his comfort zone at the moment. Like timings-wise, he just feels a little bit out of sorts. And it's also that factor scrim time and how much of Liquid put into this map. It's obviously not been in their wheelhouse for a long time.
Oh my god.
No, guys. Please.
Damage will be the consolation. Yeah. Little phrase of the eyebrows from comeback. Again, it's not really going to cause many issues. Yeah, I mean, you can see the intention. That's why I'm expecting Minibu to be in a position to maybe capitalize on the paranoia. I don't know what call comes through to not have... I mean, Wayne had it in hand, switches back to the weapon, and then it just misses the timing completely.
Well, because then Camo's left to be sacrificed almost there as well.
Because the call is there, we showstopper forwards, right?
Yeah.
But then he's stuck in no man's land. Once Navi scale forwards toward Rubble.
Oi. All good. All good.
Lucky to get away with that one. That's one away from another neural theft elsewhere. Purpo, Wayne and Minibu now ults in hand. Navi, I expect them to probably slow this one down. Yeah, Nats posted up close.
I get a bit scared about this. He hasn't done this yet, right? It's generally been him being quite passive towards that C-side.
Well, he loves
of the
doing
map.
this, putting early cams and kind of baiting people into a false sense of security. It's like, oh, well, he's just anchoring elsewhere and there's a passive camera. You're right, he has found a bit of space to play into.
And it frees up those additional players to maybe just take a gamble.
And look where Hero's Wall is as well.
Oh! But now you know that you've been read, right? That call has been made, so do you change your mind? Do you carry on? 30 seconds? It's only pistols, but there's always a threat, right? Left. But now Plant should be, I don't want to say comfortable, but it should be achievable.
Spike planted.
NAVI. Here we go! Opportunity here. Yeah, that's lovely. Rooksik could get overwhelmed, but he's taken away the kind of danger element to this. Hero now in position. Lovely. You're happy with that one when you're NAVI? Found you. Didn't get caught out there. Good positioning.
Navi looking much better in terms of these slower rounds now. Liquid.
The classic.
Yeah, I mean, unable to really stabilize, I'd say, in some of these early rounds. You see some of the plans. I didn't even catch that. Was Filu actually? Yeah, he had smokes out. Yeah, it's tough to see Nats on the replay there not pin that kill down. Not that it was any better to watch in the round, but at distance I didn't see Filu actually a sitter, basically.
Ayas! Don't whiff like that, Ayas!
Yeah, well, letting them know as well. We'll force a Liquid timeout here, ahead of round 8. In terms of proactivity, haven't seen much other than a little bit of aggression outside A, but Navi have navigated that very well in the rounds that they have looked to contest. So ultimately looking for Liquid to be the ones to probably adjust here.
Yeah, seeing an operator being considered maybe for Minibu. And it's just kind of buttoning things up. It just feels like it's not quite comfy for them yet. You know what I mean? Those just like quick snap synergies not quite there. A little bit messy over towards Rubble. Bits and bobs just not quite, teeing up. But these are small teething issues that could absolutely come together. So the timeout burned. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we actually might be able to check in on the Navi comms this round, so that would be quite nice to hear kind of how they're trying to navigate the potential problems that face them.
Well,
with
potentially a
the Liquid.
curveball here from Liquid to come out of the timeout. So certainly looking forward to that.
Yeah, I do wonder if they try and identify that operator, if they have a consideration of it, but As soon as we get that check-in, we're going to find out. TP play.
Stuck.
It's not been brilliant. I wish we had the timeout comms almost for that call. But it looks direct towards site, and I think we're going to have those a little bit of a check-in right about now.
They're close.
Yeah,
they can be sent, guys. Care.
I doggy.
My flash.
Go.
Can we double pick this?
Up.
Yeah, wait, come coming. 1, 2.
Upping C.
Heaven. I'll bubble him.
There's 2C.
Hey, on the raise, guys.
Can we come back A? Can we come back A?
One C, you can.
Ready? Come back A. Come back A, guys. Come back A.
If we get side, I have ult here. Yeah, I can even ult you as well.
Camel up.
I'm just gonna walk by myself right now.
No one rubble, maybe.
Oh, now?
I could rotate.
Yeah. Only start fade.
Hold up.
Get orb down. Get orb. They free clear front B.
Hold on.
Okay, it's clear.
I will open door, guys.
Your part.
Side for
30 seconds
backside.
left.
They cage
I'm
us.
going here.
I'm jumping. Ready?
Wait,
On.
yeah.
Outstairs.
One enemy remaining.
Stairs.
Spike down A.
My setup.
Flawless.
Try and send it.
The walk A, was it, boys?
Yes.
A looks good, did it, boys? Oh, that's a tough one. Again, kind of putting it together, right? The operator on C, there's 2 on B, but that penny not quite dropping. Where's Nats? And they've not navigated against him yet.
One of those signature maneuvers from Nats late round in a position where his utility's untouched. You can sit back.
Last round.
Again, all but easy for him in that sort of situation. Catches 2 inside the cage. Up to 12 kills now for Nats. Top of the board for Liquid. Not necessarily what you want to see, but on a defensive half.
Desperation? I don't know what that was.
And Purpo falls.
You were doing fine. You're doing good. Playing out of B like that? I don't know, man. Okay. This just feels messy, if I'm honest, Mike. This feels really messy.
Yeah, NAVI able to just sweep this round in the first 10 seconds. Again, the pit on top. All but unnecessary. Come back nearly. Caught Nats slipping a little deeper. Maybe under a ton of pressure now. Yep, noted with the Prowler as well. Wow. Another pacey hit from NAVI tonight. We'll get them number 5 and in-zone flawless nonetheless.
This. What were we hoping for? Was there meant to be util to support this? Something to set it in?
It's bold. It's just a bold move.
I'm going to be honest, and Joe, I'm sure someone out there will hate me for it, but this just feels so low down in both of their map pools, if I'm honest. This feels messy from both sides. Again, for NAVI, cool. Like, they're doing well enough here in my mind once we've got the bulk of the buy. For Liquid, this just looks a little out of it, really. But we'll see. Camo got a lot on his plate right now. Luckily, a lot of stall on the other side. Going to invest the ult just to try and maybe deny that scale up behind it.
And credit to NAVI as well, where they are winning out these faster hits. They're not just leaning into that. It's not just becoming reckless almost. They're able to really, I guess, manage the risk in some of these rounds where maybe Liquid reposition slightly. Not getting caught off guard by some of these traps early on around Camo's util.
I get scared when I see Omen TPs these days. Strikes fear into my heart. Now, another look towards... Purpo just caught on the back pedal as well. Just a second they scale towards the site. Site's on pretty much on hand. Rhythmic watching the back lines. And now has to try and complement and supplement the site itself. But under a little bit of pressure. Okay, Camo, what is that? What?
It was so
He's hitting today. Like, he's actually a monster to try and deal with. I don't know whether they get the round or not, but I don't want to swing Camo. I'm avoiding it at all costs.
Wow, yeah, rightfully so. Filu finds out the hard way right after that. Chloric found as well, and Camo to clean up with a third. Hero dropped, and Liquid will find number 5. And actually, we'll get the showstopper off the back of the defuse on top. All tied up now, and it feels harsh to say, but it doesn't even really feel like that when you watch some of these rounds. Instead, NAVI doing everything right early on here, not to lean too heavily into that sort of tempo.
But he's hitting shots like this. Look at that. Look at this guy's aim.
Nice, good
Mechanically.
job. Nice.
Difference maker here. It's still Nats at the top of the board. So 5-5, neither team really finding stability. Feels hot and cold.
I mean, watching this now, it's again, the wider discussion around Liquid, surely we'll see probably an overhaul in the second half. So if they can keep this in check, right, avoid an 8-4 opener to a map, then maybe, just maybe, Liquid can lean back on what the initial approach would have been.
They've fallen for the trap.
His aim's great with a rifle, but not so much there with the showstopper.
And I was going to compliment that. I felt like they fell into the trap of understanding where Nats was putting his utility, when it was just going to be him on the A side, the double stack towards the door. But then the ult happened and we all got distracted. Purpo this time going to backpedal and fine comeback. 4v4. Purpo on 15 HP, willing to stay around on that. And they look like they want to pivot. They still fancy the A site.
I mean, Liquid have transitioned away from this. They are reading as if they might go towards C. I think probably now going to get a sound cue or two. Still, at least,
Spike planted.
even in terms of the head count here in this post plant,
I quite like
utility
that.
though, or lack thereof, for Liquid.
And it's Filu trying to be the big man here. And, well, he's been put to bed.
Minigo's so late.
Yeah, you have no right walking over from C from that long away. But still, Cloric on, what, 5 HP? It's really on Ruxic here. Maybe try and help. Ruxic doing his best! Damn, they had so low HP. I thought there was maybe a chance on it.
It's just 15 on Purpo and 30 on Mini Boot. Regardless, though, Liquid will take the lead with number 6. Of course.
Thank you.
I really wanted to see that again, actually. That's just foul.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, this game just feels scrappy at best, right? No one really finding full rhythm. A little bit of an upswing from Liquid, got to say it.
Yeah, which, again, I hate to harp onto it, but it's like, that's where Liquid is saying they feel most comfortable play, when it gets chaotic, it gets scrappy, it gets unorthodox. I haven't necessarily, again, we're now seeing them in the lead, but it just hasn't felt comfortable for them to replicate here on Lotus. So I think that plays into what you're saying about it. In terms of comfort levels on maps, this must sit towards the bottom of the pool for them.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen the second half yet from Liquid.
Yeah, it's like we know it's not fully there yet, but to what extent, right? As you said, kind of defined by that second half for now. Scoreline still in touch. NAVI not looking any more solid either. Don't think this is just a critique of Liquid. It's just trying to find out where the chips really settle, and that's going to be forced off this. And NAVI want to press the issue. Why him? Go anywhere else. If you think it might be Nats, flee from it, man. Don't run towards it. I get the idea. You want some safety. You want some space.
Well, they catch him in the seas as well. So they just send bodies flooding towards him.
Not enough, apparently. 3 now dead, down to Filu and Ruxic. Lovely claim on that for Filu. I like what he did there. Just getting ahead of it, trying to bring it into a manageable situation, but a 2v3 is still certainly difficult. Filu, what a shot! He was putting a damn performance in! Pulled from the doldrums, NAVI bring it back to 6 apiece. And while we wait for the second half, we've got another bit of trivia for you. Let's see how well you know your Angel lore.
Red Bull gives you wings.
that side swap, right? Who comes in looking a bit more comfortable? Who's done their homework? Where does this sit in the veto going forward? How high up, how low down? I don't really know yet, right? Maybe we see Nats more in his element on this side, playing those timings a bit better, but it's not just the Nats show as much as he is towards the top. And on the other side, hot and cold all the way through.
Here, it's certainly an opportunity for Liquid to at least tap into this. It's, like I said, very front-loaded and allow Nats to really shine, who's already found some comfort here, obviously, on the defensive side. Let's go back towards now. Camo and Mini Boot unable to really benefit from some of that aggression in the first half, but come back here. Goes forward to challenge and dealt with.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone finding kills from Liquid.
Oh, Rhythmic, you're not going to live through this. 15 HP,
Smothered.
dead. Yeah, there was no way out of that. Clark, though, going to do a nice little catch on the cross, but he's the last one alive, and once they know that, it becomes almost impossible. So Plant is what they're going to be eyeing up, at least get the time on their side. Stay together.
Spike planted.
Or treat. Miniboo can kind of play how he feels at this point. But Cloric, tough scenario, and I think he knows it. Re-smoked, and those options dwindle.
Chance here, maybe to catch somebody off guard, but with 3 left standing for Liquid, got to feel like they're going to be able to convert this one. See, it won't find the spam, and it's Camo to find number 3. Liquid 1 ahead here in the second half. And I guess in terms of expectations here, Liquid huddled together, just happy to take this brawl out, which, like I said, is a situation that quite often we're talking about them coming out on top and looking very comfortable in some of these more chaotic engagements.
Yeah, the utility looks a little bit late to make it more viable to even try and fight on that push up towards Rubble. It just felt a little bit risky, considering it just got left in no man's land. So the benefit then falls towards Liquid to take this further forward. Decent buy coming in too. They are not skimping on the purchase. What a shot. Blinky, you missed that one. Hero is gone. And well, C is very much open and available. The best thing you can do is hope to catch Nats.
Well, Rhythmic on that very path right now. Find the first here, caught off guard. The trade will come through. Again, an upgrade to be found here, but Camo.
Spike planted.
The plant elsewhere, and a ton of space for Liquid to capitalize on. Again, a lack of presence elsewhere. So a bit of a unorthodox post-plant position for NAVI to try and navigate.
Hey.
Oh, a little desk pop.
One of my favorites, those, actually. I like them. The danger man is Rhythmic, right? Can he find one of these 4 players? If he does, you're kind of hoping it's not Camo, because he's got the full shield, which make it a little bit more difficult for him. Maybe able to make it costly. The paranoia going straight. Oh, well, that'll do it. That will absolutely do it. Rhythmic making it cost a fortune. 3 kills, and he can go down with the ship at this point, taking away a great deal of what Liquid came in with. They will walk away with 2 of the rifles, but still, making the best of a bad scenario.
As elsewhere, I've been crediting Liquid in terms of keeping 4 standing in some of these rounds. Rhythmic able to find massive damage towards the end of this. I mean, Nats does really well to find the openers here. As you know, to Camo on the full shield, the headshot won't matter in that regard. Yeah, it's about the reaction you'd expect.
Yeah, that's solid. Okay, and we do have a treat for you. We will be listening to more comms. So you're going to get that in this round. You're really, really welcome. Probably going to be a really pacey round just to make it even harder. And, well, Miniboo is leading the pack, but he's been sent away. Cloric! What an absolute belter of a shot from him.
Catch a slide and a satchel there.
Oof. Uphill now for Liquid.
Okay, I think he has a full setup.
So,
Pinpoint.
Regiment, motiverant. Taken from stairs. Okay, it's on me the sound.
Who is chewing gum on comms? Michael, whoever's chewing gum on comms, we need to get down there.
I'm hitting the mute button. That's like
get down there right now. Who's doing it?
That's like nails on a chalkboard to me. But to come back, look at these catches from Cloric. The slide and the satchel just tapped out by Chloric.
One enemy remaining.
That was a sick round from him. Honestly, really, really pretty stuff. Bonus or not, it's aim. It's absolute aim in that regard. So at 8-7, no snowball here to be had. Much closer affair.
Nat's back on a scope here. There's only, well, 2 light shields to punish. Wayne gonna have his hands full here though. Go forward, Purple and Camo find the kills.
These two, Camo and Purple, to me, are just such heroes on this team. Certainly not unsung, but man, they put in a shift. It's Hero, Chloric, and Ruxic. Split across the map. Easily divided and conquered, but for Liquid, they want to take their time and ensure this. Critical round now.
Silence across the map here. Liquid may be anticipating somebody else seeking out some info on side of NAVI, but you see here, Hero tucked in towards tree. Does have Chloric now in support. Good read from NAVI in terms of the reposition towards the back end of this round. Nat's finally making some progress forwards. Trying to find the wall, but it's not there.
This is where I get a little concerned. Nice slow down, but Camo, oh my God, he was around the
criminal.
corner. He's around the corner. Riot Games, we're gonna have a conversation. Ruxic, it's a 1v4 for him, and he was over on that C site, so it's not really viable. But man, Hero, that felt unfair.
That's tough.
For you. I'm on your side.
Because he was so far behind the corner.
I'm really on your side, man. That's cruelty. For Liquid, though, it's a lovely bit of stability that feels like it's been lacking. Now get themselves at least 4 still alive, plant in play, 9 rounds to their name.
It doesn't necessarily feel like they're benefiting massively off these. Are still close affairs. It's coming down to 2 beautiful kills being found, and Camo very fortunate in terms of the placement.
He's around the corner.
Reaction, man. He just went. I think Angel probably got a good glimpse of that as well.
Yeah, more than likely. Okay.
Liquid convert the 3rd on this second half.
Hello.
Unable to scale out initially here. Or at least not fancying what they're seeing. Hero has switched things up though. Reposition for him over towards C. You can see the setup here lying in wait for Liquid. Should they choose to pivot?
Here.
Your body's sent this way by NAVI, expecting this. It's just a little probe sent out by Liquid. We're not there looking to commit just yet. Great catch from Miniboo here. Chloric removed in transition.
My ult is... Purple's going to get ult now as well. So really could open up chances. Hero, I think, potentially considering that. Are going to have to stall out, but do it with limited senses now. Decay still in effect too. This is going to be a tough one. He's got a second until that Prowler comes in. But by now, beheaded as Nats opens up the account. Ruxic would love to have hit that. Not going to happen.
It's the opposite of the angle that Ruxic found him earlier on. Camo this time, the benefactor. 5 left standing for Liquid is Filu, and come back on the other side. Operator in hand. Not even going to go for this one. Just hold on to what they've got. You see the funds elsewhere. It's a Hero, 300, Chloric, 100.
Go, go, go.
Fortunately, I'm going to have a full buy to follow this, so if they can hold on to these, certainly a chance to do some damage, but this will be Liquid hitting 10. Comfortably as well.
I think it's going to be a 13-9.
I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah.
There is a chance.
What do you reckon that chance is? High?
Pretty high, yeah.
If you have missed the score so far, look to the top left. 9-13, 13-9.
Last time Liquid played this, 234 days ago.
Yeah, what's the score?
13-9.
Yeah. So, we wait, we see. For now, they are tracking on about the right trajectory. We are at 10-7 here, and they found the last 2. That's massive boon to the economy for them, and obviously a bit of an issue now for NAVI.
Well, yeah, I mean,
to 9.
Looking at it, may be an extra weapon to consider if you save. That was nice. It looks even better on the replay. But yeah, now just no chance at all to really rely on much. Bingo! Well, nothing to really invest around at all here. A check back in. It's only really Chloric's ultimate to offset that. Not going to want to see that invested necessarily. Unless NAVI have something to really, really drill into. And a chance for Nats to absolutely farm the scope in hand. I mean, Fili does have a full shield. It's about the only positive on the other side.
Yeah, just kind of testing the waters. Cleared, I don't want to say cleared role, they didn't, but held for the push here. But there are 3 players ready on this B site if they do just go for this approach, which can be rotten against all the varying angles, the highs and lows here, but the timing just right. The burst from Liquid, and they clear all 3. The final 2 going to be probably just as easy if they continue on this, but Nats looking to clear them now if possible. Not going to allow for it. Yeah, come on, man. Liquid, well done in that. Clean stuff, and we've seen messy rounds. I'm happy to see clean ones coming in for Liquid as well.
And I hate to look forwards, but again, you've got to consider what's behind this purchase now for NAVI. This will be Liquid on the brink of potentially converting the map. Should they win this follow-up round? I think that's why NAVI probably going to take their time, call a timeout here. Lots to consider. It rides on this next round. We'll see. Check back in with the ults here. As we said, it's Clorix really the only one available. Hero, Ruxic and Filu all one away, but they won't have them at the start of round 19. That's where Miniboot and Nats will have theirs to carry in.
And kind of coming back to what we were discussing to an extent earlier, does this side look better for Liquid? Obviously they're up, right? So it's a simple yes, but comfort-wise.
It allows, I mean, certainly we didn't see them tap into it, but they just look way more decisive. Even in terms of the slower rounds where it's like they're trying to figure things out on the fly. At least you see commitment to kind of the early probes sent out. On defense, again, not an awful lot of proactivity. Scoreline may be a factor in that early on, but for me overall, whether or not this is a Nats calling issue or a Camo and Miniboot sort of decision-making in terms of being self-sufficient, I'm not entirely sure, but when you hear about Lohan talking about kind of changing direction a little bit, the rounds in the second half here are the ones that really, really speak to that.
I think so too, yeah.
I'm not sure it's necessarily a fix that's required for Liquid, but there is a very big difference. And again, it varies by map on top of that for sure.
Oh, hold on.
Miniboot. Okay, come back.
Like, look, I love Quake as well. I love CPMA, man. We're flying around the map. It's really fun. It doesn't work in this game. As Cloric going to find Nats. Where did this round just come from?
Right, and then you see really weird approaches like the cool, be decisive. Nats doubles down on that, but completely removed. NAVI will lap this up. Purpo will find a response here, but down to 10 HP. Prowler won't catch it.
He should be on for it. Ah, it's actually not clean enough. And the problem is they actually might get bailed out after what was a horrific start by a better end, but you're right. The second time of asking for the plant here. Camo is just landing shot after shot. How do they have a 2v2 after that beginning? I do not know. The plant's in play, but the HP is dreary. Camo on 37, Purpo on 10. 2 heavy hitters though. Filu, caution being displayed. One gonna go in. Doesn't clear quite deep enough to really pressure much, but Camo waiting. 2 kills already. And the pressure now turns to NAVI. You've got to get a move on. And Camo is the executioner on this. And I think Purpo's played this right. And I think Filu can do nothing but die.
Absolutely.
Liquid bailed out by brilliance.
Ridiculous round considering how things started. Miniboot just completely, I mean, he's actually caught by the reveal ahead again in there. Maybe there's a chance for him to just wreak havoc, but the recovery here on the back of Camo is just outstanding. Then to find a third, ridiculous. NAVI going to be kicking themselves. They couldn't convert that. And as I said, the byproduct being here, a broken buy as Liquid hit 12.
And again, maybe coming out of a timeout, you want to go extra aggressive. Maybe there's some method to the madness, but bloody hell, you feel that's a wild one. But again, remember, Liquid qualify into those playoffs off this game. This keeps their fate in their own hands, so they have to be playing at this all-out sort of pace to a degree. All on the line. And now, we look at the buy. You said it before. What was behind that purchase? Well, now we're seeing it.
You have the benefit of some ult, sure, but it's comeback really you want to see get his online in this round. Nat's posted up. Might just catch someone here, but how's he still alive? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ruxic.
Thank you. Everyone say thank you to Mr. Ruxic.
We're going to have to rely on Hero going huge now.
He's good, but not that good. I don't think he could deal with all players. He'd have loved to maybe pressured Camo or caught a tag or two.
I mean, the wall slowed them down. Again, nobody's really going to be able to contest this plant.
The ult could be nice, but look how active they're getting here. Gonna have to respect it and try and back away. Is there a cubby to play in? There is. And they've got ults here. Camo can hold the line for so long.
Well, basically cancel out Hero's ultimate entirely. Going to run the clock down now. Able to actually slip back onto site and get deeper positions.
Go time. And here we go. Liquid coming out on top. Camo putting on a show today. A cut above the rest as Cloric has to face the music. Team Liquid, masters of their own fate, get to decide their outcome today. 13-7 to close down map 3. But it was an arduous game.
Certainly a tough opposition here in the form of NAVI. Liquid talking about previously not being tested. So not allowed that same freedom towards the back end here, but breaking almost the trend in terms of 13-9s as well. A little more clinical in terms of the close here for Liquid. I just want to sing Camo's praises again, man. Just in so many situations, certainly where he's flexing, obviously elsewhere in terms of compositions, he just continues to shine for Liquid.
Yeah, he is certainly a standout, mechanically impressive, and as you said, in those important rounds, he finds them what they need. And if I'm not mistaken, alongside Liquid, Gentlemate as well will be both locking playoffs off the back of this result. Now, I will let Tom confirm that. I know he loves the permutations. That's more his vibe than mine. Yeah, get those graphics fired up again. But for now, what we can do is celebrate what Liquid did today. I think on some highs and lows in this for sure. A lot of tape to look through, a lot of more, I guess, finding that identity they've been searching for this entire run. But they now have that opportunity to do it in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, this is another result that really probably speaks volumes in terms of committing to that. Like I said, we see them stray away from it every so often, and whether or not it is a map ball issue or a composition issue or just an agent issue, I really want to see Liquid button up and really dial into this now, because when it hits, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, we are actually ready. So let's hand over to Nats to close this one out down on stage with, I think that's the other Nat.
Yeah, we're definitely the dynamic duo at this point. It's been a while since I've gotten to speak with Nats here, but now that I am, you guys have made it to playoffs with this win. You've made it to many international events before, but I wanted to ask, does that ever wear off the enjoyment of making it to a playoffs, potentially making it to another international event?
It's always a pleasure and enjoyment to do that, because I had experience when you have years when you don't qualify anywhere, and even if you qualify and you don't really do great there, it's still a great feeling to just be on internationals, compete against the best teams in the world, not just in your region. It's always a pleasure to be there.
Well, look, it's still a couple of, more series before we do get to that. And we're going to talk about this one specifically because it felt like Navi really made you work for it. And so how would you rank them as an opponent compared to who you've already played during stage 1?
I think the fact that they changed so much from the last game, and they changed the compositions, they changed the way they play the game, it's forcing us to play and adjusting to some certain moments. I still think we didn't end up playing in the moments properly where we could force the way we like to play the game. But that's a good experience, and that's experience that I think we needed also during that group stage. And that's good that we secured the playoffs place, but we still need to work on a lot of things.
Sure, it wasn't clean by any means, but you yourself still had a pretty big performance for map 3. It took you a little bit, but you warmed up, and there was a specific round I wanted you to walk me through. It was round number 8 when you're playing that Cypher, and it was gnarly is all I'm going to say.
No, this one was a good one. I don't know. 5v3, they decided to come to us, and I had a good setup to walk through. And I'm glad Hero decided not to take his tag first time, so he gave me a good timing. After I got 2, there is no protocols. 5v1 securing. There is a fight you have to take. and that's it. You need to show.
Do you feel like your pride was on the line? You're like, I need to make sure everyone knows I'm the best Cypher.
Yeah, you need to show enemies that it's not as comfortable to be on the server.
I could only imagine for you there, definitely. It was a lot of fun to get to watch it. And you're talking about the compositions that NAVI are changing a lot more, you know, a week-to-week basis. For you guys, it doesn't feel like anything was out of the box for you, but when you say that there's still certain things to work on, do you think that comes in a change-up for comp, or is it more about just the individual performances?
I think when I'm speaking about changes, since Riot pull out a lot of patches, especially the Euro one, everyone is just trying to understand the way they want to play the game. I think this is the big factor for everyone, and them changing the comps, it's also, you need to readjust into that. No, but whatever they showed is not something unusual. It's still a lot of teams runs, and you just need to adjust to that.
And this is a question maybe you might not really be able to answer, but so far what we've seen in Stage 1 is you're a team that will either win 2-0 or lose 0-2, and this is the first time you go to a map 3 for Stage 1. What is it about team matchups that have sort of relied on a 2-0 or 0-2 result, and this being the first one for map 3?
One more time, what do you mean by 2-0 or 2?
So it's just like your previous series that you've done over week 1, 2, and 3. You've either won it in 2 maps or you've lost it in 2 maps. This is the first time we see you go to a map 3. So is it just the caliber of your other opponents being so much better than you or just worse than you that it's sort of a clean victory?
I wouldn't say so. I think any game we played could go into third map. I think in some of the games we just secured the rounds. That was very important to keep the game going. And I think against Foot we couldn't manage to do that. And today, here and there, the rounds that we should secure, we just couldn't manage to secure. But yeah, I mean, not everything on us, but we should be playing better on some moments.
I like it, you know, the hunger is there for you guys to prove a little bit more, and because the day did end up going 6 maps, you're going to be essentially my desk with me right now. We're going to have a look at the standings because you guys secure for the playoffs, but it's not just you that you ended up taking along with you. You guys pulled Gentlemates also into the playoffs there. Do you feel like they owe you something maybe when you go up against them next week?
If they're gonna give us a win, that's good for us. Maybe there is a chance we go first seed. Who knows? Let's see how the footballists will perform.
That's very true, right? It's all down to how Foot themselves are going to perform there. We do also have our schedule for tomorrow, and that one's going to be more enjoyable because I'm going to ask you for your predictions on how you think those matchups are going to go. So do you think Giant X, Fnatic, KC, or Foot?
I think Fnatic should win.
2-0, 2-1?
I think 2-0. I think Fnatic is in a great form, and they pretty much understand very well what's happening right now in current meta. Foot, KC, and should win this one, at least for me.
So it's just so much more for you guys. You're like, come on, we can all help each other.
Not just for us. I think, yeah, but I think they will have their time to show up also.
Oh, well, that's a lot of fun there, and that's all the action that you guys get to look forward to tomorrow. But of course, we haven't necessarily closed out today right now. I do want to ask you one last question, Nat. Are you guys going to make it all the way to London? Now that you've done that playoffs, the next step all the way to London?
We'll try our best.
Hopefully that is all of the confidence you need. Nats and Team Liquid now securing playoffs, one step closer to London, something they're going to try their best for. I'm going to leave you guys with the joys of our Razor end of day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow for much more Valorant action.
They're not that good. They have overperformed for the last 3 games in a row. I want us to feel like every round is minimal, but on guard, okay?
Yeah, shotgun in the hand at close range, that's where you would want it. But Alorante's Bulldog doing the damage! A 4K for Pacific!
Nice, Alo! Alo! What the f***, man?
So far to identify this site would be huge.
Wow.
That's his second. Ninja spray working out as well.
Bro, look at them, bro. They're so f***ing sad, man.
The counts, it's up to C-Ned. The bullets are getting low here. He needs to hit his shot. It's time.
Go! Go! Ah, you gotta look around!
He's away! Oh, no!
Play to win, man! Oi! Play to win, man!
Oh, the shots connect for Cooper, though. Finds the first. One more! It's Cena with the judge. He's the first responder. Needs a reposition here. A solid one. Alorante doesn't get it. No! CNN falls at the very end, 13-11, and it's that man on your screens. Could very quickly find himself exposed. Miss paranoia on the defender's side. The captain stands up when it's asked of him most. Walking into his crosshairs, their first win felt so close. He sprays for a couple, but it's not quite enough. And Eternal Fire dousing them in the end.
Top flash was fantastic. Has to be perfect. A chance.
You like that, baby? That's where you get the frenzy, baby.
Comfortably here, Hero down to this.
So this time trying to shoulder up much better.
Looking elsewhere.
Oh dear. Oh dear. It's a nightmare. Let's go. In what they have, and comeback crushes it. The NAVI as Rhythmic is just taking
Come on, let out a looking bro.
Minibu so low, he can still found another. This guy wants his sight back. NAVI, great through on split. But Hero's quick to this, maybe a little too quick there, no idea.
Now, yeah, Rhythmic gonna clean this up.
Oh, well, that'll do it. That will absolutely do it. Rhythmic making it cost a fortune. Well, Minibu is leading the pack, but he can send away glory.
What are we doing?
Hey, look at this.
Liquid coming out on top. Camo putting on a show today. Team Liquid, masters of their own fate, get to decide their outcome today.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing